Richman Shopโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill?Bigger, bigger, bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill?Bigger, bigger, bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill?Bigger, bigger, bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill?Pica, pica, pica, pica. Pica, 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 pica. Pica, 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 pica. Pica, pica. Pica, 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 pica. Pica, 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 pica. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can't show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who? How's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
ตีบ้านแล้วเรียบร้อยครับเป็นไฮด้าที่ได้แต้มนี้ไปแล้วตีไข่แตกเลยครับสำหรับทางไฮดราครับ
บอกว่าทั้งสองทีมนะย้ำอีกครั้งมาจากรอบคอลิฟายทั้งคู่เกมนี้วาลีไทยต้องการที่จะการแต่ไม่ไหวแล้วครับเป็น SCT ชนะไปได้เกมที่2ครับ
ตีบ้านหรือเปล่าโถมเข้ามาตรงนี้แล้วเป็นทางโซนิกขึ้นนำเลยครับ1-0เบรกไทม์จบไหมจบไม่จบแล้วเป็นเกมของเบคอนทำคัมแบ็กอีกครั้งครับเข้ามาถึงบุรีรัมย์ได้ไม่ได้จบไม่จบแล้วเป็นบุรีรัมย์พลังเบบดิวะครับตรงนี้ครับเอาชนะธาตุมืดไปได้ครับโดเซนทิ้งล่างมิลเลอร์ไว้ตรงนี้ยิงทาวเวอร์ไปชนะไปเลยครับ2-0และเป็นแต้มแรกจากทางฝั่งอารีนาครับ
ศึกชิงอันดับหนึ่งของตารางแน่นอนใครจะได้เป็นจุดสูงสุดเอาละนี่จะเป็นพลังบัฟเฮ้ยโอ้โหเฮ้ยฮิวโก้อิมแพกนะแบบนี้
เรียบร้อยครับเป็นเกลจีที่ปิดไป2-0เกมครับ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะยินดีต้อนรับนะคะทุกคนเข้าสู่การแข่งขันในสัปดาห์ที่ 4 แล้วนะคะของรายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะวันนี้นะคะก็เจอกับมิ้นอีกแล้วนะคะมินนี่มินนะคะรับหน้าที่นะคะเป็นพิธีกรในวันนี้ค่ะฝากทุกคนนะคะทั้งทางออนไซต์และออนไลน์นะคะช่วยเอ็นดูพิธีกรคนนี้ด้วยนะคะยังไงนะคะวันนี้ถ้าคนไหนนะคะสนใจอยากจะมาดูนักแข่งนะคะแบบชิดติดขอบสนามนะคะสามารถมาได้เลยนะคะ Lido Connect ชั้น 2 หอ 3 ค่ะสำหรับท่านใดนะคะที่ไม่สะดวกเดินทางมาหน้างานนะคะเช่นเดิมเลยค่ะเรามีทางออนไลน์ได้ทุกช่องทางเลยนะคะและแน่นอนค่ะว่ามีแจกโคดี้แน่นอนนะคะทางช่องออนไลน์ทุกช่องทางค่ะส่วนสัปดาห์นี้นะคะพิเศษสุดๆเลยค่ะเพราะนอกจากที่สัปดาห์นี้เนี่ยเราจะแข่งกันถึง3วันนะคะศุกร์เสาร์และอาทิตย์ค่ะยังเป็นช่วงมิดซีซั่นนะคะบางทีมเนี่ยอาจจะมีการปรับเปลี่ยนตัวผู้เล่นนะคะอาจจะมีเข้ามีออกนะคะเดี๋ยวเราต้องมาจับตาดูกันอีกทีนะคะว่าใครที่มาใหม่และใครที่ออกไปค่ะวันนี้ค่ะสำหรับคู่แรกของเรานะคะเป็นการเจอกันของทีมฟีนิกซ์เพลิง ACT Esport Cup ค่ะเจอกับมังกรน้ำเงินนะคะ Hydra Esport ค่ะมาดูกันเลยนะคะว่าวันนี้ชัยชนะเนี่ยจะเป็นของฟีนิกซ์ธาตุมืดหรือว่าฟีนิกซ์ตัวนี้นะคะจะโดนมังกรขย่ำหรือเปล่าเดี๋ยวจะต้องมาติดตามกันในแมตช์นี้ที่กำลังจะเกิดขึ้นนะคะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเซอร์ทั้ง3คนของเราได้เลยค่ะ
After 3 weeks of action here, MSL Thailand is back for week 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, of course, to MSL week 4, day 1 English broadcast here with Goni and, of course, Rockhard. Rockhard, how are you?
Hey man, I'm doing good. Very happy to be joining you guys here in MSL Thailand's English broadcast. And I'm sure I'm looking forward to a lot of fun. Again, I've heard so much about the MSL League right now. It feels so active. It feels so fast-paced, and I can't wait. Can't wait to watch the games that we have today.
Man, I can't wait to rock hard because at least for the games or the matches that I personally casted, it's actually thrilling, right? I believe my longest cast this season, I mean, for this region was almost half an hour. So again, it's so action-packed, and yeah, we can't know what to expect, especially for today.
Yeah, and for today, it feels just so, thrilling because we have teams that look like they're, not in such a good spot. And there are obviously teams who are like super, looks undefeated. We do have an undefeated team right now who is going to be playing today. That is a King of Gamers Club. And most of it is going to be very much, defining, I guess, meta defining. We're going to try to define as much of the meta as we can. There has been like a pretty, there's still a pretty big patch that happened recently. I think most gold laners right now are like quite underexplored. I'm pretty sure you've met a few of them. You guys probably watching have met a few of these gold laners that can possibly come out today here. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of those as well. Although I'm still expecting like a Freya to be basically almost unbeatable in these in any league, actually, not just MSL, right? In almost any league. But I don't know about the long games, man. I mean, I feel like with the trend right now, with more gold laners opening up, I feel like games should be actually shorter. So we'll see.
Actually, let's see. Again, sensible take there. Rock hard as we take a look at today's schedule or schedule for today. Again, folks, same 4 matches of best of 3s. Now we mentioned King of Gamers being the top dogs, being the team to beat. We will see them actually in action for our third match.
Yeah, ACT Esports Club gonna be up on front today against Hydra, who are definitely on the struggle, but it's not so bad right now since that last 4 spots actually is pretty close. Most of them have just 1 win, so as you see here on our standings.
Still King of Gamers, you mentioned, and we also know that it is still undefeated, and we got Bacon Time, who is sitting close second, who just got their first defeat last week. And ACT Esports, we will see them in action for our first match. You mentioned if they win here, their record will be 4-2, and if you get 4 matches win, I feel like you're quite safe to go through the playoffs here, Rockhard.
Yeah, I feel so. I feel like it's pretty safe for them, especially Create Gamers, right? It feels like it's super safe for them. Bacon Time should have a pretty easy run here. Probably just hoping for that second seed spot. But you know what? Again, it's so close. They're only basically just 1 point ahead of each other. If Bacon Time has like a really good week, they could go to 4-5-1. If King of Gamers Club, if someone can find a win against them, they could actually be tied out. So in terms of net game wins, though, it feels like King of Gamers Club really does have that locked in. But it's very, very crucial, of course, is that number 6 spot where, again, 4 teams are trying to climb into that one. And that's why today is going to be definitely super crucial. A lot of those 7th to 10th slot teams are going to be gunning for each other. E-Arena is definitely one that we'll see later on. But then again, they are facing against KOG, so I'm not too sure about their chances on this one. But that's the reason why we have these games, right? We're trying to give these teams like a chance to get back onto the ladder. And if E-Arena actually can do it against KOG, I am going to be so excited. They're probably going to be able to make at least 5th or 6th here at the minimum. If they have what it takes to actually get the win out.
Yeah, I mean, their clock is ticking, right, for the last 4. So with the remaining at least matches for their side, and again, it's just a single round robin here, Rockhard. No, like 2 legs, no home and away. It's just one and done. So the stake is definitely higher here, and especially the last 4 teams that are currently sitting to 7th till 10th. Yeah, they gotta do it right here, starting from week 4, right? Again, if they want to at least increase their odds here. And as for the guys or the teams that are currently comfortable, they can't slack away as well, Rockhard. They gotta keep their momentum. They gotta keep that rhythm in check, because if they do get through the playoffs, they want to have that momentum entering the playoffs, right? With their state very positive. But let's see here, as we will get to see the ACT Esports Club. We got Piper, Zeros, Carnes, Flukeo, and Sylvie now. Rockhard, Zeros, and Sylvie, they're twins.
Yeah, there you go. And I think most people can tell, especially when they stand very close to each other. ACT Esports Club feels like they have been on quite a run. With their defeats early on in the season and their wins as well, pretty much gonna be toe-to-toe here. Hydra Esports, though, again, pretty much struggling with BLC, Clover, Belby, Watson, and Nomio. Or, again, just struggling to find that win. Last win was on May 2nd, and that was actually a 2-1.
I guess their form isn't looking too hot still. But look at their faces. They seem relaxed. They seem ready.
Very light.
Hydra Esports, yeah. Let's see what will they bring to the table against a team that is currently safe in the positions. Now, I have my predictions ready. You have your predictions ready. Let's see later on. if that is, if our predictions it's gonna come true.
Yeah. Again, we're still looking for that shred. That we're still looking for that strength that maybe they have hidden somewhere. Maybe they have to dig deep. But if there's ever a time to bring it out, this is the week to do it. They've been definitely good. They're going to be up against pretty tough opponents from here on in. So I think if there was a team that Hydra could take a win off of, I think this is definitely the next most achievable thing for them.
Definitely. And let's see here the players head to head here. ACT and Hydra. The stat is a landslide, I feel like. One of the twins, actually, Sylvie, yeah. A very positive stat here, Rockhart, against the roamer from Hydra, who is, again, just negative stats.
Yeah, negative stats. The KDA is pretty dismal. Again, these are our predictions. It's not for me. It's going to be pretty close, but
Okay.
it might be a bit hard for them to actually get that win out. I'm again looking at their faces, looking at how they seem to be coming into the games today. They do feel like very light. They feel like they could do very well, and that KDA ratio again very respectable here for Sylvie. Especially for the roamers right now, who seem to be just taking a big brunt of the beatings in the season so far, and not bad at all with the KP 77%. Very active here for Sylvie.
He is very active, and again, the chemistry with the twin, who is the jungler, I think also plays a huge role. Being able to play with your twin brother. Definitely helps with the rhythm, just again the trust is definitely there. As for Hydra, you can see the standings or the results that they need to communicate properly. I think their in-game decisions has been questionable, so yeah, I want to see that. I need to see that coming from the side of Hydra Esports. More clinical in-game decisions making. Let's see though for the random map draw for our opening game today. It's gonna be dangerous grass here, Rockhart.
There you go. Personally, really love dangerous grass. Especially, I like that I'm able to just roam hard and maybe use these pick off heroes. Obviously, Hilda is gonna be like top tier pick for most teams. But I love the glue ban. You know what, Goni? I feel like glue has been severely underrated right now, and I know I know it also has been shifting towards the roam, and I feel like good respect on the glue is very much warranted.
Yeah, I think it's just so flexible, and the way that glue operates is definitely just harassing the cores during neutral objective takes, like the jungler. So ACT, even though their first pick, they know that, let's just ban away the glue. Now it's gonna be the Hereth ban coming from the side of ACT. This is quite interesting. I mean, recently got buffed, so ACT, what they're saying, let's take it away. We know that Hydra's gold laner can also play the Hereth well, and let's eliminate that option for him.
Yeah, for sure. What's really scary here is I feel like they're not really leaning towards a Freya on the gold. I know Harif is a big threat they've already dealt with, but most likely, I'm assuming we'll have a Claude versus carry trade for the gold lane right now. Obviously, Marcel just so good as well. It does feel like despite all the buffs, these other gold laners, most teams are just going back to like what's very, very comfortable. Carry just basically shreds through everything, and the Claude is just as safe as it can be. That's why I think maybe sometimes you'd see a Bruno slot in. I know I've seen some games with a Brody, but the jungle, it's always going to be the race for that one.
Yeah, hence the Suyo ban. Now that's interesting because you mentioned the Freya maybe neglected, but I think this is ACT asking Hydra a question, right? Do you want the Freya I mean, do you want to ban the Freya? Because it's on the table, and keep in mind as well, right? The Zushins is still on the board as well, and Hydra answers, right? They do not want to deal with the potential Freya game. So there you go. That's the ban, and that's going to be the Zushin first pick. ACT setting or dictating the drafts here very well.
Yeah, I really love what ACT did here. Zushin just, again, despite that 44% win rate we just saw, it feels like it's just so hard to deal with, especially with the limited amount of gold laners, right, that are present in the field or on the maps. That's why in mid lane, in terms of mid lanes, I love Lilia right now as well. Lilia up on front is just so good.
Yeah.
And Leomord, look at that. I love Leomord. I've seen Leomords like really speed up on the jungle, especially with the marksman emblem Leomord. I know you've seen a lot of games with that as well.
Definitely, that's the popular trend with the Leomord. More speed, right? Attack speed oriented.
Yeah.
But okay, ACT. This is a strong early game that they're setting up here. Dangerous grass. They can play around the bushes as well. I like the Khalid pick, denying the potential, Baksha, Zushin, and Khalid. Now, Hydra, what they need to do is synergize that composition, and I think Yves is a good stabilizer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Goni. It feels like they would have made an immortal mid trio with that, with a Baksha jungle, with a Khalid on the roam. So overall, I feel like they got some pretty strong control here, especially with Eve. And that just makes me think, you know what, maybe we'll definitely see a carry here, which will probably be sniffed out by ACT from a mile away. I'm expecting the carry ban soon. And maybe another gold lane or XP lane ban. I know the Phobius is still available. That's a scary one to leave up there.
Definitely, especially ACT's playbook here with the Baksha is to take that first neutral objective take against a Phobius. That's going to be tricky, right? So I think a Phobius ban could come through unless they really want to give this Claude a good time in lane, because technically they can suffocate the gold laner even more. The Freya is out, the carry you mentioned also banned away, and don't forget, right, the Herald is also taken away. So the options for that gold lane position is already choked out. But interestingly enough, Hydra, I think their playbook, I thought they would want to take the Phobius to their side, but seems like Hydra is like, no, we got our own thing.
All right, so we were definitely in agreement there. Phobius looks like the prime pick, but banning it out just means maybe, you know what, he's just not willing to use it. Maybe they feel like they have too much physical damage. I don't know, but for now, it does feel like one more gold lane ban maybe will suffocate that gold day. You're absolutely right, Connie. So many good gold lane picks gonna be removed. Means that, oh no, they don't. Terizla on the bans, which is actually pretty fine. Lapu Lapu Yuzhong feels like a good XP pick. Maybe you want to get that first, since you might run out later if you're Hydra.
Yeah, I think again, an enabler to combine that with the Khalid and the Leomord sounds right. And either or, Lapu Lapu and Yuzhong fits the bill. ACT though, gotta watch out for a potential Uranus pick, which is annoying because I feel like the shred coming from Hydra's composition is not enough to shred a Uranus. So let's see here. Yeah, absolutely spot on there on taking Lapu Lapu on their radar. ACT, what are they going for here? Do they want to be a nuisance and pick up the Uranus to their composition? Or maybe they have also maybe they need another enabler as well.
Yeah, I think they will need maybe more crowd control. Arlot would be a great option because they do have tanky. They have tankiness for days. They have the lantern flare, but maybe one more source of crowd control would be great to set up the fights for ACT. Would love that. I would love that Arlot. Definitely would love the Uranus if they want to go for like an unstoppable death ball. You have the option to do that as well.
Yeah. There you go.
And there you go.
Okay.
Whoa!
Okay. I mean, it has crowd control. You know, it's a single lock. Law and Order is in the Hylos kit. But it seems like their gameplay is, you know what? We got the Claude, we got the Zushin. I think what they're saying is we're just gonna feed the Claude, and then we're just gonna tank the Claude up. You know, be the beefy boys for Claude.
In Moscow, that's a safe pick to go for since everything else is pretty much exhausted. Wow. I just want to say, ACT basically drafted 4 tanks. I mean, Zushin is basically like a tank in the way it's unstoppable, unkillable. And the Claudes, that's basically 4 protect 1 here. I expect ACT to be really, really dominant the moment that they hit their 2 item spike. And yeah, it might be an uphill hill for Hydra. What do you think?
You know, I think, I think the early game, ACT needs to set that tempo right, because Hydra, they have more avenues, right, on team fights, on getting angles. You know, they got the Moscow, which again, the SOD can definitely be a surprise factor. So more avenues on getting a win for Hydra. It's more, I guess the angle is more tighter, but if ACT does it right here from the early game, you know, dictating it well, you're right, the snowball can definitely be evident later on. So Hydra, they gotta pick their fights here entering this first game.
I think so. Yeah, definitely HD has that mid-game strength where obviously you have a lot of fighters, right? Fighters love that mid-game. The moment you hit like a War Axe, Endless Battle, you're probably going to keep fighting if you're the Leomord than if you're the Lapu-Lapu, right? And, you know, Nongyo's going to be able to set up anyone here with that Khalid. Khalid usually even level 3 is already even level 1 is already a threat. So early to mid, maybe Hydra can make a miracle happen and stop this like possible avalanche coming in from ACT. Right? It's because once it gets started, man, it's not gonna stop. That ball is gonna keep rolling.
Exactly, and I think that is what they're setting up for, right? ACT, you know, taking that first turtle is gonna be very important for them, and having less casualties, I feel. And then second turtle, I think that's where Hydra can definitely tease more, you know, with the Lapu-Lapu, with the Moskov maybe rotating towards that second turtle. So let's see the execution, right? Do they really want to contest that first turtle from side of Hydra? Because if you really think about it, their firepower for that first neutral objective, you know, with the bravest fighter, with the real world manipulation, definitely can contest that first take. Let's see though the line of dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for our opening game and match. Week 4, day 1, MSL Thailand, baby.
Yep. It's all here. Again, Thailand showing up very strong. And like we mentioned earlier, looking at what the possibility of this lineup for Hydra is going to look like is that early game. You got to use that Kali to its maximum potential here. As much and as strong as this Hylos and Zushin duo is, we always love that combo with the Glorious Pathway and the Lantern Flare and just basically just whittling people nonstop. There's only so much you can do. You can see it coming from a mile away, and it's not burst. It's like slow damage over time. So that's something Hydra can kind of play with. And you know what? Look at that. Hydra knows it. They know that. They know this duo can't do much. And that's why they're trying to go for these jungle invades. And early on, it's like they're going to be able to take out Belby, though. Belby not going to be long for this world. Nongyo couldn't really do much. And we're seeing the strength of this mid-trio.
Yeah, this is a very, very disgusting lineup. But you mentioned the rotations, right? Which leaves Belby a little vulnerable. And I think Belby could have played it right, knowing that the roam and the jungle is already invading. He could have like maybe played it more safely, but he decides to, that's a knockup.
Ooh, and that's even with a tower assist. It feels like Hydra is literally playing right into the jaws of ACT right now, right? It's like a, what do you call that? It's like an alligator with its mouth wide open and the bird just flew in.
It's tough for Hydra here, especially the early game. Losing that mid and Zeros.
Oh, Zeros, look at that. They're trying to go for the fight early on. And I'm not sure if that's going to be able to be dealt with by Zeros here. Again, just so much action. Look at that double kill already for the Lapu Lapu. Looks like Hydra got something out of the bag for that one. It's 2v3 on this turtle. It might be a little bit difficult even for Flukio to join here. But he's just going to double up on that gold. So that's at least something that ACT has on their side. They got a lot more gold onto that Claude since all the action was happening.
Yeah, and keep in mind as well, Hydra, all spells, right, from their, at least, like the playmakers here, are on cooldown. So ACT, they're keeping tabs here, and that's why they're taking initiative on the turtle. What's the call here, Hydra? It seems like with the jungler rotating towards top, they're letting the first neutral objective go. You know, Lapu Lapu getting that important double. That's their only play right now, and maybe they can play around the Lapu Lapu later on.
Yeah, that's the one thing they actually got. So we'll see if the Lapu Lapu will have some fun here. Right now, they're trying to go for something on mid, which they do have the firepower to do so. But ACT says, no, 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 come here, take the fight to me, see what happens. And looks like they actually forced Clover and Nongyo Bellaby back.
Interesting approach. And okay, the top lane here, Flukio is having a more, you know, with more EXP on Flukio, the laning phase for Watson seems like he's struggling there to get more farm. Maybe the gold crabs has been dominated by Flukio, right? That's why I think now Hydra's gameplay is to try to find a play towards top here, which is definitely not easier said than none. Definitely easier said than none, knowing that Flukio rocks the Purify as well.
That's true. It's also just not that easy to gank. That's why I guess Flukio just has that much confidence, that much bravado in this lane. He knows there's not really much that even if Nongyo tries to go for that gank, he's probably going to go down. And that's why there are now two separate fights happening across the map here. That mid is going to be able to at least hold for now, which is one good thing that Hydra has going for them. But how long are they going to be able to hold those side lanes? We'll see later on. Piper trying to cut up on mid. They know they can invade as well. Here comes that Phantom Steed. Going to be able to get some damage done here. And Nongyo is low. Forces a flicker out. Here comes that 4-man fight here for Hydra. Looking very good. Clover is staying alive despite all of this. Here comes the backup. Flukio coming in. Blazing Duet. Guns a-blazing. But doesn't have that damage quite yet. So it's going to be a wash for these. And I think that was just a very good, at least, resource control being done by ACT.
Yeah, no casualties from that fight, but take a look at the space top lane, right? That's going to be a structure taken down with Watson there, forced to retreat or respawn, or recall rather. Again, just Hydra losing out on tempo. ACT, well, at least, even though that structure hasn't gone down yet, you know, it's very vulnerable though. The turtle though.
Yeah, finally gonna be able to get something on the map. Hydra is gonna be able to steal that turtle out of their under their noses. I don't think ACT was actually aware of that was happening, or maybe they were. Trying to focus on top side instead. Seros diving in. That Moskov just not doing that much against Abaksha. Goes for the SOD at the back. Nongyo misses on the Raging Sandstorm as well. And that's Seros knowing they've got that Moskov cornered. They're going to be able to at least get even more topside. Look at that Zushin. How do you even deal with that? They're getting dissected. They're getting separated. There's not much that Hydra can actually do about it.
Nothing much indeed. And you can see the snowball already starting to happen, even though it's not like from the first turtle, but it's 2K already here, 7 minutes in, and Sylvie still able to get out, but that structure in the mid lane is looking quite vulnerable. And they want to fight here, Clover K.
Yeah, Clover K saw Sylvie's low, said, you know what, maybe I can Phantom Steed, but again, you can't really do that much against a high loss that is just so beefy with Piper close by, Karn's close by as well. I don't think that was a right call. Now, even their jungle here, their purple buff is just... There's no way that... So now they're trying to fight. Cams is very vulnerable. SOD hits Watson, though, might be too low to actually capitalize on it. Clover K trying to go chase on that very low HP Zushin. But while all that's happening, Flukio is actually getting some work done alongside Piper. That's a double for that Uranus. And Clover K, jungle for Hydra, gonna go down without taking that kill. All the gold is now avalanching towards ACT. 3,000 for the blue side.
Yeah, that's 3 for 1 right there. 3 kills on the board added for ACT as now they can focus on the turtle. The turret top and bot, you know, the tier 1s taken down already, so the space for Hydra is more restricted, right? You can see already Sylvie playing around in the jungles of Hydra. And it's really hard now. I think they're gameplay now is to feed Watson, you know, and I don't think they can pick any fights here unless ACT overextends. And so
That's
far, I think the map control from ACT has been tremendous. And as we take a look at the replay here, yeah, Piper still unkillable, right? We expected this from the draft as well, where, you know, the shred can be limited here from the side of Hydra, and they want to fight here purple.
Yeah, they're fighting up on purple here. Clover K just not long for this world. And all that chip damage, you know what? It's actually just enabling this Uranus. It's empowering him with that passive as well. Watson, SOD dash out, but again, this Claude just has so much freedom in this game. There's not really a lot that you can do except to run away. And when you run away, they chase you like that. It's a killing spree onto the gold laner. Flukio just has no care in the world. He is free hitting like crazy right now. And ACT is barreling towards that mid.
Nothing is stopping ACT. They know they can, like, they can fight anywhere and any time. And 80% they'll win it, you know, and what, 3 minutes ago it was 2k, 3k, they doubled it, right? Their lead. And you can see the items already built up here for the side of ACT. 3 items already for that Claude. So again, they are ready for any type of fights. And from the side of Hydra, take a look at the Moskov. An item behind, that's huge.
Yeah. At this point, you know what? Flukio is just so happy to be here to complete it. Maybe go for that Wind of Nature just to make sure you are unkillable. Because you know what? What's the Eve gonna do against me, right? So might as well just build my Wind of Nature very, very quickly. Stay in their faces, Blazing Duet. They cannot fight back. Watson, I feel like he just took so many fights with that SOD earlier instead of just farming. That he's just so behind, man.
Right now he is, Blazing Duet.
Oh, Blazing Duet. Nongyo flickers out with a little bit of save here for Belby. Perfect timing on the real-world manipulation. Forces ACT back. So that's going to delay them, and that's going to buy them some time here. But then again, where is the damage going to come from? DLC close by. Maybe can proc the bravest fighter. They're fighting inside the base. But Piper says, you know what? Do your best. Do your worst. I'll be standing here, maybe without your turn. Okay, that's a turret. I'm gonna run. And he's doing that right now. SOD in, coming in from Watson, can do some pretty good damage this time. But look at Carnes. He's just, everyone is just immersed in it, saturated in the light of this Zushin. And that's 4 going down. Even Sylvie stays around, hangs around and survives. That's just gonna be a dominant game, 11 minutes in for ACT.
What an opening from ACT. Clinical, textbook, and fast, boys. 11 minutes. You're right, Rockhart. ACT, their death ball will not be stopped. And it was a rather, I gotta say, again, just a textbook win, right? Nothing too crazy. There was no like crazy outplays. There was no insane outplays. It was just MLBB done correctly. And again, Hydra, they struggle to find that, you know, that fight that they really want. Maybe this looked good for a bit, but take a look at Carnes here in this position, right? He jumps in, flicker, without the flicker, even Crimson Beacon to set the momentum for ACT, and that was what caused the, again, just destruction for Hydra. That's the base taken down, and ladies and gentlemen, that was game one. Rockhard, that was game one. ACT again, just displaying, you know, clean MLBB. The Twins, they're still unstoppable, and with that, you know, we saw the stat from Sylvie earlier on. It will get much more positive for that stat, and goodness, yeah, the avenue, the a lot of avenues we mentioned as well. A lot of avenues for the side of Hydra. We didn't saw that game one.
Yeah, I was looking forward to like a lot of crazy plays coming in from the Lapu-Lapu. We saw it for a bit. We got double. But I think they weren't really that confident in taking a lot of these fights. Early on, it felt like, yeah, the invades could have happened a lot quicker. I know they tried to invade a little bit on the early, and we were waiting for that mid-game power spike. It did not happen. I think most of that came from the fact that, you know, the Lapu-Lapu, you know, after doing that double, really just relegated back to farming, which I feel like if you got like a little bit of advantage, you just keep pushing it. And the Moskov really felt like he took so many SODs to the fights, and they lose those fights, right? So instead of farming, which, you know, Flukio did, by the way, on this Claude 6-0-4, we saw him. You pointed it out, right? He was an item ahead, basically the whole game against a Moskov, and I think we saw why. I think they played around with the weakness. You know what the weakness of ACT was? Their Claude couldn't join early, right? But they played around that very well.
They did, and that's why it's the window for Hydra was very small, and because of how ACT played it, it's just smaller. Flukio, special shout out, didn't die a single time in that game. And yeah, again, just a textbook, you know, Claude game. The amount of pressure that he gave towards the Moskov in the early game was enough as well to have an advantage, right? To rotate faster, to get those items quicker, and that's what he did. You know, let's take a look at the highlights here. As this kill right here towards Belby, that was unfortunate, and they got another kill towards Inongyo. So the mid-roam pair, not even 2 minutes in, already died, already taken out. That really sets up the turtle take. But then, plot twist, you know, BLC showing up with the bravest fighter, but entering the mid game here with Watson all getting practically gunned down on each lane. Every time he lanes, it's really tough for Watson to give an impact for his team. Again, 0-2-0 here, minute 7, so his farm is already way behind, especially if you want to compare to Flukio.
Yeah, for sure. It's night and day, right, between Flukio and Watson. If you look at it, there's just so much that they could the other was doing, and Watson just feels like he's just getting hunted. It feels like I guess that's what it feels like when there's a shark hunting you down in open water. That's what it feels like if I was Watson, right? And right now, this was the fight that maybe could have done it for Hydra, but like you mentioned, I think most members were an item ahead. You were not gonna win that with that kind of advantage, especially there's a Zushin who is just immersing you with that lantern light. Everyone just getting lifted up into the air. And, you know, that's why Zushin just such a good first pick for the game.
Yeah, folks, Zushin again just showing the value of that first pick, value. It's 14-3. It's very one-sided here, and hence the short amount of game time. I feel like this is fair to say that it's a short amount of game time. It only took one Lord practically to end Hydra's journey in that first game. And again, if you want to see the items, it's just so far. If you want to compare to Hydra, and yeah, a lot of negative stats as well from side of Hydra. So that last pick Moscow value, we didn't really see that being displayed, unfortunately.
Yeah, I maybe I would have liked it if they went for something crazier on the goal, but I think then again that will get demolished by a Claude. And that
Yeah.
is what I was saying before the whole day started. I'm looking for that gold lane variance, variety that can kind of just make it more more of a fair fight. But right now it feels like Claude will dominate most gold laners, especially after they banned out that carry. You saw how well they actually answered that in the draft as well. And again, Flukio being the rich man, not surprising at all. I was hoping maybe usually you'd see the jungle as the highest GPM, but this time it was a Baksha jungle. It's not like a Leomord or a Suyo or anything. Yeah, so far it feels like it was just maximum control, especially from that mid trio, which did enable Flukio so much. And Piper, who could kill a Uranus in this game even?
Exactly, and we also saw that during the drafts that you know what, Uranus might be a good pick here for side of ACT. You know that
Yeah.
I feel like is the weakness of a Yves pick. Sure, you know it grants you a lot of team fight value, but if you drafted yourself a Uranus, you know it's hard to deal damage towards a rock, especially like ACT, they got that early game tempo. You know, if Uranus falls behind early, then that's not. Uh, it's definitely beatable. Hello, fellow Thiecasters, but yeah, again, just overall a good display of MLBB shown by ACT.
Yeah, it was very fundamental.
Yeah.
They didn't do any. I think you mentioned this. They didn't even do anything crazy. They just literally played out their lanes. The one time I had like a little bit of hope there was basically when after that double. But after that double kill by the Lapu Lapu, you know what he did? He just hung around with the Uranus again. That's like, come on, man. Don't fight that
Yeah.
fight. You're not gonna win that lane fight. He's gonna cut as well. You might as well just have roamed invaded on the jungle. That's what I was waiting, or thinking in that scenario. Is like, okay, I didn't think that was gonna happen, but it did. Now what? That was a wasted opportunity, to be honest. But again, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for Hydra. Maybe they can make something happen here in game 2.
Let's hope. Let's hope for the best for Hydra, because again, let's remind you guys as well back home that the standings here not looking too hot for Hydra. If they suffer another loss, especially 2-0, yeah, that's gonna really hurt their chances to go to playoffs for the first season MSL Thailand. And what it does, of course, ACT, if they get a 2-0, that will definitely help with their solidifying their positions in the standing. So again, best of luck, may the best team win, but it's 1-0 here, folks, and at least our predictions are still on track.
Yeah, I think even we saw the Thiecasters also did 2-0 for ACT. Not gonna be going far, to be honest. I'm expecting ACT to just keep hammering this down. For Hydra, please don't give away that Zushin. I feel like maybe if it was a different gold laner, that trio mid could have done something. But giving away the Zushin, it feels like it's just a crime at this point. Although we did see the draft, they didn't have a choice. It was either Zushin or the
Exactly.
Freya, which is what ACT did. But I wonder if that was like a different goal later. Maybe if they forced like a really off pick, like a Lilia, a Gord, maybe a Gord. Although Nice was gonna hate me for saying this, but maybe if that was a Gord, that might have been easier. If they didn't have that much crowd control. So let's wait. Let's hope and see. Let's wait and see if they can improve on the draft. One thing's for sure, at least they know that the Freya is something that you cannot let go.
Yeah.
That's good.
I think again, they again just ACT even from the draft, right? So execution, they displayed a very well executed MLBB, but execution of MLBB. But the drafts, again they kind of forced that Freya ban because you know what? I don't think did they ban the Harley out? I believe they did ban the Harley out. That's why that's why they're kind of they're kind of forced onto the Freya ban. But second game, rinse and repeat, dangerous grass. Let's see though, will the side stay the same or will they switch? Because if the sides stay the same, I'm gonna expect ACT to just try to replicate. And Hydra, wow, already the adjustment, right? The Zushin ban straight up.
Yep, it's the same band. Sorry, same side, but different band. Finally controlling that Zushin is so crucial. But obviously, there's still a lot of options, right? I feel like we don't run out of options that much. Even Zetian is such a good first pick mid right now. I mean, not first pick, like, you don't pick it first, but it's a good priority pick for mid laners. Zetian, Eve, and obviously Lilia's catching up. I love that Lilia's catching up, by the way. I used to play a lot of Lilia. I like that, like way before. So, catching up, I really felt sad when they removed like the gloom reset. When you ulti and you get all 5 glooms back. I miss those times. I used to love playing Lilia back then. But the change now is pretty good. I mean, the cooldown's very fast. So that's why Lilia's actually been picking up in usage. Although I'm not sure if it's going to get picked up here, as there are so many others left open.
A lot, right? So ACT, I think their game plan is gonna be the same from their first game, but yeah, Hydra, they gotta change it up, and they don't want to be forced onto a Freya ban last. ACT, wow, the adjustment already.
Ooh.
I think they want the Baksha early again, hence the carry ban early as well from the side of ACT.
I think so. I think they want that Baksha still, right? With this one, the Harley is going to be left open. Maybe they want to go that direction as well. They went full tank on game 1. Maybe we want to go full on glass cannon in game 2. No.
Maybe. Okay. This is a relatively fast picks here from either side. ACT picks up the Claude, saying, you know what? We have taken away a shred in that carry. We want to have our own shred, and that's going to be the Claude. So Hydra, they pick up the Harley, and what to combine it? Well, I think the Khalid does well as well if they want to.
That's a really scary. There you go. Perfectly called here. That's a very strong duo that you already have. Hydra looking a lot better on the draft so far. Again, you're just trying to avoid heroes that will stop that Khalid from moving, staying alive with the quicksand guard. Phobius though, oh man, that is really scary from ACT.
I really like the adjustment, right? ACT, they did not get lazy and just replicate what they did game 1. They switched things up, right? With the Claude pick and now the Phobius pick. So delaying that jungler pick, which they prioritized in that first game, saying, you know what? We can take the turtle without taking the jungler first phase. We'll take the Phobius. It almost guarantees you that first neutral objective, which can allow you to set the tempo for that early game very, very well. Hydra taking their time here for that last pick first phase is going to be the Riz. So Phobius versus Terizla here in the XP lane.
Yep, this is a very strong pick. The Riz here will combo very well alongside the Khalid. I love it when I see these two just go toe to toe, they go together. Basically just so impossible to survive against and so hard to move. It's like, if you get hit by these two combo, it's so hard to move. That just gives the heroes like the Harley an easy time because your target's not moving. Throw that deadly magic out, that's almost immediately -1. But it is a Phobius. There's very few heroes that can actually stop the Phobius from casting Infernal Pursuit.
Yeah, you're right. So again, a very interesting first phase from both teams here. ACT has yet to pick up a jungler and a roamer. Hence, Hydra limits the roamer position. As ACT, they will again just suffocate the gold lane. The Granger band, the carry, the Harith, the Freya is off the board, and without the Claude, they will shift their focus. They say, you know what, we want to fight close, we want to be up close and personal, and that Valir can definitely be a nuisance, so let's just ban it away.
That's true. Valir, by the way, rising in a lot of like grassroots tournament I've seen. Valir is just so good. And even I think Super Friends used the Valir from MPL Philippines here recently. So a lot of people are really. Oh, there you go. This is one of those picks I'm looking for. The Moskov just got demolished. Let's try another one. It's the Bruno.
Playing front to back here with the Bruno and Terizla. So Hydra here has an okay laning gold laner, right? Unless getting ganked on, So what they play is again just the mid game, right? They're waiting for that 2 maybe now sooner for Bruno, 2 items power spike and ACT. Wow, really forcing the Purify here on the board, right? Which again just helps the Claude when jumped in. You have no flicker to play around with. That just helps you to get up close and personal. A lot of heroes here that can dive. Technically, all 5 can dive here from the side of ACT.
That's right. And even the Valentina can even take Raging Sandstorm or Penalty Zone if they really want to dive. So you're absolutely right. It will also force a lot of Purify on the Bruno. It will also discourage a flicker, but obviously you want that flicker on the Terizla, right? But anyone that doesn't have a Purify is 100% gonna get crowd controlled to oblivion. And there's that Zetian we were talking about, getting picked up last year. Great for vision, not so great for burst damage. So that's something that maybe the Harley and the Bruno can kind of deal with. Hopefully it works well this time for Hydra, because right now ACT, they created a crowd control monster of a lineup.
Very much so. Very much so. It is scary. ACT's like, you know what? Enough. We want to draft ourselves a team fight composition / even pickoff, right? So yeah, the AoE, if especially Valentina picks up that penalty zone, the AoE can be destructive. I'm intrigued to see what Hydra has to say about this draft. Again, the Zetian last pick here. Let's see if it will, has that value. Because you're right, it's just more utility, momentum break with the ult and less burst. Lanadon, ladies and gentlemen, for our potentially the last game of this series. Let's see if ACT can close it out.
Yeah, with the lineup they drafted, might as well be AoE Esports, because that's exactly what they're doing here, Gani. And let's see if they can finish it out. I think they have a very strong case, especially after, after we get that level 4 from the Guinevere. I'm expecting immediate pickoffs here with the Guinevere Kalea. I love playing this lineup. It's just so easy to run. It's literally point and click. And yeah, not much you can do about it if you are suddenly like lifted into the air by a Kalea if you don't have Fury, which in this case only Watson has a Fury.
Yeah, Nokio again here pressured, but is able to back away and as well as heal, right? So it is a-okay. No first blood here, like the first game where we saw 2 early kills from the side of ACT and not even 2 minutes in. So right now they're playing it very well, spacing out very well, and Belby still able to keep that passive, right? That knockback that Zetian has before the turtle. I think that's value as well. Because, as a roamer myself, against the Zetian, I really want to get that passive out of the way first. Especially prior to that first turtle, just to have pressure towards Zetian. And seems like now it is still killless.
Oh. Yeah, definitely. And they will at least survive from the initial deadly magic. So that's one deadly magic already used up. That's gonna force them back. Maybe have an easier time on the turtle, but no deadly magic means that ACT can actually just go full steam ahead, non-stop. Seros could look for Clover K. He can take the fight here. There goes, of course, that massive crowd control. Retribution goes over to Seros. Fury Defeat only slows him down, but doesn't really stop him. Keeps going at it for more. Carnes takes another kill, and just like in game number 1, it's 2 kills for none for ACT.
That's crazy. That is crazy. The penalty zone did not land for VLC, which again just allows ACT to find an angle, especially Zeros there, to again, Watson.
Watson, he's under the turret. He has that Purify, finally pays off. Again, at least for now, he stays alive, he keeps his gold card. And there's another one. They keep going. There goes that knock-up and the Violet Requiem. No way to get out of it. You guys have flickers. You do not have Purify, says ACT, and you are gonna suffer the consequences. And now they're getting boxed in on the mid.
We expected this sort of gameplay from side of ACT, you know, especially after hitting level 4s, right? For Kalea. We will see like the pickoffs coming around and them just dictating the pace of the fight, and with that, you know, it adds 2 kills on the board more. And Clover K is down 0-2-0, so this is not an ideal start for the Harley.
Yeah, it's only gonna get slowed down even more, I think, as time goes by. Especially now that they're getting invaded. And there goes that invade once more. The Violet Requiem, just no way out of it. BLC tries to see if he can set something up, but decides against it. Seros is just in such a dominant position. He's camping out in HD's jungle right now.
This is just, again, looking for like a one-sided victory here. What, 4 minutes in, 3K already in hand, and Sylvie knows that he can take bulk of the damage, even VLC engages.
There you go. Again, just nothing can actually slow down or hold this Phobius right now. Deadly Magic can be thrown out, maybe get some damage done, but once again, just like earlier, Sylvie just gonna be able to tank through it without any follow-up damage. That Deadly Magic on its own can't really take out targets. And now they're gonna go for the dive here. Karn's getting set up. Kalea's pretty far off. Seros is working on that Lethal Wanderer for now. And now, again, another camping session. You know what? He says, let's extend my vacation leave from work. I'm gonna go camping again here on the orange camp of HD here, says Seros. Going straight into it. Nongyo! Oh my goodness, they can't even fight back at this point. What is happening here, Goni?
That 4-man rotation again, right? That 4-man dive is too much. 2 members already again just picked off 8-0 now. And if you see the levels already starting to show gap, especially for Flukeo and Watson. Flukeo is 3 levels ahead of Watson. And that shows that the farm here for Watson is really minimal. VLC getting engaged on.
And the knockup just unstoppable here. The Violet Requiem dealing so much damage, and the follow-up from Karn's just insane. If you're not crowd controlled here, you're gonna get terrified. Flukeo, though, gonna be absorbing so much. Deadly Magic is on him. Pops, but still survives. Man, that was really risky. But ACT still gets away with it. At least they take out, finally, they take out one. Piper goes down, but at what cost?
Definitely they can afford a kill or death there from side of ACT. And with Flukeo already claiming that golden staff, it gets tougher for Hydra. Right now with the turtle up, nothing Hydra can do. Maybe finding a play top, and I think what ACT is doing or is saying is, you know, we can't afford losing that tier 1. As long as we get the tier 2 bot plus the turtle, it's still very beneficial for us. And Clover K, no time to recall.
Yep, no time at all. Getting hunted down here by Zeros. He goes back with a space escape, but not really escaping here. Watson is getting locked in. Nowhere for him to go. And even this jungle just not really safe at all. There's nowhere for them to recall. No time to go back to base. No time to regen. Where are they going to get their gold, Gani?
You're asking the right questions here. They just want to fight.
Fighting, getting removed here as well when they try to fight. And even if they don't want to fight, man, they're just going to get Tsunami slammed into the waiting arms of either Zeros, Piper, or Flukio. So Sylvie's doing a phenomenal job here, obviously, making sure that no one can actually walk out of the base.
No.
Yeah, non-stop action here. Clover gets some damage on the Flukio and finally could maybe take him out, but the Spellbomb and the lifesteal is insane from that Claude. Gets some damage in, but finally goes down. But what's it gonna look like here with the sustained teamfight they're showing? Nongyo able to walk out of there alive. It's a 1-for-1. Finally, HD says, you know what? Stop bullying us. You can't keep doing this. You gotta pay the price somehow.
Yeah, I think this is I think if you compare to game 1, it was a dominating game forward side of ACT. But second game, take a look at the kill count. It's already the same as the first game, 14-3, right? And now it gets worse because ATT, it's not over. So we might see just more kills on the board, definitely, as the first Lord now finally is up. And I don't see Hydra contesting. I don't see them having enough firepower to, you know, win a team fight, especially against this composition that has a lot of layers of crowd control, that has a lot of layers of AoE as well, and with the equipments already in their kit. So this might be a game-ending Lord here that we're seeing.
Yeah, this is potentially game-ending. Maybe Sans for a very strong set from Nongyo, maybe combined with Belby. Even if they can get all that crowd control in, I think Deadly Magic will only take out one. Right now, the Bruno is just in no shape to actually fight. 0-2-0. Definitely going to be an item ahead, maybe more. And again, with Flickers getting forced out of you as well, what do you do? Now they will still have that shield on the turret. Get rid of that Lord maybe, but yeah, there's still that threat of the bottom side wave they need to deal with. And go, they activate the Fury of the Phoenix here, but only, again, with the even combo with the Deadly Magic, can only get Karns to only 40% HP. They're still in the base, but at least they're alive. That's what they think, at least. Here comes that lock-in, and the Blazing Duet, just unstoppable here. How do you even hold that down? 3v5, they're going straight for the base. We got a Raging Sandstorm as well, and nowhere for Nongyo to go. Quick Sand Guard behind the turret just to stay alive. And ACT is just displaying a strong show of force.
So, right, same as game 1 as well. And 7,000 gold lead. Now the lead, economy-wise, not a fun time if you're Hydra. Not a fun time if you're in Hydra's position. You know, take a look at the kill count already. Clover 330, you know, BLC on the Riz 051 as well. So it's really hard for BLC to set up fights because, you know, the equipments for ACT is there already, especially for Flukio. Plus the crowd control, right? We saw BLC hovering around the front, you know, being a frontliner. But the crowd control that ACT has is just tremendous. And with the winner crown already in hand for the side of Flukio, it's just harder to take Flukio down. They got a kill on towards Flukio, but unfortunately it wasn't a shutdown. There wasn't a bounty. So, you know, the equipments, man, it's just too far. 9K for the side of Flukio compared to Bruno, who is what, 6.5. It's tough. So ACT, what they're
tough.
saying, you know what? We're gonna delay the end because the angles were shut down by the side of Hydra. But the Lord here, the next Lord, is inevitable. And that might be the angle for ACT. To have that 6th man, to have that extra push, to end the series right then and there.
That's true. Basically, their gold laner is like 2 items. Luca's like almost 2 items away ahead of
That's
Watson.
crazy.
So that's, if you think about it, that is insane. How do you actually catch up to that? We're waiting for that like Bruno 1K crit situation. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. And while you're doing that, you have a Claude that is blazing the wet in your face with a Winter Crown, and you can't really hit anything. You're hitting air. You can just dash away.
Yeah, and now Flukio has the orange buff. So more damage. Oh, that's the engage.
Yep, more damage. There you go with the knockup. And again, that Violent Requiem just basically freezing them in place. Sylvie gonna be waiting for that last bit of health. Not gonna be getting it. At least it's 1 down. But only Belby, only Watson are staying alive here. And the knockup into Watson just cements game number 2. And just like everyone did predict, it is a 2-0 for ACT.
You can see ACT just so comfortable. Oh, okay. Pops a scuba
Someone's
emote
swimming.
there. Yeah, someone is
Alright.
definitely swimming. And with this victory, ACT just solidifies their current positions standing-wise. Meanwhile, Hydra, again, just suffering another loss here. I believe sitting around the bottom of the table of the current standings, and you can see their faces as well, not enjoying that result. But man, ACT, what a showing. What, again, just a different style of game 2 if you compare it to game 1, but it is still very, very dominating, man. That towards the end, you know, that engage from the Kalea, from Sylvie, again, just opened things up, added with his twin. Oh man, you know, the Guinevere, the crowd control is insane. We might see it here on the replay. Flukio got taken down here, not a shutdown kill. But after taking, you know, that turret bot, it's just over for the side of Hydra. See Sylvie here engaging 1, and the crowd control layer after was just too much. It overwhelmed Hydra, which allows, you know, ACT to have a game-ending push, a series-ending push rather. And there you go, 2-0 done, Rockhart.
สวัสดีค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะทั้ง 2 คนนะคะจากทีม ACT Esport นะคะทั้งน้องเซอร์ลอนแล้วก็น้องฟุกิโยของเรานะคะก่อนอื่นเลยนะขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะที่วันนี้เนี่ยได้มาอีก1คะแนนแล้วโอเคอ่ะขอทราบความรู้สึกก่อนเลยว่าเป็นยังไงที่เราเก็บมาได้อีก1แต้มแล้วในวันนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ว่า ชนะแบบเราก็พยายามมาเยอะครับ
เราก็รู้สึกใจชื้นเนาะเพราะว่าได้เพิ่มมาอีก1คะแนนจะได้ง่ายๆขึ้นในรอบแมตช์ตัดไปใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
เซอร์ลอตตอบให้พี่หน่อยได้ไหม
ดีใจเหมือนกันครับ
โอเคดีใจสุดๆเลยไหม สุดๆเลยโอเคท่าทางอาจจะยังแต่ดีใจจริงโอเคค่ะอ่ะเดี๋ยวขอถามดีกว่าว่าสำหรับตัวเราเนี่ยเราให้คะแนนเมื่อกี้ฟอร์มการเล่นของทีมเราเมื่อกี้กี่คะแนนดีเต็ม10เราให้ตัวเองกี่คะแนนให้ตัวเองก็ได้ให้แค่ตัวเอง
ให้ก้าวก็ยังมีช็อตพลาดอยู่บ้าง
อ๋อให้9เพราะว่ายังมีบางช็อตพลาดช็อตไหนพลาด
ก็เป็นเกมแรกครับช็อตตอนเสาขึ้นเนอะ
แต่ว่าไม่เป็นไรใช่ไหมเราจะเอาไปปรับแล้วครั้งหน้าเราไม่พลาดแน่นอน
ครับ
โอเคใช่ครับ ฟุกิโย
ก็ให้10เลยครับ เพราะว่าผมไม่ได้ทำอะไรเลยครับ
นึกว่าจะให้11เพราะว่าเก่งเกิน
อ๋อ
อ๋อไม่ใช่ให้10พอเนาะ
ครับ
แล้วรู้สึกว่าแบบวันนี้ฟอร์มเราดีไหมฟอร์มทีมเราแบบ เป็นอย่างที่ซ้อมมาไหม
ก็เป็นอย่างที่ซ้อมเลยครับ
เป็นไปอย่างที่ซ้อมเนาะแล้ววันนี้เนี่ยคือจังหวะทีมไฟท์เนี่ยเราทำได้ดีมากๆเลยเนาะแบบต่อสกิลกันแบบรู้มือรู้ใจกันสุดๆเลย อยากรู้ว่าเคล็ดลับการเข้าไฟท์ของทีมเราคืออะไร
ก็มองตาก็รู้ใจครับ
รู้มือมองตาก็รู้ใจแล้วเซอร์ลอสล่ะ ไม่รู้ คือมันเก่งเองเนาะเราก็ไม่รู้ว่ามันทำยังไงเพราะว่าเก่งเองโอเคแล้ววันนี้ในทีมเราเนี่ยเราให้ใครเป็น MVP สำหรับความรู้สึกเรา
ให้ใครดี
ให้ใครดีให้ใครดี
ผมให้ไปเปอร์แล้วกันครับ
ให้ไฟเปอร์ทำไม
ครับ
โอ้ยโหเสียงส่งเสียงทำไมเราให้ไฟเปอร์เป็น MVP
เพราะว่าเป็นพี่ชายผมเองครับ
เป็นพี่ชายเซอร์ลอสล่ะให้ใครเป็น MVP มีแอบส่งซิก
ให้ฟุกแล้วกันเนาะ
ให้ฟุกโอเคคำถามสุดท้ายก่อนที่เราจะให้น้องๆทั้งสองคนนะคะ ไปพักนั่นก็คือมีอะไรนะคะอยากบอกกับแฟนๆที่มาเชียร์เราทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ทางออนไลน์
ก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆที่เชียร์พวกเราด้วยนะครับ ก็พวกเราก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ในแมตช์ต่อไปครับ
โอเคเซอร์ลอสล่ะ
ขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณจริงๆโอ้โหสุดยอดเลยตื้นตันมาก ขอบคุณค่ะโอเค เดี๋ยวเราให้น้องทั้งสองคนนะคะ ไปพักก่อนนะคะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเซอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Thank you so much, Miniman, for that interview and ACT. It seems like they're confident as well, and wow, it shows, right? It shows based on how they're playing in that series, man. They're confident taking the playoffs, despite them actually, taking 2 losses match-wise on their record, but it seems like they're able to bounce back.
Yeah, they seem to be very just what's the word I'm looking for? They seem to be very strong with their conviction in the lineup that they drafted, and that's why it's just so easy for them to actually play it out. Especially Guinevere Kalea, bro, it's just, well, how do you even get that wrong, right? You just tsunami slam someone into a Violet Requiem, no need to put any stacks on them or anything, they just fly in the air. And that's, I think that's one combo we should all look out for. It's a very fun combo to run. And against Hydra, not really much they could do about it, except maybe Diggy out of their way out of it. But then who picks Diggy, right? So it's so hard to deal with. Hydra it was an uphill battle. I think from minute number 1, we saw that here. And in this whole series, it feels like ACT they knew what they wanted to happen, man.
Yeah, I think even from their approach from their first game and second game is quite contrasting, but they're able to show that, any type of style, we can play the snowball type and we can also play it hard. We can play fire with fire as well. They drafted themselves a very team fight based composition in that second game. A lot of crowd controls were in their composition. So they're not shy in showing that that their strength is in a team fight. Will show it, right? And again, from the side of Hydra, they got overwhelmed, with the amounts of pressure applied by the side of ACT. Again, just a good game transition to a very well mid game, and we didn't even get to see a lot of action late game. The game is already done. So wow, ACT, congrats.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, any team that's gonna fight ACT in the future will ban out the Claude, right? That's 100%. Whoever that is, whoever is gonna be next on the chopping block, that Claude is so good, man. Flukio was just no fear whatsoever. He was able to win out both laning phases, both late games as well. Only dying once, I think. Yeah, so overall, I would say that ACT is definitely a team that I would study as a very, very big threat coming into this one, and I think that will definitely bump them up a little bit more, even closing that very close to number 2 spot. Actually, they're now at 3 with a 4-2 score record.
Yeah, again, just that's a safe spot, right? Teams, I think they're looking for that 4 wins because the teams that are currently at the bottom, they only got 1 wins. So
Yeah.
if they really want to have space, if they really want to solidify that playoff position, 4 is the magic number, which I think we now get 3 teams already, right? With KOG, Bacon Time, and now ACT already getting that 4 sweet number. So it adds more air. I think it relaxes them more before getting locked in again for playoffs. But teams that are currently at the bottom, this is their time to rise again. Let's give a special shout out again for that MVP. So first game it went to Flukeo. The second game it went to Zeros, who rocked the Guinevere 1-0-17 as a Gwyn jungler. That's a lot of, he really enables a team fight.
That's right. If you could count the air time or crowd control time for Steros here, that's probably going to be why he is MVP. Aside from obviously a very high kill participation at 90%. The damage, I don't mind. If your Guinevere is not doing damage, it's okay. As long as your opponents are not moving, you're doing your job, bro. That's basically it.
And yeah, you're right. And it just shows that the Guinevere is still a viable pick, in the jungler position. We tend to forget, right? Because the rising popularity in Suyos, the Harleys even.
Yeah.
But the Guinevere, man, situationally, it still does its job, especially combined or paired with a Kalea. It's just more devastating.
Yeah. Because usually Guinevere needs like stacks on the target so that you can get it or maybe knock him out himself or herself. But with the Kalea just brings targets to the Violet Requiem with the Tsunami Slam. It's so easy. And even a Tidal Strike for AoE. So honestly, it feels like it's just a no-brainer to run it. Even with the Harley, one of the most respected junglers, one of the most feared junglers right now. It's just no match. It can't really do much. And even the Harley, since you don't have a Purify, right? You're threatened. You're scared that you're gonna get hit by the Kalea. And yeah, when that happens, you just say bye-bye, man. There's no turtle fight, no lord fight. People are just gonna walk all over your team. And that's what we saw here in this whole series, or in this whole game number 2.
Definitely. And again, with the amount of firepower that ACT has, they're confident to just, let's look for a fight, let's look for an opening. And this was the game-ending push where Hydra, they couldn't farm themselves really well during the laning phase. They lose out on a lot of objectives as well. And first game, it was 14-3. ACT, second game, more action, adds more kills. 20-4. With just 2 minutes difference compared to game 1 and 2.
Yeah, just 2-minute difference. It felt like it maybe could have happened, but the Holy Shield was still active. That's why they were able to repel the first Lord. But the second one, it was just impossible to deal with, man. Scary, scary stuff from ACT.
It is. And again, with the items being very far apart, I think we can't really analyze. And yeah, it's just so clear. It's night and day again, especially if you compare to Flukeo and Watson, right? 45,000 damage dealt by this Claude. And you can see him taking the category for that Richmond and as well as the carry. And again, best wingman goes to Zeros, right? The jungler on that Guinevere, 17 assists, almost a 20 assists on the board there. As Nongyo, unfortunately at Khalid, he was the sand bag as he was as a Khalid. That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. In the Khalid, it's just it feels almost, impossible to deal with in certain situations. But in this specific scenario, it just, it was relegated to becoming passive. It was relegated to just being a meat shield. And even Quicksand Guard was so hard to do because, you have knockups, you have stuns. You can't really regen that much. And that's why it was just such a scary lineup to fight. And I understand why, it went out that way. Excellent drafting from ACT, and obviously even better execution coming from them.
Yeah, I think props to the coach, right? I believe it was Coach Shadow. So that was the first series, Rockhart. That was the action just from the first series. We got 3 more series up ahead of us, all right, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned, because Gani and Rockhart, MSL Thailand Season 1, Week 4, Day 1. We will be right back.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can show I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to who, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Shake it to left, shake it to right. Got you now, got you now. I can control, I'm flying high. Shake it to right, shake it to left. Try to hook, how's my skill? Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Bigger, 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 bigger. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield. Welcome to the Hook Battlefield.
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
เอาละค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะก็กลับมาเจอกับพิธีกรแบบนี้ก็แปลว่า ความมันของเราเนี่ยกำลังจะเริ่มต้นแล้วค่ะ เกมที่ 2 ของเราในวันนี้นะคะ เป็นการเจอกันของ 2 ทีมตัวตึงที่อันดับในตารางนะคะ ตอนนี้คะแนนเนี่ยถือว่าสูสีกันมากๆเลย ทีมแรกนะคะก็คือทีมยักษ์แดงวลีไทย e-sport นะคะที่ล่าสุดเนี่ยเพิ่งแพ้ไป 2 นัดแต่ไม่เป็นไรค่ะเดี๋ยววันนี้นะคะเราจะมาดูกันนะคะว่าเกมนี้จะเป็นจุดเปลี่ยนของทีมนี้ได้หรือไม่ วันนี้นะคะเขาจะต้องเจอกับเจ้าแพ้ดื้อเทนาซิตี้ค่ะซึ่งเป็นอีกหนึ่งทีมนะคะที่ฟอร์มเนี่ยกำลังดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆเลยนะคะเล่นเข้าขากันมากขึ้นทุกวันเลยบอกเลยนะคะว่าแพ้ตัวนี้เนี่ยกำลังดื้อมากเลยถ้าลองเทียบรายชื่อผู้เล่นของ2ทีมนี้นะคะก็ถือว่าสูสีกันมากๆเลยนะคะโดยเฉพาะแก้วนะคะจากวลีไทยกับไอ้น้ำของเทนาซิตี้เนี่ยก็คือ2ผู้เล่นนะคะจากสปป.ลาวนะคะที่ฟอร์มดีมากๆเลยมาดูกันนะคะว่าวันนี้เนี่ย2คนนี้นะคะใครเขาจะโชว์ฟอร์มเล่นได้โหดกว่ากันและได้คะแนนในวันนี้ไปค่ะถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3ท่านได้เลยค่ะ
I'm pretty sure these guys are roaring after a pretty long break to go into series number 2. What do you think about the previous match first, Goning?
You know what? I think Rockhart, thank you so much again. But the previous match, it was again just a team that was able to show good qualities of MLBB and a team struggling to find their rhythm still. So I'm hoping the narrative changes here for our second match because on paper it feels similar, right? It feels similar if we compare our second match and our first match. Let's see though.
That's right. It's going to be King of Gamers versus E-Arena. So, KOG, obviously, just so dominant. They have beaten out so many teams right now so far. Again, very strong teams as well. I believe we do have wins against SLX, 10, Bacon, and most of them have been 2-0s. So they've been sweeping. They've been sweeping, Goni. And so far, I would say we do have next is E-Arena. They did take some time to get going. Again, losing out on O2s, but they did eke out a win that is against FS. So that should be very interesting for us to watch. If maybe they have actually picked up steam after how many weeks here in MSL. I'm hoping some pretty good changes as well. And right now, it does feel like it's up and up. We will definitely see our predictions later. It feels like the up and up for KOG. A lot of people would probably be behind this team, rooting for them. But then again, we are here in the MSL where anything can really happen, right?
You know what? Anything can really happen here. But I know, what, Rockhart, I know you're excited to see KOG, but we got to see VLTH versus Tenacity first, I believe, right? That's going to be our upcoming match.
Oh,
where,
right.
Yeah, I think that's going to be also interesting. But yeah,
All
I think I'm very intrigued to see what KOG will bring later on as we take a look here a bit on the standings, right? After that win, ACT actually bumped their positioning because it was a 2-0. Even though, right, it's an 4-2 record, but their net game win is above Bacon Time. So Bacon Time, if they want to be runner-up standing-wise, they got to win 2-0 next.
That's right. They're so neck and neck, right? It feels like one win might actually bump you to number 2. here, if I believe. No.
Yeah.
They're gonna be number 3 at least, with a
Yeah,
4-2 record. But they will be behind ACT, which by the way is second. Wow, all right. But that's how thin it is, right? That's how thin the margins are here, Donnie. It's literally one game from 4th, you're second. So it's anyone's game here. And we're going to the Laos rivalry. Obviously, we see here some really strong action from the previous one. I feel, yeah, Lunox very definitely looking forward to seeing that, if ever. But you can see the dominance here, right, being displayed on screen.
I mean, it's just a lot of like good calls, right, from the side of VLTH, and we get to see glimpses of that sort of, you know, quality from Tenacity as well here on taking a fight here. Again, on the Joy though, right? It's an interesting pick from Tenacity. Not really popular nowadays. Maybe they're a patch too late. But let's see here, with a week already, you know, maybe they have time to like increase their qualities in other areas, in other heroes, because I don't feel like the Joy is going to fly high here in this current meta.
Absolutely, especially since what we saw earlier as well, right? There's like a prevalence of Guinevere's and Kaleas. Good luck moving through the Joy there, because yeah, Joy used to be such a treat to use, but then again, they removed the crowd control immunity, which means now you can kind of just deal with the Joy. If it goes into electrifying beats, it's kind of a bit easier to deal with. Obviously, it's still very, you know, it still packs a punch. Don't get me wrong. It just feels like Joys right now are just not as unstoppable as what they once seemed, with Suyo basically just going to be able to demolish most Joys in a head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, I think a lot of like more, I guess, more popular picks here in the jungles that is more suitable, right? So let's see though, you know, they pulled a Joy out, didn't really like work out for the side of Tenacity. So maybe they, you know what, let's adjust, let's hard shift, you know, and they drafted themselves more popular picks. Going up against VLTH rather, it's going to be very tough since, you know, they're in the safe zone, already 3 wins in hand again. They want a win again to get that 4-match win record, and if possible in a 2-0 fashion, right? So Tenacity, I am hoping that they can give VLTH a hard time here in this match, not be pushovers, you know.
That's right. Don't be a pushover. You want that 1 win. That's gonna remove you from basically number 7, right? Because everyone's at 1. Once you get to 4, it's like you're almost untouchable for like the next 2 weeks or something. So yeah, getting into 7, getting into that secured spot will definitely help out with your confidence. 100%, you're going to be a lot more confident. You're going to be able to maybe show off more of your gameplay, which is exactly what you want to see develop. And yeah, we're going into the player walk-in now. Kasaf and Distai and our teams, Tenacity and VLTH Esports.
Yes, sir. It's going to be very, again, just chaotic, right? I expect a chaotic fight here from both sides here. Tenacity with maybe
ทางที่
having
ไม่ง่าย
a
กับโอกาสที่เหลือไม่มาก เกมสำคัญที่ไม่มีใครยอมพลาดวลีไทยทีมฟอร์มร้อนแรงที่เคยสร้างผลงานได้อย่างโดดเด่น แต่ตอนนี้พวกเขากำลังอยู่ในสถานการณ์ที่กดดัน ต้องกลับมาคุมเกมของตัวเองให้ได้อีกครั้ง ต้องมาเจอกับ Tenacity ทีมฟอร์มดีที่กำลังรักษาตำแหน่งของตัวเองไว้ และพร้อมที่จะยืนระยะเพื่อเข้าสู่เพลย์ออฟชัยชนะในแมตช์นี้จึงเป็นแต้มสำคัญของทั้งสองทีม เพราะทุกเกมคือการรักษาตำแหน่ง เพราะทุกเกมคือแต้มที่ต้องคว้าเอาไว้ และนี่คือเกมที่ไม่มีคำว่าพลาด
And here we go into our head-to-head for VLTH and Tenacity. Very close. This is as actually very, very close, especially in terms of KDA and GPM. Now in team fighting, obviously we're just gonna see Griffith eke out a little bit ahead. But I would say KO's a pretty close second.
It is quite close here, and KO. Maybe you saw it from that VT Rock Hard. He was rocking the red hair as well, so he's cool. He seems like a cool guy. Will that coolness be able to, be evident in the Lana Donna going up against Griffith or Griff maybe? Again, you're right. Stat-wise, is very close. Even Griffith has a single-digit death there. So that's interesting, knowing that Tenacity, their positionings ain't really good, but as a gold laner, your death is rather small.
Yeah, especially in a league that really loves it when you go chaotic, when you go very unpredictable. Navigating through that unpredictability honestly becomes very, very difficult. So yeah, I really feel like that's an achievement on itself, right? So we'll see if that's gonna change here today as we head on to our match number 2. We've got obviously a pretty random draw here. We've seen 2 dangerous grass games already, and now we're gonna go on expanding rivers. Definitely, the expanding rivers will definitely help this become a bit more of a fast-paced game. And fast pace here in Thailand, it just sounds insane.
It sounds insane. It seems like KO is ready, and you're right. I want to see more action, especially during neutral objective fights here with the expanding rivers to play with. That's gonna be the Fanny band and the Baksha band respectively. 3 jungler bands here from both sides, right? So the options for jungler is getting quite restricted, but then again, the Suyo is still on the board. We saw a Gwyn game earlier on, so keep that in mind, folks.
Yeah, more jungler bands. Like, make it a 6 jungler band. Come on. I'm not sure if that's gonna happen. Obviously not, right? It's not gonna happen, but that'll be fun. We're restricting basically movements for water and Kadinaru, and you're absolutely right. It feels like the Guinevere is going to be a very high contention, especially since a lot of these junglers are out. Suyo obviously still the prime jungler right now. Man, I love the resurgence here of Suyo. But here's the thing. Freya, are we gonna let that go, or are we gonna let that slip, guys? What are we doing here?
Yeah, I think now with the Freya not banned, it's kind of on Valley Thai here to open things more, right? They're opening potentially the Zushin, the Freya, and if they want to go crazy, I mean, we saw a Claude first pick from the previous years as well. If the KO is really comfortable on that as well, can go through, but if not, the Harith, I feel like it's also a first phase ban, and there you go. This is what they're doing, right? They're opening more options to, force Tenacity to ban the popular picks or the meta picks, so to speak.
Yeah, and they're leaving it up to Tenacity to do the housekeeping, essentially here. Again, forcing a Freya ban will probably just result to so many things getting open. Zushin, Claude, take your pick. If you're Valley Thai, you've got the whole world. The whole world's your oyster.
Exactly. And it's going to be very tough here for Tenacity to decide on which. Because I feel like Freya is a must ban. But no, they decide that, what? Let's leave the Freya open. And let's ask Valley Thai the question, are you going to pick up the Freya? Because technically Harris is still on the board as well. The Suyo is definitely a pick that Tenacity can pick up later on the second pick if Valley Thai neglects it.
I think so. You're absolutely right. This is a challenge, And Tenacity says, you know what? Challenge accepted. We will take it. Go ahead, pick the Freya. We got lots of picks available. And the Phoveus actually might be a great way to play Inuit.
This is a bold pick, and then I understand why as well. And again, yeah, I
Right,
think.
we're going.
Sorry, guys. I think we're experiencing technical difficulties, but yeah, as I was saying, with the picks, right? A lot of on the board. Phobius, again, I was about to say that the first neutral objective take, which is the turtle, is still going to be very strong. You can pair it with a Leo Mord that is also available, maybe. If they want to go Suyo, if Tenacity doesn't pick it up. So again, the Phobius pick, I understand it very well. And in the EXP lane, I think it's a tier S, EXP laner.
Yeah, it will also actually pretty much discourage picks like the Leomord. It'll discourage picks like the Harif and the Freya. They've got so many mobility tools that will only help out that Phobius so much more. So good luck dealing with that. That's why I feel like if you don't ban out the Phobius, Freya's available. I think that's okay for me. I will take that trade. Usually in those scenarios, I've actually seen, it's so funny. I've actually seen Leomords and Phobiuses go 1v1. The Leomord just normal attacks, doesn't even cast his skills. It's that bad. So that's on Phantom Steed form. So that's why I feel like the Phobius is such a good pick. Freya's right now, obviously, aside from insane attack speed, you need those. You need to hit both skills, right? You need to activate both skills to proc that. And Phobius will be able to answer most of it. Now, it can't just be the Phobius, right? There needs to be like an extra layer that they will use to control the attack speed if ever the Freya does go through. But then again, so many things can do that. Kalea can do that. Guinevere can do that. Even picks like the Hylos. By the way, Hylos such an underrated pick against heroes like the Freya or the Phobius. The Freya and the Leomord. Just because I feel like people forget its passive Ring of Punishment, it slows down attack speed the more you're in it. Right? So those are the picks that are definitely open here for Valley 5. Let's see if they're going to pick it up.
Let's see. And I really like the Hylos, that you brought up the Hylos as well, because I feel like it is an underrated pick. The presence itself, right? The presence that Hylos brings during, say, neutral objective fights, even when you're in the jungles, it's just so big and it's so tanky. You might think, what, the Hylos is kind of isolated. I think 3 members of us, or maybe me and my teammates, can take the Hylos down, but no, you're not, because suddenly comes out the Revitalize, right? And he's all okay again, ready to fight again. And the stun, the Law and Order stun is just so annoying. Definitely can break momentums during, an engage. And that extra second, that extra stun can definitely make, or most definitely break, your opponent in such an easy fashion as well. So yeah, be ready for a Hylos pick in that roam position, since the Phobius were picked up, and the Suyos, the Leomors, and maybe the mid laners here we can without the Zushin. So I expect maybe it's a Ziv and Zetian, sort of head to head. But knowing Valley Thai, I believe they can brought out the Lunox, which definitely can shred the tankier units. And here it is.
Oh,
the overview.
Wow. I love this. I think even though we didn't see this whole draft, it kind of boiled out basically how we predicted it. It's the Harif trade. Tenacity got it. They got the Hylos and Leomord. They got the Hylos to deal with the Freya. It's all fun. It's all pretty fun here. I love both drafts.
Yeah, and especially you mentioned as well Lilia, right? And in the previous match. We will get to see it on our second here, dealing with a lot of close gappers, I gotta say, right? And Lilia going up against these type of heroes does well, but you gotta underline it after level 4 and if the Lilia gets the items, right? Before level 4,
Right.
getting jumped on by Freya, getting jumped on by Guinevere and Khalid, you know, this Lilia is quite vulnerable. So, you know, better space out well here from the side of Lord, guys.
I completely agree. This Lilia is very strong, but I think that strength will come around 10 minutes, 9 minutes, when you actually have really good cooldown reduction items. So good luck keeping that alive for now. And we're going into our first game of match number 2. Man, Valley Fi, you know what? When you think about it, they're almost all of them are frontliners. They're all gonna want to group together. We have a prediction there. I believe that was both 2 for us. And yeah, it feels like it's going to be a pretty close match in some scenarios. In this specific draft, I think it can be very close. The Freya is left open on the field. Although, again, it's not an instant win always for the Freya. So you have to just keep it alive. You have to keep it farming. That's easier said than done in some scenarios.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, early Purifier top. So that's a win for KO. And again, Griff needs to space himself well, going up against Freya that is in the early game, right? It seems like that us casters are in an agreement, right? We're unanimous technically and Valley Thai getting the series, but various scoreboards though. I myself 2-0, you yourself 2-1, so but outcome is the same.
Yeah, obviously Valley Fi still is very, very dominant. Even the audience is predicting pretty much that way. And I really like that at least now, there's still some clutch factors that could come into play here, especially later on. Leomore definitely very strong. A very good setup from the Alice could really disrupt Valley Fi. So let's see if that's going to happen. As for the meantime, it's going to be a fun Lord take for sure. Sorry, Turtle take rather.
Yeah, and Tenacity already forced a flicker onto James, so no flicker Raging Sandstorm from this Khalid. As Valley Thai here, it's like, oh, that's a great Throne of Ruin. Finding 2, that's gonna be a stun. Oh, a knock-up though from the side of Guinevere. That's first blood. And the second one, looking for the third one. KO! Still able to close the gap. 3 kills on the board here for Valley Thai, and they got the turtle.
Which is definitely a lot stronger of a start compared to the previous games we've done today, man. And what we actually kind of predicted did happen. We saw, BS the High Loss trying to basically just maneuver into the middle of the fight. But Valley Fi says, you know what? We like it when you group up together. We like it when you try to counter what we're doing, because we're probably going to do it better. And they did. They did do it a lot better. BS just doesn't have that tankiness quite yet. Surely you want to get that Elegant Gem on. And look at that! Oh,
that's going to be an engage on towards Katanaru, who is still isolated and will be taken down. Water will be traded though, so both junglers going down here, 3rd minute.
that is huge. Valley Fi right now feels like they're getting everything. Although, again, Katanaru was taken out as well. It only slows you down for only a little bit. While that's happening, while he's down, James actually on the side. He is actually making so much space.
Griff still able to get away with a sidestep on that channel force, but take a look at the turret, right? It is shredded down. The gold shield for KO is almost at maximum there, so that's huge value, and you can see it already that the gap here, 4 minutes in, it's almost 2.5.
That's basically all of the gold on that turret, plus obviously so many waves being absorbed by KO. So as time is passing by, it feels like KO's almost going to be unstoppable here. Unless, again, BS can kind of just check him each and every time. And while, BS has to do so much, he also has to keep water safe.
Yeah, this is It's looking very bleak. Shajay now getting engaged on, reaching Sandstorm defensively. Tenacity couldn't close the gap there. And before the turtle spawn, before the turtle fight here even, they reset a lot of resources already. Hence, VLTH here already with the initiative on that turtle. But they're taking their time here. As Tenacity is already roaming around, they're going to commit on towards the turtle. Lord guys zoned away. And that's a clean turtle take. Top lane action though is going to be KO and a Griff. Shaman Force already popped under the turret, forcing KO back. And that's about it.
Yeah, it feels like this, despite Harris being super strong right now, it feels like KO on that Freya can kind of just kite around it, even in the Shaman Force, not so scared. We didn't even see KO threatened there. Didn't even reach half HP.
This is getting tougher here for Tenacity as their space for farm is limited now. KO is having an okay time here on this Freya. Looking for a possible opening. Lord guys is here. And they want to clear. Let's see the dive here. 4-man rotating towards top versus 3. That's going to be a stun towards 2 members. KO will be taken down though. That's going to be VS still surviving as Griff with the composure that he has finds the kill. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Tenacity.
There you go. Tenacity is fighting back hard, and all of that gold actually going over the Griff is huge, right? That's where Tenacity wants all of that kill gold to go over, and now they might actually have a bit of a fairer fight, but checking the items, he does have a few more ways to go. But the thing is, again, you are already started on the journey. You're already halfway through. You were able to kind of shut down the Freya, not completely shut down, doesn't have like shut down gold or anything, but you slowed down the farm. That's the big thing, right? You'll see this under there. It was a very nice attempt, also layered with that Fury of the Phoenix, but it was under tower. They were fighting under tower. They took way too many tower shots, more than I'm comfortable with.
They got overzealous there, I feel like. Rockhard
Yeah.
and Tenacity, they capitalize on that sort of situation now. Pops the Steed. Respacing on Linksy. The Tenacity here looking to close the gap, but VLTH here still staying calm. Look at the jungler levels here. It is actually in favor for Water here, who is level 10.
Which is odd. I was actually quite expecting Karinaru to have a big lead since, they were so busy trying to defend so often. But I guess we're not really seeing the impact of the focus quite yet, right? So Water is not having a hard time yet. We haven't seen a 5-man. Mr. Song Jin-woo here as well, not really super in the fights quite yet. So dare I say, we might see a stronger team fight once Tenacity groups up as 5. Let's see if that's gonna happen now.
They're focusing on towards the bottom side here, as it is actually still very, very civil, I gotta say.
Very civil.
Very civil earlier, no one's pulling the trigger just yet, but take a look at top, right? We might see a jungler v jungler action, as it is actually pushing forward side of VLTH. So, Tenacity, they gotta clear that wave very soon.
Yeah, you know what? Despite obviously VLTH still having a lead, jungler versus jungler feels like it should go over the water, but not if the crowd control goes in here just like that. Layered so perfectly, didn't have any time to react, bro.
It's again the power of Guinevere. We saw that in the previous series. We get to see it again here in the second one. And let's see the response here. Lord guys spots the black shoots in very awkward positioning. Capitalized again by VLTH. So that's 2 kills in under 30 seconds. Take a look at the chain reaction, right? Purple buff take instantly by VLTH.
It starts, right? It's the Hunger Games all over. We're starting to see their jungler being basically blocked off. Griffin, though, they're able to at least clear the minion waves. I thought they were gonna do something crazy, but no, just wants to clear. They want to drag it out. They thought someone was gonna go for a fight. But look at those, man. They're trying. Their turret's gonna get willed down so quickly.
Wow, they got top earlier. They got bot now. So Tenacity less space to work with. So they gotta be more decisive here. I feel like they're hesitating a lot here, which again VLTH will capitalize on like hesitation. So yeah, now with the Lord up here, both teams already like shifting towards the Lord's area. Bottom side is slightly pushing towards Tenacity though.
Yeah, that flow control is going to be so crucial, especially now that I think they want to group up as 5. They're grouping around this Lord. They know how crucial this is, so I don't think they're going to let this go. But Water doesn't feel like he's in the position to go here.
Not just yet. Not just yet. Spells are all up though, by the way. So, you know, technically we are already... Oh, Harris shows bot. So VLTH will pull the trigger and commits on towards the Lord here. As Tenacity, I think their call is, you know what, let's just let this Lord go. It's a first Lord. Let's not risk anything crazy, as it is still a big lead, 5,000. But if we force it, it's going to be double, right? Their gap.
Yeah.
So that's a steed here, popped by Water. Glorious Pathway popped up, isolating KO, and that's going to be Griffith finding a kill. That's going to be another kill on the board by Nicholas. So the patience from Tenacity, it actually pays off.
Yeah, it paid off so much, especially considering that now it's a free V5. What's your Lord Wave gonna do? They're not even gonna lose towers behind this, Goni. And this time, it's gonna be them on the attack.
Yeah, with the winner crown here, Cat Naru trying to find something. Chajane flickers out towards the back. Cat Naru caught there, isolated, and as well as the Lingxi, not good positioning. And that's gonna be 2 kills added again towards Tenacity. Boy, oh boy, VLTH, slowly but surely, they're crumbling.
Yeah, that gold lead is gonna start diminishing very, very soon. Now they've also given a lot of gold over the Water and Griff. So Griff feels like he's in such a comfortable position right now. I'm not sure what happened there, man. VLTH feels like they didn't want to take the fight, which is weird for me because it feels like you can. They're playing it a lot more passive, giving Tenacity time to dive in.
Yeah, again, I think a moment of overzealousness again from side of VLTH earlier. You know, getting the Lord and having no point. I feel sure you were applying pressure in the jungles of Tenacity, but you're discounting the damage output that Tenacity can bring earlier. So now it's an even game. A minute to the next Lord, and Tenacity with the Harith, and you mentioned the Lilia, right? 10-minute mark, it's 12. So power spike is definitely already hit for Lord guys.
Yeah, especially if we check items for sure. Lord guys, the moment you get that cooldown reduction, you can just pop these looms non-stop. And if VLTH is grouping up, that's exactly what they want. They want you to group up. Tenacity wants you to just, you know, stay there, dive in the glorious pathway, get slowed down, get bursted up. But now it's VLTH's turn, right? This time they just have to avoid the Zaman Force properly. They should be able to find a pretty good fight. Keep that mobility going. That's what they want to see. There you go. Got that penetration, got that burn, and the cooldown reduction. So Lilia is definitely up and running here. But so is the Zetian.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting approach here entering the late game, where we get to see a damage reliant, I mean, mid lane that wants to deal damage, and a mid lane that wants to support, right, on that Zetian. Oh, Griff. And Naru is saying hi, and Griff. Okay, they don't want to pull the trigger.
Whatsoever. Yeah, they know there's still a Lord fight. There's a Lord fight they need to get ready for. They don't want to pull any shenanigans on the other side of the map. And we will see definitely a lot more control here for VLTH, but look at that. Tenacity is getting more confidence to take this fight around this Lord.
Let's see the execution and the bounce back from side of VLTH. The Lord will should be resetted here. It should be a reset. PO now showing Reggie. Sandstorm finds two! That's the opening that they want with the Dark Wave combined. Water, though, will focus on towards the Lord. Tajane taken down. No Griff, ladies and gentlemen. So VLTH, they will just run Tenacity's composition as they will find 4 members. Left standing is Lord, guys, in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's just insane. There is just so much going on there. A complete dive in for the Lilia. Doesn't have the black shoes as well. I think that is going to be such a huge blow. We saw it here. They tried to dance around that Zaban force, but without the Harith, it's very apparent, right? There's just not much firepower left to use here for Tenacity. And they're going to lose out on those waves. They're going to give out so much gold over the VLTH because of that. But, you know what? Maybe they can still get this Lord. Who knows? Without Katinaru on the map, VLTH going to have to try to delay this as much as they can.
Yeah, interesting, right? They got a wipeout, but they weren't able to take and clear the Lord. They took the mid turret though. Glorious Pathway popped by BS, and they're focusing on towards the Lord here. Uh-oh, Nicholas finds the Lord as the Fury of the Phoenix allows the Phobius to take it. Nicholas taken down as well as Shajane though. As VLTH, they are still able to find something on the board despite them being on the back foot.
Yeah, it feels like we're running out. They kind of run out of steam halfway through the fight. I don't know. That there's something weird happening with VLTH where there's a random opportunity being found by Tenacity, and maybe then again that is just Tenacity finding their mark, right? But VLTH is just not as consistent as I thought they would be here in this fight.
Not yet, right? At least in this game. I agree. I think they gotta stay composed, I think, right? They're not really composed here. As we take a little bit look here, let's take a look at the items here already. Okay, full items on KO and full items on Harith, you know? So the fight is going to be very, very big. But that Lord, again, 2 Lords already in the bags of VLTH, but I feel like it's irrelevant, you know? It's just a giveaway, Lord. You know, Tenacity is able to clear both Lords with minimum damage taken, I gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, that's the second Lord that wasn't really utilized to do anything. VLTH actually got more of an advantage without the Lord, right? They were able to just do a clean wipeout, almost a wipeout, and then just take turrets and take those minion waves. But now it feels like we are on even Stevens. That goal lead, 3.7k, feels a little negligible now that Tenacity can actually fight back. Again, sticking true to their name here. Love what Tenacity is doing. We might definitely see them fight for this Lord, but for now, I think Tenacity should be more focused on making sure that their jungle is at least secure, so that they don't, they don't get taken by surprise.
Yeah, they're definitely more tenacious here, right? Tenacity. But yeah, I think the only thing that VLTH can still flex towards Tenacity is their turrets, right? I think all turrets still standing here for VLTH says something, and we're 18 minutes in, folks. So we're in the deep late game, and structure-wise, you know, it's still up for side of VLTH, all of them. So now with the Evolved Lord, folks, keep in mind, Evolved Lord, it's going to be very, very tough. Oh, that's going to be an engage. Glorious Pathway committed there, as nothing follows it up, though. So VLTH, that's going to be a huge knock-up on towards the Hylos. Pops to revitalize early. That's info, right? As VLTH are teasing around the Lord. Tenacity looking for an angle to strike back.
Yeah, and striking back is going to be a lot harder than it looks, just because of, if you make a mistake, you might just get demolished. There's also a possibility of the Lord's Assist here. So you gotta be careful if you're Tenacity. They're looking for that angle though. They know they need to contest this Lord. No way that they just let this go. But Grift is actually just on the backside. He's getting hunted down by Cha Jim as well. So it's not as easy as it seems to be.
No, and I think for both sides as well. This is why VLTH as well, right? They're taking their time here in this lore take. They want to get some sort of idea on the whereabouts. Water hasn't shown on the map for a good like 2-3 minutes. That's why Shajame is on a recon, right? Looking for water. Water's not giving anything towards the VLTH side. Bottom side is slightly pushing towards VLTH. Bottom side here. So
yeah,
VLTH can play around that.
Yeah, and I think they're definitely going to play around that just because they know they don't have to rush it. They don't need to force a Lord right away. They just make it as an ongoing threat. While, of course, they kind of just deal with the map. They do have a bit more mobility on their own. Especially, Katinaru kind of just go around and, quick clear. KO can just clear that wave on top side and not be scared of dying instantly. But it's a 5-man unit for Tenacity. They do need to make something happen soon before that bottom wave gets out of control. And I think we might see that soon. Right now at 20 minutes though. This Lord is just gonna become such an unstoppable force later on.
Okay, yeah.
And they're just gonna let
it is. Okay, Khalid shows. So Tenacity will take more space here. Knowing that, you know what? The Khalid is bottom side. Let's take more space in the Lord's Pit. Water pops a steed. That's going to be this place. And a stun as well on towards Nicholas. And here comes the reinforcements. Nicholas very low. Still holding on. But Lord, guys, will burst him down. KO! Stunned up in water. Finds an angle to take KO down. Now with a 5v3 situation, VLTH has nothing to do but go back. And Tenacity will take a structured top. That's their first turret, folks. As Tenacity will and should take this Lord rather easily.
Yeah, VLTH literally dropped the ball here. I don't know what ball they were doing, but they dropped it. They spread themselves across the map. That's too much, man. You spread yourself too thin. And now, because of that, Tenacity found that opening. Very good of them to find, by the way. Very observant. And they just did not hesitate. They went for the kills. Now they're barreling down onto the mid. This time, maybe they're the ones who can exert more jungle pressure. They're doing just that with a big Lord, the big Evolved Lord walking on the top side of the map. It's going to be a lot more difficult now. I don't know what they were thinking, man. What? That was just crazy.
I was speechless as well. Rockhard, I did not know what to say as well. But with the Lord, you mentioned it as well, Evolved one, it's going to be very strong. But interestingly enough here, Tenacity not playing around the passive, not seeking S4. Sung Jinwoo here. Oh, they're actually isolated Katinaru towards the top lane, but Tenacity says, you know what, let's just stick to the Lord. Let's leave Katinaru. That's a 3-man throw in a row and followed up by the Lord, guys, just bursting members down. That's going to be Sung Jinwoo still able to get out. Lord now charges top lane. VLTH looking to restabilize without KO. Now it's 5v4. The Lord should be taken down here surely, but Tenacity says, you know what, let's shift our focus towards the mid and the bot lane as it is looking very juicy. VLTH still waiting on KO, who will arrive in 40 seconds. Shaman Force pops. The mid lane is looking very vulnerable. Shajame has immortality, will lose it surely. Still able to delay, but here comes Sung Jinwoo with Alice now. Waves crashing towards the top. That's a stun. That's the damage coming through from Griffith. Immortality bot all across the board, but 2 members off the board from the side of VLTH allows Tenacity to take space on the main base. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. After 20 minutes plus of game time, Tenacity finds the comeback.
That was just so crazy. I can't even finish my sentence. That's how good they are. Man, Tenacity, again, sticking true to their name, sticking true to their battle cry here. Just knowing when they can fight and taking advantage of an opportunity here. which,
this was
to
it.
be honest, was presented to them.
You're right. And this was it, right? I think you mentioned them being a little bit too spread. Oh, that opening, that Throne of Ruin, man.
That was crazy.
But VLTH, what happened, bro? What happened, bro?
It was just basically them, VLTH having control, and then you fight into an Alice that is happy to absorb your whole team, right? And the Throne of Ruins just chef's kiss on top of an already very sumptuous, delicious cake that was being eaten there by Tenacity. And I think, yeah, we saw what composure does. I think we saw here what discipline does for your team. Not being too overeager, waiting for your moment. It was beautiful to watch, honestly. Despite a very rocky start, despite multiple lords going over to VLTH, bro, it was just one team fight, and you knew what was happening. Once they lost the Freya, once they lost KO as well, you saw how weak the lineup is, right? Like, you saw where was the damage gonna come from, which is amazing to me.
It was really unfortunate for VLTH. I really wonder when they got the wipeout, right? Why didn't they go for the Lord? Why is the Lord still up? That was my only, what was the call there? But we gotta shout out Griff, man. We saw it head to head earlier on Rockhart, where, stat wise, it's quite close. And standing wise, it is not close at all. So against Griffith, showing consistency here with a 619, dropping the Rey Mysterio stat here on this Harith.
That's right. Rey Mysterio would be proud. And right there with that KP, everyone else would be proud, man. He's just turning heads here with just beautiful performance on that Harith. Again, he got that early 2-0 earlier as well, which really helped out so much in making sure that you're not completely left behind, despite VLTH obviously getting the early game lead. So again, your whole team is behind in gold, but when you think about it, it's okay because our gold laner, our main win condition, was actually pretty happy on his own. And I think we saw that for a majority of this fight as well, where despite not being able to dish out as much damage as usual, this Harith, as long as they could control KO, they were fine. They were happy, and using the Alice, it's an excellent tool. Alice passive with Hylos, again, just controls the team fight so that you don't get insta-killed 100-0. And that's all you need. You just need to buy a lot of time. The knockups on the Guinevere are great. To be honest, I like the initial knockups with the Guinevere, but when you lose your Freya, it just, where's the damage, man? We saw that so many times.
Yeah, this was the beginning of the end here. Losing Nicholas was, bearable. I think a 5v4, but then they lose KO straight after, so that's really just adding more salt to the wound. And this was a closer. Again, Griffith, man, only died once in this game. And again, it's just them showing more tenacity.
Yeah, I love that their team name just makes it so easy for us to describe what they're doing. That's just what they are, man. They're so tenacious. They're so resilient. They just love to, be a punching bag and then punch back very, very hard when you least expect it. And I think that's exactly how they got those dubs. Obviously, big props to Water here on this game. This Leomord game was not easy. I gotta tell you, being in that position so many times, it's so hard to actually fight, especially with the Guinevere, knowing that there's no one who can save you from the crowd control. But the rest of the team actually followed up very well, making sure that the Leomord doesn't really die or doesn't have a hard time compared to normal.
You're right, and especially in the early game, right? The pressure was really felt by Water. And as well as the Hylos, I feel like there were moments that Water felt, he mispositioned himself or was forced to be in a position where it was quite hard for him. But what a bounce back! What a turnaround here. Richman, Sandbag, and the best wingman. Okay, technically Sandbag and best wingman goes to BS, but Griftman just showing again the composure on that Harith, how to farm and how to deal damage and how to get kills. Meanwhile, actually, the Lynx here gets the most damage dealt or damage deal.
That's right. And we do see a lot of obviously assists as well. BS, I believe that he was so crucial in making sure this game didn't fall apart. Aside from the initial few deaths he had, right? He's not perfect, but his Hylos actually did the job. His Hylos did the job that we said it would on the draft. Like, this Hylos is gonna soak up. He's gonna slow down that Freya so much, and then when the Freya slow down, when the Freya can't really attack, he has to back off. Your team can suddenly breathe, and that's usually how Freya compositions actually win, right? They stop you from. They don't give you time to breathe. They don't give you time to farm.
And so unfortunate for the side of Valley Thai there to not be able to exploit or abuse that Freya pick, right? And it begs the question. I mean, not begs the question. It actually clarifies, especially for the side of Tenacity. Yeah, against Valley Thai, maybe this Freya is still beatable. Hence why they did not ban the Freya out. And also hence why the Phobias were more prioritized in that draft, right? If you remember, Freya was picked after the Phobias pick. So second game later on here, will the drafts be similar? Freya being left open again, or maybe this time around, Valley Thai says, you know what? Let's just ban the Freya out. Maybe it's from the blue side will ban the Freya out later on.
I would be super surprised if we got to a scenario where blue is forced to ban out of Freya. That would be so funny to watch, right? Because usually it's red, right?
That's true.
So if they can find a way to make that happen, big props to them. But I feel like with what happened here in game number 1, they made it so that the Freya isn't like the big nuke that we are all scared of, right? It suddenly feels manageable. And you know what? In my experience, there are also other ways to shut down the Freya aside from this. They took out the Phobius, which is good. If you have a Freya, you want to remove the Phobius, but they got it. But again, heroes like the Chip, you gotta explore that, man. Heroes like the Masha really give the Freya a hard time. So now that we've seen what happened in game number 1, it feels like, all right, suddenly we can kind of open up the draft more. Maybe we can spread out the gold lane picks even further. Maybe go back to carry, since they have a hard time playing short range. Maybe this time we can go the usual way.
I don't mind that, actually, right? A very good shout there, as we will get to see a different vibe here. We will get to see a broken wall map, which is going to be the first time here today, week 4, day 1, folks. As they will switch sides here, Tenacity and Valley Thai. Interesting.
Oh, okay. Okay. I would like to see stuff like this, right? I would like to see the Zushin. Was Zushin open earlier? She wasn't she? Or was she last banned?
It was banned. It was banned.
I think it was banned.
It was banned last from the side of Tenacity, I believe.
Right.
Was it?
Right. I feel like yeah, you're right. Zushin feels like it's still so strong that if you leave it up, you're gonna be in trouble. And I think they're gonna keep that going. A lot of tanks being banned out here from the side of Tenacity. Again, we cannot ignore what they also previously drafted out here. So we know their jungle can go ham, but how ham can you go actually in a matchup that feels this matchup feels so even. You know, it's like you can't really bring out the crazy fix yet.
Definitely could go either way, right? Especially after seeing the first game where, I thought it was just okay. Valitai is gonna cruise after that sort of early game, but no. Tenacity is showing up, and I think it goes for the second game as well. I think we can expect both teams just going at each other. That's the Sushin ban from the side of Tenacity, from the side of blue side here. So Freya is still on the board. Suyo is still on the board. Leomord, that was shown by Water earlier, also still open.
Mm-hmm. And I think the Leomord is absolutely deserved to be considered still. Knowing how, it's very scary to deal with. Suyo is definitely a good answer, but not everyone plays a Suyo perfectly.
Yeah.
So most of the things that we need to deal with are actually pretty covered here if you're a Leomord. Phoveus as well, that's excellent, man.
That's excellent indeed. So Tenacity, they're taking a book. They're taking away what Valitai did on their first game, right? Taking away the Phoveus, asking the questions here. I mean, we beat your Freya last time. Are you confident enough to go? Are you confident enough to run it back? Asked Valitai. Asked Tenacity. Valitai will answer here soon. As you know, the Leomord is definitely on the board. Okay, the Heave will be picked up first.
Interesting. I'll be honest,
The
brother.
Khalid,
It's not
maybe?
the first. Oh,
It's not the first?
okay. It's not my first pick for mid laner here in this matchup, especially with the Phoveus. I don't like playing Eve, man. It feels like you can just get wailed down, but it's fine. It's fine for crowd control usage, but I think a majority of their damage is definitely not gonna come from the Eve. They're looking to support like a very specific, either strong jungler or gold.
Interesting. I think that's a good take right there. It's gonna be Harriet and Valentina. You're right. And okay, last pick. I'm looking at a jungler here. Either they take away. You know what? Suyo. Go Suyo. Oh, wow. Okay.
Wow.
This can backfire though, Rock.
Okay.
They have a Valentina. They're going up against a Valentina.
You're right. We've seen teams actually backfire against a stolen ultimate. So there you go. I like that the Joy's not going through. I like that. Although I'll be honest, I don't think they were gonna Joy anyway because they have too much magic damage already.
Yeah.
And they got Harith Valentina. So
Yeah, I mean, this is why. Why would you? I feel like this was a wasteful approach, but I think they were looking at Tenacity. They're really comfortable on that Joy, and they're denying that option. And Freya survived the first phase, finally gets banned on the second one. Though.
Your team is banning.
and junglers are definitely short here. It's gonna be a challenge, right? It could be a challenge here for Water, but he can also just slay Immord this pretty easily. Although I would like more burst, I think, for Tenacity. Maybe Suyo. Not banned out. Yeah, it's not banned out. Wow, 4 jungler ban, I just realized. 4 value
4.
here.
Oh.
I am vengeance incarnate.
Alright, there's actually 4, and they add more. With the Moskov there on towards the gold laner. What will they go for here? I mean, they're suffocating themselves, right? With the jungler bans here. Because Tenacity, they have yet to pick up another as well. So, Valley Thigh. Suyo is still on the board. Even though against magical heroes. But we have seen like multiple players or multiple teams pulled off of Suyo against a lot of magic hero.
I think I'm fine with Suyo here. You have too many tanks. What? 3 tanks here, bro. For Valley 5. 3 very tanky frontliners. Sounds like deja vu from match 1.
Yeah. And I guess what they're saying is, You know what? We'll take the neutral objectives because, you know, with this Yuzong and with the Fredrin already in your comp, it's very strong in that neutral objective take. And they would just want to snowball, but against a Leomord, Khalid, and a Phobius, it's not going to be as easy.
Yeah, this is not going to be as easy. Their only setup here is definitely going to be the Khalid, and everyone else is just going to have to hope they can hit someone, all right? Basically just basic attack, and just stomp on whoever they can catch. Right now, though, they need a strong gold laner here. Claude is open, so I don't know why you wouldn't pick that up. You want to, you know, Claude is a combo of safe plus very strong attacker on the gold lane. If not carry, maybe just for the Phobius.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, that seems to be the route.
I like that call, and I like that pick as well. You know, as long as he is able to space and position himself very well, KO here, the influence that he will bring to this game is gonna be a lot. So let's see if that will work out or not, as we are about to enter the second game here. Tenacity is on match point.
Yeah, I never thought I'd say that actually here. Match point for Tenacity here. It feels like Valley Fi, again, just dropped the ball despite not having a Kufra. They dropped the ball hard, and they're going to be able to at least fight back with a carry composition that has 4 heroes that are very happy to support it. So let's see how they're going to fare. Obviously, it's still up for grabs. It is a very even matchup. I would say a little bit more favored for Valley Fi if we're thinking about how they are going to approach it. Tenacity might, you know, they're going to fight uphill, but that's the thing about Tenacity. They're very happy to take it. Let's go into game number 2 here. And again, on a match point for the blue side and for the red, they're no frills, and they just want to farm up, bro. This is a lineup that wants to just farm all day.
Especially with that carry, right? Being the main character on that team later on. Let's see if that will happen, though. Let's see if Tenacity allows, you know, KO to be that main character. As it will be an early rotation here. Okay, so spell check, nothing too crazy, right? All is natural.
Yeah, nothing's too crazy here. I think I kind of expect that to happen. I expect Valley Fi to just play a little bit more conservatively, or maybe just, you know, bounce themselves into that turtle fight just because they have so much tankiness. But don't overestimate your tankiness. Shajay, Flicker, and First Blood.
Yeah, that's a great calculation there by Lord, guys. Even though he had to spend the Flicker, he was, you know, he wanted that kill. So that's First Blood for Tenacity.
Yeah, big First Blood here. Again, just slowing down your already slow composition. That's not the way that you want to start off your game. And now they do have some, you know, they do have all of their battle spells here. They're able to at least exert some pressure. Maybe Xiao Jane can kind of just throw himself onto water on that Leomord and just slow him down for the turtle retribution fight. But I think more of the tools here definitely are on the side of Tenacity. Okay, go fight for it.
Yeah, so James here will not be able to use that Flicker. Black Dragon form will be popped here, so there won't be a Black Dragon form, at least for that turtle, right? So Tenacity will have a clear turtle take again, at least for now. No compensation here for Valley Thai.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Kind of good here. Valley Fi getting something on the bottom side, just a little bit of farm, but they're definitely losing out on the team fight. Xiao Jane finally has the ulti. Might be able to fight back if they prompt them to, but Tenacity says, you know what, we don't need to take any crazy fights. We can just back off for now and let the map play out. That's what they're doing. sticking as a 4-man unit here. Again, trying to make sure that KO has as easy of a time as he possibly can.
Yeah, I think VLTH, what they need to do is just damage control here. They realize that, you know what, KO is not really ready, so we'll lose out on the early trades, but let's not make it a mountain. You know, let's keep it control, let's keep it in check. And Tenacity, they gotta be more proactive. You know, knowing that window, I think they gotta step it up. They gotta shift a gear here, applying more pressure, be more, I guess, be more decisive, right, and taking more fights. And perhaps this might be the opening here. VLTH, they need to pick their battles.
Yeah, absolutely. Needs to pick that. And but the question is, when do you actually fight, right? You can't wait for like a full item carry. You can't wait for like the Swift Trinity here for the carry. Something needs to give. Something needs to show for them. And for now, I guess they're happy to just take their jungles. At least they're not getting invaded, right? Maybe that's what they're thinking. You know what? Our jungle camps are safe. We should be fine. KO, as long as he doesn't die, which again right now might be a problem, because what if Tenacity becomes more willing to dive onto KO later on?
Yeah. And with the last neutral objective, well, not last second actually, KO still able to sidestep away from that damage, and that will give space for Tenacity to take the turtle freely. And this is what I expect though. VLTH not, you know, not baited for a fight, not baited for a contest. Again, just damage control here, I feel like.
Yeah, maximum damage control here for them. And oh my goodness.
Unfortunately,
Not even lasting a few seconds.
Yeah. Well, I think it's
I don't know what they're thinking here.
It's gonna be almost a turret take top. It's gonna be Sung Jin Wo though on it. Nicholas now still holding on towards that black dragon form. There you go. It will pop just to escape though. Huge resources, huge resource take, but almost a structure take. But Tenacities, you know what? I'm gonna take your structure down first. Trade it with the bottom side. It's all even Stevens.
Yeah, and you know what? For VLTH, KO's getting what he wants. He got that tower pretty free, and no one's actually threatening the carry here. So we're definitely gonna want to check the progression of that carry. But right now, though, it seems like we're all just waiting for that big fight. When's the fight? When's the show gonna start, man? When's the fight gonna break out here with VLTH? But it looks like they're gonna try to answer with a little bit on the bottom side.
But this is what we talked about though. VLTH just choosing their battles, you know, not forcing a fight that they can't take. All hell KO, you know, they're waiting on KO to get online. Uh-oh, Shajane here, face checking, terrified. Take a look at the damage that he's taken, forced to use the flicker. PS now, somehow isolated, mounted. That's gonna be a kill for KO. Extra goal, Shajane though, stunned up. That's gonna be a roamer trade. Real world manipulation there by your Lord guys, helping as well. It's a 1-for-1, but KO, they got the goal. He got the goal.
Yeah, he got what he wanted. I think that was a pretty even trade for most part. Tenacity still gonna be on top, still gonna be ahead, and have a lot more control here. I'm not sure how else, you know, they're gonna be able to get anything on the map. At least again, VLTH, they're not getting demolished. Look at the kill score, man. Only 4-1 in almost 8-minute game. Didn't think I'd see that here in MSL Thailand. I'll be honest.
Feels like home, huh, for you, Rock Hard, for like a PH game here. Definitely not the same here from ID, but yeah, you know, it's more VLTH understanding again that, you know what, this composition, we can't really force a lot of action early, especially. But earlier we saw that if you overextend, if you overcommit, that KO and friends will be able to punish.
Yeah, 100%. The punish is still there. At the very least, if if someone gets isolated, But Tenacity feels like, you know what, we saw what happened when someone got, left behind. Maybe let's not do that again. And they're gonna try to go for a bottom tower take here.
Well, it seems like with the Black Dragon form already popped here, it actually allows Tenacity, you know what, let's call it quits. Let's not overextend ourselves. We're still at a very healthy lead here. But I think they also understand here, Rockhard, that they're not out of the woods just yet here. It still could go on VLTH's way.
Yeah, it feels like it could be VLTH's way, especially if Griffith suddenly gets removed from the equation. So they're doing their very best to not make that happen.
Oh, that's an engage. Real world relation pop. 2 man immobilized. That's gonna be DS taken down. And the water as well. Here comes VLTH and here comes KO. He claims a double as 3 bodies of Tenacity is on the floor right now.
And I think you literally called that like a minute before it happened. Man, oh man. What a big punish from VLTH, and now they're gonna have full Lord control. No problem whatsoever. They're gonna be able to take this pretty easily. And yeah, Tenacity are now licking the runes on this one, man. How do they let that go just like that? I cannot answer that, man. That's crazy.
I mean, Tenacity, I thought they were playing it carefully. I guess that call was to engage. I guess Linksy was it, or the KO, but you know, their formation, I think, was not optimal for the side of Tenacity, which VLTH gladly says, okay, you know what, we're in position, we're ready for a fight, KO is ready for a fight, let's take it. And then suddenly KO gets a double, and now it feels like game 1, you know, where blue side got the early lead, and then red side finds an angle to come back.
Yeah, and suddenly they're going to be on the defense. That goal lead is gone. And again, the advantage that you get with the glue just gets so felt here, right? You have the Yu Zhong to go crazy. You've got the frontliner as well on your jungle. Oh, hold on, they're fighting, and they don't. Again, it's just so crazy. Now it feels like we're gonna go turbo here. VLTH says, you know what, we have an opening. Let's go ahead and keep finding those fights.
Yeah, now Tenacity, they're the ones who are in, like, I guess they gotta be careful now, right? With KO active. There you go. Here comes the Shuriken. That's the flicker. Real world relation from both sides. Shajane finds an angle, looking for a mount. That's gonna be one member mounted. Sungjin Woo finds the perfect time flicker. Shajane taken down. He was isolated there. Tenacity, great composure there. But luckily for VLTH, nothing important is on the board.
That's right. Very smart of Tenacity to actually, bait out the glue, which was very masterful. They expected that glue to go. They expected him to play. But then again, those are just small advantages that they're trying to ramp up. The big picture is KO is still untouched, bro. Like, if they can't find a way to deal with KO right now, I don't know. I don't see how they're gonna win this game, honestly.
And that's why KO is a lot of pressure here. Is on a lot of pressure because he needs to be, his positioning needs to be perfect, his timing needs to be perfect, and he wants to influence the game as a goal laner here, especially on a carry. So far so good, but once that positioning isn't optimal, if he slacks off a bit, Tenacity can definitely jump on KO. And that will be the end of VLTH potentially, right? Without carry, say, dying first in a big fight, that's going to be huge for Tenacity. So again, his positioning needs to be in check. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm defensive. The Lord is in the bottom side of the map, and VLTH, oh, here comes the cutoff water, and Sungjin Woo finds KO. 5v4, VLTH now running for the hills as real world manipulation will actually force Tenacity to back away, but Tenacity has something in mind, and that's gonna be the Lord.
You know this, right? Your caster cursing literally everything that's happening, man. The moment you said, KO, don't let go of the wheel, he just gets picked off, man. It's stuff like that. Out of the blue, bro. Literally supernatural. Unbelievable. But again, low death timers means, you know, they're going to still be able to get into the fight. But it's tenacity, again, just slowly getting back some of that lead that they actually gained earlier in this game.
I think we were on the same wavelength there, me and the tenacity folks. You know what? We gotta take KO down first in a big fight or in a fight. And yeah, I mean, we mentioned as well, right, Rockhart, that, you know, KO is gonna be the main character. He is going to be it. And once KO went down, you saw members of VLTH. You know what? We don't want to do business. Let's back away. And let's see here. Tenacity still has chances to clean sweep VLTH.
That's right. They are on the precipice here with the Lord walking on the bottom side of the map. Which again can be kind of dealt with KO unless you go for a fight.
Yeah, they were. Good spacing though by VLTH. Sung Jinwoo now for an engage onto Sajane. That's a knockup. That's the damage coming from Griffith. Oh, Griffith is rather low. Purify Force there. So that's big info. They got to keep tabs on that. And that's going to be the conceal. The seed pops. That's a flicker from KO. Real word relation locking two members down. That's going to be Lord Guys flickering out. Cat not restock. Here comes Griffith. That's going to be Black Dragon form. Towards the back. Two-man petrify. Lord Guys is down. Here comes VLTH again now, looking for an engage, looking to close the gap. Sung Jinwoo slowed down, immobilized, taken down surely. That's a double for KO, and Water looks for a cheeky angle here. I don't know if this is the right call. Here comes the burst, but the damage is not enough as KO is able to find the triple kill as Griffith is not able to deal the damage. Shajane now looking at the sandbag for his team as Griffith finds a trade. But take a look at the damage from KO. He is unstoppable. He claims for the mega kill.
That's like Griffith's third Zaman Force in one team fight. What the heck is happening here, man? It is just insane the amount of micro and trades that are happening. And VLTH is happy to do it. You know what? Go ahead. Go take the fight to us. As long as you, again, you don't take the carry by surprise, VLTH is happy to comply.
Man, what a fight again for VLTH, right? Rockhart, you're right. And Griffith wasn't able to deal. The influence that Griffith did was far less if you compare to KO from just that one soul fight as well, right? So, just unfortunate for the side of tenacity here. It's going to be a reset once again, folks. It is still just the enhanced Lord, not yet the evolved one. But take a look at the economy here. It's practically even. Structure maybe slightly advantageous towards tenacity. But, you know, VLTH shows again why KO. Take a look at that. Purple buff and orange buff given towards KO. Let's see though. Challenge Force are trying to blitz this. Should see pops. Water claims the Lord. A little bit too late there for VLTH, but here comes the fight. Water taken very low by KO. So able to deal a lot of damage. That's gonna be KO again, just repositioning Sung Jinwoo, even with the flicker, not able to escape. And Shajane here looking to close the gap, will be punished. Real word revelation here, locking multiple members out. Here comes Griffith with the burst damage, which KO shuts him down. It's gold laner versus gold laner, anime style, baby.
That was way too much, man. I mean, Griffith, he already had the advantage. I don't know why he went out of the Zaman Force to try to fight it out even more. A little bit too greedy there, considering he was really surrounded. And now, they're not even going to be able to make use of this Lord. KO's going to be able to answer this pretty easily. That was a big blunder. Instead of it being a 3v3, now there's just so much more confidence on side of VLTH to control these waves. And you know what, Goni? We're back on a stalemate.
We're back on the GP. Waiting for the other team to make a mistake while both teams wait for the Lord. that sort of dance, you know. Luckily, you know, all base turrets are still up for both teams, so no cheeky, you know, far lane push from the minions. But it will be just another neutral ground here, I feel like. Man, what a game we have here. Second game here. KO again, just able to be that influence like we expect even from the drafts. That's gonna be Conceal. Tenacity looking for something here, looking to close the gap on towards Cotton. Naru still able to sidestep that. Towards the back, winner around here from the Provius already bought. And that attempt was neutralized there by Katanaru.
Yeah, funnily enough, it was they were stopped by a Lethal Wanderer. They were spotted out, even
That's
with Bat
true.
Conceal. That's a nice attempt, but that just goes to show, right? Tenacity still very much willing to take the fight. And you know what? Maybe Tenacity thinks we can't really win this on a straight up 5v5. We have to go for those surprise plays. We got to go for those crazy pickoffs. So I feel like that's, you know, this 5-man unit of Valify is so sturdy, right? And Grift can only do so much. He can only hit like maybe 2 targets at a time. So they might be up here for a few more seconds. They're definitely just waiting out the time. They don't want to get picked off. The question is on the side of... Yeah, the spells as well. So where is Cleo though? That's Cleo. That's the big question.
Huh. Interesting. Both teams just playing it safely here. Shajame looking to provide information, doing a recon, a slight recon there on that bush. But take a look at the Lord here. Already. Bottom is actually pushing forward side of Volley Thigh, so it is on Tenacity's court here to pull the trigger, either clear bot or find a fight. That's a great positioning there on the glue, right?
Whoa. They're
Again, just
super
providing
spread out, bro. They're not in the position to take this.
Yeah, it's below 50% HP. The Lord will be reset. Let's get ready to conceal. Uh-oh, real world relation. Oh, the Lord will fall to the hands of Water. Take a look at the fight here. Take a look at KO. He's free hitting right now as Water will be the first one to fall, but BS is very low and should fall after. Shajame now isolated, still able to reposition, but 2 kills for a Lord here. Still, again, folks, it is an even game.
Yep, it definitely is an even game right now. And with 2 members going down, another Lord is bound to fall.
Exactly.
Bro, what is happening with these games, man?
As long as KO is still alive, it doesn't really matter. Griffith here, they're trying to a murder attempt in the mid lane, still able to be spaced, but yeah, bottom side it's all A-OK. KO will shred the Lord, evolved Lord, folks, like it's nothing.
And that's where you will see definitely KO. The priority onto KO right now is just ×2. Bro, you can kill everyone as long as KO plus 1 tank is alive. You're still gonna lose, right? So it's time to go on the hunt mode. If you're Tenacity right now, go on the hunt. Go on these weird bushes as a 5-man unit. Catch this carry. That's the only way they're gonna win this out. Because you see, they can get those Lord objectives all they want, but if they don't take care of KO, they're not winning.
Yeah, they gotta find somehow like what they did around maybe minute 8 earlier or minute 10, where they cut off the rotations of KO. But with that happening earlier on, I'm sure KO will be more aware on that take. Oh, they want to get the structure bot. That's going to be the recovery here. Sung Jin Wo finds Shajame. Black Dragon force pops. BS forcing back. Shajame now with the mount on towards Water here. Take a look at Lingzi as well, providing the poke damage. But Tenacity, they managed to isolate the glue. All alone now. Look at the cover now. They're trying to provide the cover. Shajame now taken very low. Airborne taken down by Griffith. That's a free kill practically. And they want to fight more. Here comes the fight. Take a look at KO in the back. Looking to provide damage. That's going to be the winner. Nature popped. And take a look at Griffith. Oh my goodness. It's a shutdown. As Tenacity finally finds an angle here in minute number 22.
After 23 minutes, they find KO. And that's only up to Katinaru. I don't think so, bro. That's gonna be the dub. And the clear for Tenacity. Against all odds, they're the ones who come out with a 2-0 victory.
The casters' predictions went unanimous, folks, towards VLTH. And take a look at the results on your screen right now. Tenacity finding the clean sweep. And what a way to end it again. KO, a double-digit kill on this game. Not enough to force a game 3. What an execution, the composure. Crazy.
Absolutely crazy, man. They held on for 23 minutes with one win condition. Take down KO. Make it uncomfortable. And you know what? Apparently, the key to that, remove the glue. Who'd have thought, right? Who'd have thought? What a beautiful performance here for Tenacity. I'm just flabbergasted. Every single caster from every language for sure did not see that coming.
Nah, man. It was a quiet game for Harith in the early game towards the mid, but here, this was a fight here. Isolating Shojame, and then Tenacity's like, let's fight. It's 5v4. Closing the gap. GG.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. I feel like there's just so many openings that was presented, to be honest. There were times where, okay, 2 down, 3 down. What you gonna do? What's VLTH gonna do here? Are they gonna be able to get the dub, or are they gonna go straight for the base? Is it endable? But no. I guess VLTH's lack of conviction in this game, plus Tenacity's just refusal to go down, it just resulted into a very, very strong, convincing victory. Again, this was not, at least, right? Game 2 wasn't really one-sided, right, Goni? It felt like if KO just stayed alive, that would have been game, but we saw over and over again
ก่อน
where
อื่นเลยนะคะ ขอ
Tenacity
แสดงความยินดีกับทั้งสองคนด้วยนะคะที่ชนะในแมตช์นี้มาได้ เพราะว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยสำหรับ Tenacity นะคะถือว่าเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งอีกทีมหนึ่งเลยนะคะตอนนี้แต่ว่าสองคนนี้เนี่ยหน้าตาดูยังไม่ค่อยคุ้นหน้าคุ้นตานะคะน้องๆเนี่ยมาจากประเทศอะไรกันพูดไทยได้ไหมคะเริ่มจากฝั่งนี้ก่อนเลยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับหลอดกายครับพูดไทยได้ครับ
โอเคฝั่งนี้นะคะพูดไทยได้ไหมคะ
พูดไทยนิดหน่อยครับ
พูดไทยได้นิดหน่อยพูดไทยแปลว่าเราสัมภาษณ์ภาษาไทยไม่ได้เนาะพูดไทยไม่ได้ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวเราถามภาษาอังกฤษดีกว่าอย่างสีเหลือง
yellow
okay so you can speak Thai what about มะม่วง
mango right
yeah what about meat yeah
หมู
อาจจะลึกไปอันนี้อาจจะลึกไปแล้วเรารู้ไหมมีดคืออะไร โอเคอันนี้คนไทยก็ไม่รู้อาจจะลึกไปโอเคไม่เป็นไร Can you introduce yourself
Poncho BS ครับ
Where you come from
from Pama นะ
ความรู้สึกเกมเมื่อกี้เนี่ยเป็นยังไงบ้างคะแบบว่ามีจังหวะไหนที่เราคิดว่าทำได้ดีไหมหรือว่าแบบจังหวะไหนที่เป็นจุดเปลี่ยนของเกมHow are you feeling after that game? Like, was there a particular moment where you felt your team really step up, or a key turning point that decided the match?
Our team keep the composure whether we winning or losing, so we just focus on winning at the end no matter what happens in the early game.
หลอดกายตอบเลยค่ะ
ก็ดีใจครับที่แบบว่าเราสามารถเล่นอีฟแบบว่าเกี่ยวให้เพื่อนได้แล้วชนะทีมไฟ
สำหรับหลอดกายก็อาจจะไม่ต้องแปลแต่ว่าสำหรับ BS นะคะก็คือเขาเนี่ยคิดว่าเขาแบบว่าเล่นไปเรื่อยๆแบบว่าคิดว่าสุดท้ายแล้วเนี่ยคือความร่วมมือของทีมเนี่ยก็จะเป็นจุดที่ทำให้พวกเขาเนี่ยชนะได้ so can you give the score to your team like 10 out of 10 how you will give your score for your team like how many score
of course 10
10 out of 10 แล้วสำหรับหลอดกายล่ะคะวันนี้ถ้าให้คะแนนทีมตัวเองเต็ม 10 ให้เท่าไหร่
เต็ม10ไม่พอครับล้านเลย
เพราะเราทำไมเก่งเกินเล่นเก่งเกินไปเวขิงซะแล้วสำหรับ BS นะคะเขาก็ให้คะแนนทีมเขาในวันนี้เนี่ยก็คือ10 เต็ม 10 เลย เพราะว่าพูดตรงๆสำหรับTenacity ตอนนี้นะคะก็คือเป็นทีมที่ฟอร์มโหดมากๆทีมหนึ่งเลยแล้วคำถามถ้าให้เลือกชอบโซนพื้นที่หรือว่าเปิดไฟมากกว่ากันเลือกแบบไหนแบบเราอยากเล่นแบบไหน
อันนี้ก็มันแล้วแต่ตัวละครด้วยครับ
แล้วแต่ตัวละครที่เราเลือกเล่นใน
ใช่
ตามนั้นๆ
ตัวที่เราเปิดเราก็สามารถเปิดให้เพื่อนได้
What about you, BS? Like, if you have to choose, would you rather control the area first or just go straight into the fight?
For me, like I just like to fight.
In real life or in the game?
No, it's just in the game.
In the game สำหรับ BS ก็คือเขาเนี่ยชอบแบบเปิดไฟเลยไม่ชอบรีรอเดี๋ยวก่อนจะให้น้องๆไปพักบอกอะไรกับแฟนคลับที่แบบมาให้กำลังใจเรานิดนึง So can you say something for your fan club that like have your support
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเรา Tenacity แพ้ดื้อกันด้วยนะครับ
Okay your turn
Thank you for supporting Tenacity. We will try harder to be the champion.
สำหรับ BS นะคะก็เขาขอบคุณนะคะทุกแรงใจนะคะเดี๋ยวเขาจะพยายามเพื่อที่จะเป็นแชมป์ค่ะเดี๋ยวยังไงนะคะให้น้องๆ2 คนไปพักก่อนเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตส่งให้แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
That was nice, wasn't it? That was an interview here. Again, slowly learning Thai. Very good.
I am watching here, looking for maybe I can translate, but no, I don't speak Thai, unfortunately.
Yeah, sad. But again, I think we kind of got bits from that, right? It was bits of it. It was in English for the interview. I think he just wants to be very aggressive. He likes fighting. He doesn't wait for the setup, which I think we kind of saw. But at the same time, the team was kind of. There were multiple times where they actually went for concealed plays, right? Like there were like 4 times when they really went out for a concealed play out of nowhere. So I feel like maybe the rest of the team is kind of just, pulling him into this form where, all right, calm down. We know you want to fight, but wait for us and you'll get your turn. And we saw that here from Grift here. 6-1-4. Back-to-back MVP.
Back-to-back MVP indeed. And again, just dying once, right? First game, he was caught once. Second game, he was consistent, getting 6 kills as well, right? First game, it was a 6-1-9. This one's slightly less on the assist, but man, this guy is really consistent here. Whether the team is ahead or behind, he's able to just give out the same influence or create the same influence here for Tenacity.
Just that one time where he kind of just overcommitted. I think that was right on their purple side jungle. But other than that, Grift really was on the dot here. And despite having an enemy team that had a lot of threats against him, like in this one, there were like flying dragons. There was like a really big glue monster looking for you. I mean, he was able to survive most of it. Most of it even happening under the tower.
Yeah, I think this was, from minute 12 here, it's still an even game. Nicholas, take a look at KO though. I was still, even in the highlights, KO did very well. Just unfortunate that I feel like Valley Thai, they were really relying on KO, right?
Yeah, the KO definitely was the one thing that, easier said than done to keep a carry alive, even with like a Malefic Roar, right? Because there's so many diving heroes on the side. Song Jinwoo, we got BS. So I kind of get it why it's a little bit more difficult to keep KO alive in these situations. Especially when they look like they're losing. That's the thing about Tenacity, right? It looks like they're losing, and then they suddenly turn on you, and you're like, wait, what are you guys doing? Stop! This is what we had in mind! And that's what happened here in this specific replay. That catches their opponents by surprise so often.
just so unfortunate for, again, Bali Thai to experience this sort of game because on paper they're strong. And again, they want to solidify their current positions in the standings, right? They want to get the 4 wins. Hindered, stopped by Tenacity now. And I feel like even though it's a 2-0, but it's such a close series, right? It's such a close game between game 1 and 2.
Absolutely. Obviously, this was a bit more, you know, a bit more conditional for Valley Fi. Earlier, it feels like they should have gotten it, right? But in Valley Fi, honestly, they had a win condition, but it was a very thin one in keeping one pivotal member alive. In this one, Tenacity felt like they just, they were able to catch Valley Fi by surprise so often that I think we kind of just forget how strong a lineup with a Phoveus is. We forgot how strong a Harif can be, especially under the Zaman Force. There were so many times that, Valley Fi was fighting inside the Zaman Force. It feels like they didn't care. So I think that's one of the downfalls of this lineup. But literal Richman here is going to be Griff, obviously, right? With the amount of damage that he dealt. Most of it absorbed by Shaw James. So overall, I think this kind of just went exactly how you would predict. Especially with the lineup that had a carry that needed to be babysat. Didn't really happen. And because of that, Tenacity, their patience in this one really, really paid off. A very low kill score game, right? Even up until the very end.
Really did. Man, what a series we got. It was ACT dominating Hydra 2-0, and the second series, Valley Thai surprisingly losing to a team that is not in the playoffs. So it's a surprise for me. Now, will there be more surprises later on, folks? So that's why you gotta stay tuned because we got still 2 more actions later on. But so far, it has been 2-0s. It has been clean sweeps.
Clean sweeps. MSL is just showing exactly what you predict, what you expect. So much action, so much chaos, and just, you gotta love every second of it, right? You gotta love every small, the small change of tone, small change of pace. The surprises, man. The standings did not show this game justice, right? I mean, now it's a lot easier for them. They can kind of breathe easier. They might be second or third place right now, Tenacity. And again, big congratulations to them for a very, very strong series. But that's going to be it for us for now. We do have 2 more series coming up, so make sure to get your dinner or your lunch wherever part of the world you are. This is Goni. I'm Rockhart. This is MSL Thailand Season 1. Don't go anywhere.
นึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้น แล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
ของเขาเนี่ยก็โหดขึ้นเรื่อยๆในทุกๆแมตช์เลย มาดูกันนะคะว่าวันนี้เนี่ยกระต่ายคลั่งของเราเนี่ยจะสามารถสร้างเซอร์ไพรส์ให้แฟนๆได้หรือเปล่าหรือว่าจะเป็น KOG เจ้าเก่าเจ้าเดิมนะคะที่จะเก็บแต้มไปได้อย่างต่อเนื่องค่ะ ถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะก็เตรียมน้ำเตรียมขนมนะคะนั่งเฝ้าหน้าจอได้เลยค่ะ ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2-0 for the first series. The second series, it is no different. Welcome back to MSL Thailand Season 1 here with Gani and, of course, Rockhard here to my left or to your right. But yes, we will get to see the top of the dogs, the top of the standings here in action. Top dogs being KOG. Going up against EA, who is currently still struggling. Rockheart, how are you feeling?
I am feeling very, very excited because we saw a little bit of an upset last series. Can this be a day of half upsets? Maybe.
Ooh.
Maybe, right? So that's what I'm looking forward to because 4-0, that's scary. If you think about it, that's like, you don't want it to happen. I mean, it's going to happen eventually. It is round robin. You're going to have to face the top dogs eventually. So might as well do it now. And what if you were able to really make an upset against the top dogs? What does that make you? What does that do for your confidence level? What does that do for your whole team's morale? So that's why this game, I feel like, is very important. Not just for EA, but for King of Gamers as well. You do not want to give that to your opponents. You do not want to give them any sense of confidence whatsoever.
No, you don't want to give that momentum, right? I think we saw that a little bit from the previous years where Tenacity got a game 1. They bring that momentum. And yeah, VLTH couldn't handle and they got overwhelmed. So I like what you said there, KOG. They cannot just, slack off, right? Essentially here, going up against EA, who is technically, is really struggling here on the leaderboards. You can see just still a win to their name after 5 matches. So they desperately need a win if they want to increase their odds. Though, having a 4 loss, it's already tough there. Let's see though, King of Gamers, though, again, just dominating, right? 4 matches in, 4-0. Nothing can stop them so far.
That's right. I feel like a lot of what makes a team strong is obviously their ability to, in the Filipino terms, we say aura, to aura against their opponent. I don't know if you guys say that as well. To basically show yourself as a stronger player. And I think that's a lot of what King of Gamers really does. Literally, I think all they need to do is just put on a crown, maybe. That might cement it for them. But I feel like that's one of the things that makes this team so scary. Aside from the fact that they also picked up on some of that Filipino culture as well, I'm pretty sure, looking at their lineup.
Yeah. They got a couple of imports indeed, and it feels like they bring that, that sort of mentality and also discipline, right, to this team. Let's see though. In full action, folks, E-Arena is struggling, but will they bring the upset today with Wraith, Mijizi, Peachy, Nozin, and Hanagus in the lineup.
See, this is a team that really does, they're relatively fresher. Should be able to at least help get its momentum maybe to these players. But of course, for King of Gamers, Freddy Ferd, Kazan, Zed, Bayen, and Nile. Really shaping up to be such a strong force here in MSL Thailand. We just see a crazy amount of individual micro that they have. Plus, not to mention again that kingly aura, if I may. They do exist.
Let's see, folks. Of course, before we get into the game, we got to see the drafts here. Curated by Dart and Justine, respectively. Coach Cobb will lead the players to their positions. And let's see here, folks. Hopefully, we get to see action, high level of gameplay of MLBB played here in this match.
That's right. Very much looking forward to that. And for Wraith, specifically against Freddy Ferd, that stat is just, it's a little bit harder to achieve now. It's hard to just not completely die, especially as the XP laners are mostly relegated to just try to absorb a lot of the punishment in a team fight. You're trying to cut minion waves so often, because obviously for XP laners, one of the biggest goals is to cut a minion wave and then just go help out your team in a team fight, maybe around a big objective or maybe in the jungle. It's just so hard to just not die. That's why, Freddy Ferd's stats here is actually a little bit impressive as well. Considering, maybe a Uranus pick, or, Uranus usually makes that a lot easier. But sometimes you want to pick up Arlot, and that makes it harder to have a good KDA, because you're the guy who's in charge of setting a team fight. So I'm very excited for that matchup. But what's also very exciting is the jungle matchup. I wonder if you're going to be able to see some 9-minute level 15 or 8-minute level 15s in this game.
I mean, if one team can, dictate that early game, translate it towards the mid game, I believe that jungler level 15 minute 9 is definitely possible. It's definitely feasible or reachable, right? So let's see here, drafting phase, folks. We have seen everything but the flying clouds, right? For today, at least. So let's see here. Will we see that in this game? Not just yet. We will have broken walls here. So maybe Hildas are going to be taken off the board here. Let's see.
Yeah, for now, obviously, we are still going to be on this one. Wonder when we're going to get flying clouds. Maybe later on today. But here in our third matchup, they do have a lot of respect towards that Phoveus that we did see. I think the Phoveus smashed so many games earlier, didn't he?
I swear to protect it till my last
Oh. Yeah, okay. So, what do they go for here then, right? E Arena? Do they go for the Harith? Wow.
Alright, Harris feels like it's such an easy pickup. Literally a game away. We saw that go crazy. Actually, 2 games straight. Harith previously won 2 games straight today. So, obviously, the mid lane, there's still a lot of gold laners open. Not gonna be surprised if they maybe leave that for third pick. I'm okay with a mid pick here, maybe, or a very strong jungle like a Harley or Suyo.
Yeah. Well, you forgot one. We forgot. At least Baksha is open. It's gonna be taken away as well. Ooh, alongside that Valentina, right? It anticipates like a hero that can play make on the other side of the board. And Arena, what do you go for here against a Baksha? Do you guys want to compete and match that early game, or do you draft yourself more conservatively, maybe more towards the mid game, late game later on? With the Harith already in hand, at least that's already good insurance towards the mid game, late game. Are you gonna double down on that, or because the Phoveus is still on the board, which can be picked up here by the side of the arena. Oh, it's gonna be
Guinevere Kalea. All right. So this is the new dynamic duo of the Land of Dawn. 100%.
yeah.
Very easy to use and very strong on the impact. Basically forces a purify on all of your opponents if you're, you know, if you're not aware of their timers, you're gonna get picked off most likely.
Definitely they gotta utilize that combination, you know, that crowd control very well, but a great response here by a set of KOG, right? A hero that is mobile and can rock the Purify very well as well. The Claude is a great addition, right? Has the Shred, you know, this Trinity equipment definitely on his side. So let's hear second phase. Get rid of the Arlet band out. They are denying the Playmaker heroes.
Ask my fists first.
All right. So the Arlot, obviously, I was actually looking forward to it. Most used heroes, obviously, is going to be the Claude here, as well as a Moskov, which we only saw today once and kind of just failed completely. Probably will not show up for the remainder just because of how strong Harif is, right? Harif is just tearing up so many lineups. I don't expect that to get picked up anytime soon. But now, with this one, we're still looking for a good possible roam pick. I think they're already expecting Kaizen to just keep using the Baksha, which historically, he has picked up the Baksha a lot of times. He is very, very, masterful with that hero.
Really is. He really is. So we might see that again later on. So what will they prioritize here in the second phase? They need some sort of crowd control and a way to anticipate the Kalea. Gatot Kacha is technically still playable against this sort of composition, right? At least the first three here has the Unbreakable, the Taunt. You know, they cancel out the Tsunami Slam, can rock the AOG, but they will delay the roam take. Instead, they will take the EXP, which can be a playmaker here in this Alice.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the XP pick. Your roam pick can either be like Gatot, just so that you can kind of just survive. Be the one to absorb the combo. What a spicy lineup from EA. Look at that.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
This is it. This is what I like,
Very
right? It
explosive.
It really is, you know, and for a team that is currently not in good shape, bringing out this sort of composition, I think can be fruitful. You know, it surprises your enemies and, you know, should be on your comfort side. You know, Benedetta EXP lane, that's been a while, at least for me. And of course, the Lunox mid lane that can deal with the Baksha, that can deal the Alice as well. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting here. Now your roam pick, again, you just want someone who can absorb the Tsunami Slam and obviously the Violet Requiem combo. Very deadly here. You have the high loss for that. Gatot Kacha would have actually been okay. Revitalized Gatot has been proven to survive against a Kalea. But man, the biggest X factor here is definitely that Lunox and that Benedetta here. I'm wondering about how efficient that's going to be against this lineup specifically.
Yeah, I'm gonna be intrigued to see what's up. Only a flicker from 33rd here from the side of KOG. 2 Purifies and Revitalize there to answer that crowd control threat from the side of Kalea and Guinevere. But man, Wraith rocking the Benedetta EXP. You know, I am going to enjoy. I hope I can get to see a good game of Benedetta here in this game.
Me too. 100% want to see a very strong Benedetta game. Just so that maybe it'll inspire some of the other players to keep picking it up. Because Benedetta is just so fun to watch. So let's go ahead into our first game here. Again, I'm very excited to see if the Benedetta is going to pop up. I'm looking forward to it.
Wow, already an early Petrify though. Great pressure there applied by the Hylos, right? Instantly, sniffs out that Wraith might do a cheeky cut. Hylos rotated towards top, and that's an early Petrify. So, again, just great awareness and great intelligence there. And again, if you want to talk about composition, of course, KOG, they drafted themselves a more conventional E-Arena. It's definitely more out of the box. It's definitely has more style. As prediction-wise, brought to you by Infinix, we are in an agreement.
Yeah, I will stand by it, despite the very spicy, E-Arena pickup. I kind of just kind of makes me want to hope that they do something with it. But consistency will usually beat out big flashiness. Just like that, speaking of flashiness, force it flicker out though. Violet Requiem gonna be able to get tanked here. Nile's still gonna be able to survive. Kaizen up on front. So decent damage. They were the ones who went for the engage, but they were the ones who actually felt the punishment.
Yeah, that's a small win there, definitely. 2 flickers off the board for E-Arena as the turtle is in the Lanadon right now. Kaizen is taking initiative, as it does feel like with Mijizi almost 50% HP, it's hard for him to contest. Let's see though, he has the crowd control.
Yep, and he already used it. There you go, spatial migration already used up. And Kaizen is going to be able to take this turtle for now. And Hanek's going to go down as well for first blood. For the meantime, they're going to have to make a run for it. Here comes Payan going for the cleanup with a blazing duet as well. Man, oh man. EA bit off way more than they could chew. Jeezy being super low for that turtle really bit them in the behind in that team fight.
Yeah. 3 for 1 plus KOG got the turtle, so it's very value forward side of KOG there to take that fight. And E-Arena now, not really much of compensation. They only took down the roamer, right? So again, a lot to work on execution-wise. We all saw that Mijizi did not have the Violet Requiem. So with that gone in his kit, I would expect Mijizi to play elsewhere and not go for that contest or commit to that contest. And KOG without the Violet Requiem will gladly indulge and gladly take the team fight. And thus, they're 1,000 gold ahead, which can double, by the way, on the second turtle. And E-Arena, not much of compensation, now it's gonna go down tempo-wise all over 33rd here. We're gonna be getting ganked on.
Yeah, that just gives so much confidence. But right now, 33rd obviously is gonna get ganked by so many E-Arena members, but that's an Alice. Are you sure you wanna go? Are you sure you wanna pull that trigger? The answer is, of course, no.
Yeah, I think with the Throne of Ruin earlier popped at the right time as well. Oh, no, Zen still has the Purifier. So if KOG can bait that Purify out first, before they can bait the Purify out first, they can't really commit on towards a dive, because that will be very, very, gambly. But let's see here. Second turtle take. KOG on it.
That's right. Getting straight into the fight here. I'm not sure who got that. Oh, it's still gonna be a KOG turtle for the meantime, and they're gonna go chase him down. Peachy forced into that life orb, and for now, KOG are on the siege. They know they can smell the blood. They can smell it in the water here, and they are not afraid to take even more of a bite from all the meat of that turret. They're gonna get all of the outer turret energy shields, and they are gonna have maximum control of this game.
Yeah. I mean, they can smell blood and they can see fear in E-Arena's eyes there. Uh-oh, in the mid lane. Great juke there by Wraith. Using that eye for an eye, or using that skill rather, to get away from that stun. Uh-oh.
Oh boy, that is not somewhere you want to be, and even if you are ahead, Kaizen bit off a bit more than he could chew here. Overstepped completely, giving away his life for free in that last one. So, signs of life for E-Arena.
Signs of life for Arena, and signs of you cannot be overzealous for the side of KOG there. That was a warning sign, I feel like. That's another stun.
Yep, another one. Again, they're gonna have to use all their crowd control just to get a bit of an advantage here. But here comes that Throne of Ruin, but might be just a tad too late. They're gonna lose out on 2 members, but they are still fighting. That Benedetta just making it so hard to win pretty easily here. Ferd with the flowing. Tries to go for Hanagus. Looks like an even Steven trade, but again, just exerted so much more stress on the KOG.
Yeah, I mean, after Akshay got picked off there, E-Arena, they thought they got momentum to try to get more, but take a look at the, silver lining here. Top lane structure taken down. So, all in all, KOG, they are behind right now, structure-wise and tempo-wise. And even though they are on the turtle, you can see here already, Mijizi level 9, Kaizen level 10, but Kaizen here says, you know what? I'm gonna go for the purple buff take first and then shield unity towards the turtle.
Oh, I'm not sure if they're expecting this turtle to go, but it's still gonna go over the KOG just like that. And here comes that Blazing Duet, a big missing piece from the damage out of the KOG earlier on. I think Hanaga is gonna get taken out. Another turtle going over to KOG. The Arena already had such a good head start. But even while they're catching up, KOG just feels like they've got massive control of that fight, not letting go whatsoever.
That is so unfortunate for side of E-Arena and KOG. What a chain of events for their side here. They were able to get the turtle. They know, right? Kaizen is a level ahead earlier, so that retribution definitely is advantageous towards Kaizen, and they got the kill and they got the mid structure. Arguably the most important tier 1 in the game. Not arguably, definitely the most important tier 1 in the game. And without the mid structure for side of E-Arena, definitely, it will cause an imbalance within their rotations and within their farming space. Take a look at that. Once the mid structure is gone, it's just so easy to take a structure elsewhere. And sure, they can't afford to lose a tier 1 bot because they're threatening to take a tier 2 top. So again, KOG, they're playing it very, very well here, rotation-wise.
Yeah, it seems like you're absolutely right. Like, even while all that was happening, while they were taking the mid turret 1, there's a fight happening on the bottom side as well. That's a lot of members from EA making a run for it. Here comes a glorious pathway for the chase. Again, just facing off against each other here. You cannot face them head on. That's a big threat of KOG. Peachy's left all alone, and the kill gonna get even donated over the Payan. How efficient can you get?
This is crazy. This is crazy. This is getting out of hand. Of course, out of E-Arena. And KOG with this lead, right? 4,500 and now even 5K. With the Lord coming up, it's going to be tougher for E-Arena because sure, they got a Harith. But, Lunox under, I don't think can really cause AoE a lot to the Lord and KOG, but let's see though, right? Execution, it's all about execution here. Hanagus face checking, still able to, sneak away there and hold a damage. But man, KOG slowly but surely just applying the right pressure and pressing the right buttons here so far.
Yeah, I'm not counting them out just yet, right? There is still a chance for their Harith to actually really pop off. It's all about execution, like you mentioned. But again, that margin for error is just slowly just disappearing here from E-Arena. We're getting to the point where one mistake could actually end up into just a one complete disappearance, like one win. And look at Rave. Single-handedly took care of that Lord, by the way. And now the chase is on. Freddy Bird is still trying to go for the chase here. But the Benedetta just proving to be such a monstrous threat. And now we swish all over to the mid lane, where it is an obvious victory here for KOG. They're definitely ahead. There's not even a contest. One blazing duet enough to push back 4 members of the arena.
Oh my goodness. This is tough. This is tough. The arena again just suffocated here. Suffocating and looking for... They're struggling to breathe. They're looking for air here in the bottom side. Looking for farm even. And then interestingly enough, maybe Benedetta says, you know what, I'm fast, I'm mobile, let me get the far lane, let me get the clear. Take a look at KOG though, Rockheart. This is them saying, we're not gonna give you anything. We're not gonna give you like a chance to fight. We'll fight on our terms, not yours. This is why the spacing is very, very good. Right here, somehow isolated. Oh, that's a stun.
Oh man, again, Wraith just trying his best to get anything from the map. Every single scrap of gold available. But you're right, KOG, they're not even letting even a single jungle creep alive. That's just how crazy KOG are right now with that stranglehold that they have on this game. Now there's a small opening though. Arena find a small, you know, path on the bottom side of the map. Maybe make something happen. They're gonna do that favorite 4-1 movement that most pro players are doing. Try to leave the most mobile player on the opposite side and see if they can make something happen on the Lord, which is, I'm gonna be honest, very unlikely. But they're gonna try something anyway. This is out on the Flowing Blood. Forcing him back is Nile, and there's no way for a retribution battle to actually happen. Now they're getting chased up. VGZ gonna get erased here. Trying to go for that claw, but it's a no-go. They're gonna make a run for it. Brave trying to make something happen on this Benedetta, anything at all. But even with all the firepower that they have, it's only gonna be a 2-for-2. And we've got a Lord walking up on top side. I'm actually surprised they even gave away 2, so I would say that's best case scenario already for EA.
I agree. I mean, if it's an equal trade, it's definitely beneficial for the ones losing. But they gotta keep in mind here, they got the Lord. Though Peachy and Nozen is still alive, so with this, I think they are still able to withstand the damage from this Lord and clear it no problem. And here it goes. Here comes the clear. They're trying to defend so that the Lord not touch and charge their base turret, which they succeed. And that's a big win. That's actually a huge win, of course, out of the arena. Because that could have gone a lot worse with the lead that KOG was having, right? Now, though, with still KOG, with the map control, with the lead, but E-Arena just bought time.
Yeah, they've bought so much time, honestly. Since, again, Nozen is completely behind on gold, all that time is going to be so crucial. And they're going to be able to buy at least a few minutes more, at least, 2 minutes more, since the next Lord is coming up in about 80 seconds. So, clearing this is not going to be a problem. Hanagas as well going to get the chastise. Alright, that's going to slow down that Claude even further. Again, locking in these very crucial items is important.
Definitely. And KOG, I think that was their second warning sign. Oh, Wraith. Okay, I want to say, right, that wasn't really a warning sign, but it felt like a second warning sign where, it was an equal trade. We couldn't maximize the Lord push, and maybe next time after Lord, they will back away. Unless E-Arena really overextends, then that would be a different story. But they wouldn't chase after a Lord take, is my guess here after this Lord take here. So that's another lesson from side of KOG. As for E-Arena, again, they're suffocated. They are desperately looking for air, which is currently in the bottom side. They have to rotate 4 members, even 5 members, just to let Nozen get a clear.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do so much just to try this. They have a great spot though. If Payan gets caught, this could be crazy, but he has enough time to actually pull off the Winter Crown. And while they were attempting to go for Payan, they're gonna suffer 2 deaths, make that 3 in this one. And I don't think KOG are gonna take it lightly. Nozen is all alone on the map against 5 members of KOG. And there's just no way around it. That's Nozen just delaying the inevitable here. And his opponent's just showing that, you know what? No chance for you to go back, baby. This is our turf. This is our game. Game number 1 goes over to KOG.
Impressive win. Impressive MLBB shown. Unfortunately, the Benedetta EXP lane didn't turn up very well. Wasn't fruitful for us out of the arena. KOG was a little bit too strong here with their conventional draft in this meta. And again, right? Yeah, Wraith here tried his best to play that 4-1 rotation or formation. But at this point, you know, Rockheart, the lead was just too far here. This was the only good trade, I feel like, after minute number 8. Force out of the arena, where it was a 2-for-2, but after here, look at this fight here. Winner Crown and Peachy got no targets. He was taken down after shortly, and without the Lunox, yeah, it's just done and dusted here. KOG closing the gap and taking most members down. That was the first game though. Boy oh boy, if that continued, we might get 3 matches full of clean sweeps.
That's what it feels like, right? The way that this is happening, man, this feels like gonna be a clean sweep. There was even a little bit of a showboat there at the very end where they could have gotten the kill. They didn't want to pad the KDA, so who am I to judge? But basically just a show of force, right? This huge thing that's happening is a big show of force. It's a big momentum shift towards their side. And from what I've seen, you get the win. That's usually just game's over. So I'm not sure if they want that to keep going. I would like to see maybe, you know, a bit more finesse. Because I think
I like that.
we already saw a lot of firepower. You know, we already saw a lot of firepower from EA. They showed that they can do firepower. I want to see more finesse from their side. But here for Payan, obviously MVP there. He almost a perfect game for the Claude, I gotta say. 64% KP, didn't die. Winter Crown into a Blazing Duet is such an easy thing to pull off against a lineup that really wants to just take you down. Love what I did. I love what I saw as well with their movements, with his movements across the map, and basically making sure he was safe.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a textbook Claude game, right? Farm, apply pressure when needed, getting the 3 quick items, the Swift Trinity, and just influence that game to your team. And then we saw that, right? After that Winter Crown, he bought the Rules Gold as well. You know, just extra security, and Payan there almost got a kill. Zed took it though. But I feel like after here, that's just the first hurdle even, you can argue. The arena. This was the only punch back here.
Right.
From the side of the arena. But nothing major, I gotta say, that was threatening, or that threatened KOG's like formation.
Yeah, KOG was doing so many things that maybe wasn't even necessary, like, you know, swapping over, donating kills, a little bit of showboat at the very end, and even with all that, it was just super clean. The small moments where E-Arena was punching back, it was basically just equal, right? It wasn't like they were getting any advantages. It was just even Stevens. And they were playing around it very well. They were playing around a disadvantage where they lost Nile. That's okay for them. And even in this one where E-Arena tried to go for that pickoff on the Claude, you know what? They had enough game sense to just play around it, make sure Payan survives, and then clean it up. You thought we needed lore. We don't really need lore. We just need to kill you. And you can see even a little bit of a IRL dancing there for the victory.
It's again just them showing confidence, right? Folks, in case you didn't know or in case you forget, KOG is currently sitting first place. And after this win, it feels like they are going 5-0 out of 5 matches here, folks. So let's see here if they will be able to close it out or not. But it was a 16-minute game time for side of KOG here. It felt shorter, but yeah, I think KOG got delayed twice there on the ending, the Lord ending or the ending push from side of the arena. But again, right, it's just inevitable unless KOG dove 5 members on towards the base. E-Arena is not getting out or will not survive that situation, unfortunately, Rockhart.
Yeah, there was just no surviving that. Despite, again, a very spicy lineup. Don't get me wrong. I love their draft. I love that they went a little bit ham, but yeah, just not enough to actually eke out an advantage. Again, Rafe, he played out of his mind on the Benedetta. Still wasn't enough to actually, make a difference.
No. Well played. The Benedetta really did a lot of dirty work, I gotta say, clearing out the far lanes, going alone. You gotta try to survive in very, very dangerous situations. But yeah, I think KOG understand when to pull the trigger on towards Wraith and when to let Wraith be Wraith. And we saw that first game. So second game, I am going to be very interested to see the approach here from side of KOG. Will it be different or will it be rather the same? I expect them to not switch sides from the side of the arena. That's what I expect.
Yeah, I feel like I would.
Say on blue.
I'm pretty happy with that, right? That sounds like it's going to be a pretty happy side for them. As long as they can get their Baksha, as long as they can get their Claude, they should be pretty chill about it. And if I was the arena, I like the idea of going a little bit too crazy, but now maybe you want to add a little bit more sustain on your lineup, because that lineup was glass cannon. That was glass cannon as heck.
Yeah.
Even my RG friends would run that for the risk of losing a tank or anything. So yeah, a little bit more survivability just so that you can kind of just control the fights even further and not rely too much on a cheesy strat where you're trying to pick off someone with pure firepower. That's what I'm kind of expecting E-Arena to go with next game.
Let's see. Will that happen or not, right? In the second game, folks. But yeah, KOG, all they got to do is just respond, because I don't really mind their drafts either, right? I feel like they focused on, I guess it was more of a conventional draft. And I also forgot how the Valentina can answer a lot of heroes as well. Maybe we might get to see a Valentina game later on. It's a good blind pick, whereas maybe 2-3 patches ago, Valentina wasn't good of a pick if it was blind, blindly pick Valentina. But now I feel like it's a good answer to anticipate, because a lot of alts right now in the game is already very good. So Valentina blind, later they will definitely pick a hero that is alt reliant. So we might get to see that back in action here for our second game in the series, folks. Which, if KOG can keep it up, I am really sniffing that they're gonna go 5-0 and just suffer the arena. Yeah.
I completely agree. This feels like it's a 5-0 momentum. Valentina, I think, is definitely very strong. I just miss the times where it interacts with Sora, since Sora's just not picked as much now, right? Still a pretty good pick, I would say. Don't sleep on Sora. It's just not as prevalent. Our pro players seem to be very happy to just go a bit more vanilla on the XP laners. Just like Yuzhong. We saw that Yuzhong earlier. more Arlot, I guess, if you want to be very risky. So random map draw here. Expand. No flying clouds still today, folks.
Yeah. Exactly. No flying clouds just yet. Let's see, Arena, will they stay on blue side or will they switch things up here, folks? They are on the hot seat here. They will switch sides, so we might see a different approach. KOG, despite them blue siding, they're going to ban the Freya.
Yeah, that's a interesting slot to put that Freya ban in, right? But just making sure that you don't risk it getting opened up. Just make sure you take care of business. No fuss, no rustlers, no coconuts. I forgot how they say it, but yeah, Justine making sure that you don't have to deal with it. Whether if in case EA doesn't fall for the trap of banning out or asking them to ban out the Freya. So I kind of like that. But with that being said, that should be either a Claude or a Harif pick, right? Bah, Phovius. How could I forget?
It's going to be neither. Rock hard because the Fulvius is on the board. And yeah, it's just such a strong presence for that early game, especially neutral objective take and also in lane, right? Let's see here the response from inside of the arena. Okay. Oh, wow. I did not expect the Kimmy. Maybe I expected the Hylos, but did not expect the Kimmy early. It's going to be the Baksha now. From inside of KOG. Zhu Shin is not on the board, so against this sort of composition, don't you just go Yeve here?
I think
Good
you're
pokes.
right. Yeah, control it, right? And make sure that you have like a really strong gold leader matchup. I would expect the Claude to be still high priority for them. Maybe pick it up if you don't want to risk it getting banned out. But Eve is a pretty strong pick for the Farsa. Okay.
I mean,
Not bad.
same idea, but different methods, right? It's more burst, wins out range on towards Kimmy. But yeah, I mean, I completely forgot about the Farsa here. Definitely can burst out on burst the Kimmy out. And yeah, good rotations, right? With the wings by wings, definitely a lot faster if you compare it to Eve.
That's true. But like you, I was actually very surprised by that Kimmy pick. You don't usually want to pick up the Kimmy super early nowadays.
Yeah,
Just because there's so many assassin threats, right? That can kind of just deal with it. Despite the Baksha being picked up already. But, if KOG was a little bit, they really wanted to punish you, they could throw that Baksha on Rome and throw a Suyo there, and your Kimmy would be probably going to have a hard time.
Yeah, especially with the Farsa already locked in as well. Maybe, the Baksha Rome flex. It's not out of reach, Rock Hard. Maybe you just call it right then and there. Let's see here as we are waiting for KOG to use their last ban. They ban out the Hayabusa. They might ban another jungler here. I don't really mind it if they do not ban them. Okay, they can shift their focus towards an EXP laner now. The Yu Zong can cause problems against the Farsa, but no, they will commit on towards a jungler ban instead.
All right. I think that just signals that they're probably going to keep the Baksha on jungle. Try to thin out the jungle here is probably Gwyn. Something very similar. High or Leomord. I think Leomord is okay here. Is that CCXP? That's CCXP 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is very, very rare nowadays, no? With the amount of heroes that is currently in the meta. So interesting approach from inside of the arena here. Yeah. So wow.
Is that Badang Rome?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Badang Rome. All right. Just trying to make sure you got it clear in my head. Majority magic damage here for KOG, brother. With the Harif and the Farsa. Might just switch them into a more defensive. There you go with the Leomord jungle. Thought they were going to want to go maybe Fredrin, but yeah, Leomord on jungle makes sense as well.
Man, it's going to be an action-packed composition here with the Badang coming back into the Lanadon. Combine it with a Feather Airstrike. Combine it with a Shaun Force Harith. You know, KOG, they again just forcing Arena here into a corner because you gotta rock with the Purify when you are up against the Badang.
That's true. You better pray for you better pray for a miss on the Purify on the Badang because you're nosing. You have Flicker. If you get stunned once, it's Jover, bro. Just let go of the phone. That's all you got to do. You know what's coming. You know the hard-hitting composition is coming.
Well, folks, this potentially might be the last game of the series here as KOJ. They look to continue the trend of today's match here in MSL Thailand Season 1. Gani and Rockheart at your service. KOG, will they be able to close the series out, or perhaps we might see an equalizer here from the Arena?
In the Arena, I think one of the biggest ways that can happen is if this carry just goes unnoticed for a majority of the game, which you know as well as I do, it's probably not going to happen. They're going to focus now on that carry, but you can never tell, right? Maybe the Arena's mid trio becomes so forceful that they kind of just forget the top side. Stuff like that can happen.
Hey, that stuff definitely can happen. And it's a quiet first minute here, folks. Mid roam, still just rotating around. Now though, jumped to a 50% HP almost. Going up against the Skimmy. And so far, it's a spot here where Nile is going towards the bottom side of the map, and no real threats here. Nothing too crazy here. Rotation-wise, from both junglers, from both roamers as well. They're playing it very, very safely.
That's right. Of course, the major target here is going to be on the top side of the map. With Kaizen trying to see if he can get a kill or maybe force a flicker out of Nozin. Which is very funny for me because, Kaizen used to have a teammate named Kozen. So now he's against Nozin, which is very funny. Again, that was way back in way back in TNT and MPL Philippines. So that's just a really funny interaction here. So I think, again, they're trying to see if they can force maybe a flicker, but no, look at this, man. No flickers getting used here. All of them playing so safe. That could change here in this next few minutes with the Lord coming up. It's like they're going to try to force it. There goes that feathered airstrike, and Kaizen once again securing that turtle. First blood is going to go over the 33rd, getting so much thongs from this Phobius right now.
Man, it's a first blood and it's a turtle, so it's a big double win for the side of KOG and Arena. Nothing on the board just yet here. It's 1,000 gold between them, 1,500. So it's definitely, they definitely can find some counterplays later on. But yeah, the execution there from the side of KOG, you can see that the communication and the coordination was properly done. And Hanagus is level 4 now. So, yeah, they gotta play it slow here. And I'm sure KOG, they know that they don't have to rush unless the mid lane is like this.
Yeah, oh my goodness, Hanagus doesn't even have a revitalize or anything. Got crowd control chain there. And that's another one going down. EA, they're bleeding resources over the KOG, man.
It's tough. It's tough. The Arena. On the other side of the map, they're looking for an engage, but great spacing again. KOG again. They can control unless someone overextends. They will punish, and Hanagus punished again.
Oh, Hanagus.
Almost.
Barely missing out on that last salvo of that feathered airstrike, man. And you're right. This high loss is having a tough time staying on the map, huh? He seems to be a
he
back
wants
and
to be
forth with, yeah.
Yeah. Which is crazy, Rockhard, because he wants to be a frontliner, but he can't really frontline for now. with the amount of burst that this Farsa is giving, and technically the Farsa has yet to claim an item, so that's crazy.
That's true. And again, with no items, Farsa, it hits like that. What more with the Divine Glaive, right? So I cannot wait to see what's gonna happen in the next few minutes here. Kaizen again once more is gonna have control of that turtle, knock up one, and of course it's Zed with the salvos. Peachy gonna survive, and look at that, Hanagus is surviving a lot better now, especially with the Elegant Gem, but they're still gonna lose out control of their jungle.
Boy, oh boy. KOG looking to shift a gear, bump a gear. And 2,500 gold lead, mid turret taken down. Of course, the arena here, similar to game 1 where they got the mid turret quite early. And it feels like it's going to be the same now. Oh, stunned up.
Ooh, the crowd control chain right after the emote. That must feel good for EA. Now they're gonna see if they can get another kill over, but just like that, answered almost immediately by KOG.
Yeah, both roamers out. That was a trade. And the structure top is looking like it's gonna go down, folks. 6 minutes in. 2 structures of tier 1 already down and out. That's gonna be a shield unity on towards Peachy. Still able to dodge it there with the jump. But man, the arena now, what they can do is maybe just turtle, right? Again, just give farm towards Nozin and hope for the best at that point. Going for a front to back composition while behind now is definitely tricky to, you know, turning it around. But you got to carry a hero that is good at melting lords while defending a good hero that doesn't mind defending, right? All it needs is just positioning. If the positioning is prime, then we might see a turnaround here later on. But for now, you know, KOG, they are distancing themselves very well. But the last turtle is up, folks. Let's see.
Yep, we got a big turtle here, and Payan's not really super close, so maybe they can make a kill happen, but again, it's just EA trying to mitigate the risks, and I think they're doing exactly what you said, trying to go for turtling instead. But for now, forces a flicker out of Wraith, so that's something. KOG already got the turtle, can they get more? Can they get maybe a kill here or 2? Trying to see if they can bait something out, but Pretty Furry just not falling for it. Traction Pulse already used up as well, pushing them back. But look at that, KOG, they're still a threat. They're still re-engaging here. And all of that said and done, EA are now back on the defensive.
Yeah, it's again just KOG, very, very disciplined here in spacing themselves out. Not getting too overzealous, not overextending. And they want the orange buff. Control. Mijizi has a retribution.
That's right. Kaizen on top side has massive control of the orange buff. I don't think Mijizi got it too. Kaizen though with Traction Pulse, very helpful. Oh my god, that fist break really split that team fight apart, but Peachy is on the backside, getting him to that by Pretty Furry and the Payan. They take out the Kimmy. Now Zed's up on front. Nile even uses a flicker for good measure. That's 2 down for EA, and everyone's just bleeding dry.
They took Kaizen down. Unfortunately, not a shutdown though. But that's still a trade at least. Again, it's still a mountain to climb here if you're E-Arena, you know. And KOG, they can play the slow game, right? 9 minutes means that the Lord is gonna spawn here very, very soon. And with this sort of lead, I don't think the arena has the items to contest, has the defensive nor attacking items to contest. So again, just KOG, they will be able to take this Lord, I guess, comfortably, right? Even the call is the Harith, go get purple buff. You know, KZen even not level 15 not yet, but you know it's okay. Give the items to the gold laner. Give the buff to the gold laner here, specifically the purple buff, and that will allow this Harith, the cooldown to be reduced, be more influential inside of the game. And let's see here. This is gonna be the first Lord, folks. The arena has a carry, but does it have enough firepower here to withstand the equipment of KOG that is already established? The Lord will march in the mid lane. Let's see the details.
So it does feel like the carry has enough firepower. The problem is, can it reach the targets, right? And which target do you choose? We'll have to find out, because right now they are forcing a little bit of damage onto that turret. Nothing too crazy, nothing that the arena can't really handle. But what they can handle for sure is if Nile decides to go for a crazy setup, if they decide, you know what, maybe we gotta make something happen. It looks like KOG is having enough discipline to just not do that, especially since KZen is very far away, trying to control a very far wave. So for now, we might be approaching a bit of a stalemate on this side of the map. Although there is a massive goal lead for KOG, 7,400. And now they're also trapped in their base.
That's a big one. That definitely is a big one. They're waiting for the minion to crash, and let's see here the engage of Glorious Pathway. Smart from Hanagus. Able to at least again delay, right? I don't think KOG managed the
Very good salvos,
Okay.
big hits coming in from Zed. Again, the range is excellent, but they just don't want to fight too much. They want to give out more chances for E-Arena to come back, so they decide to back off. I like that from KOG, right? Because they know that if they force it, there is a stun. There is a chain stun that can happen with attraction pulse, with the curtain call, with the Law and Order. So there's a lot of crowd controls that can actually lock you down. So they're not taking any chances. Nile is just, I guess, being playful here, I guess.
Yeah, very much so. I like what they're doing, but I don't like what they're doing with the wave manipulation, right? They could have done better, I feel like, where at least 2 waves are crashing all together, and last time around the waves are crashing like 1 by 1, which again is gonna be easy for EA to handle. Let's see though, will that adjustment be true after this Lord here? Take a look at the rotation from the arena, right? 5 men, maybe 4, rotating towards top just to get the clear. Spots Badang out. So, yeah, I think Badang says, you know what? There's a lot of people top lane, guys. So, that's going to be a free one. And so, they will get it. 12 minutes in, folks. It's going to be the second Lord for KOG. With this Lord here, will they be able to break through? Or perhaps the defensive Karina and Kimmy. Sorry, Carrie and Kimmy be successful again for side of EA.
It does feel like it's proving to be a very difficult fight. It's proving to be very difficult for a breach to happen for E-Arena, just because of how many, again, crowd control with curtain call is just too insane. How do you deal with this Lord coming? So all they have to do is just be patient. They're doing that now. And they should be pretty happy with the result here for this one. If they can do a -1, if they can do a -2, this could be it.
Let's see if they are able to do it. Top lane turret is undefended. It's going to be taken down clearly. Bot side as well. Here comes a breach. Will they be able to clean sweep right here, right now with the Lord already in front of the base of EA?
Yep, that Lord's gonna get cleaned up. KOG's not really going for anything too crazy. Nile has the flicker and the fist break combo possible here, but again, just not going for anything. They want to take this. They want to be surgical about this, Goni. They don't want to go and brute force it.
Seems like they don't. Unfortunately for KOG, they did not get the turret for the far lane unless they got it here. Let's see here. E-Arena, they gotta defend this turret. So far I don't think they will. Mijizi though from the flanks with the steed. Let's see.
Yeah, going for it. Kaizen actually quite low. Gonna go down without a trade, but looks like a trade might be coming just a little bit delayed. Mijizi no longer on Phantom Steed form. Might be in trouble with the flicker from Payen. Gets that kill down. That's 2 for 1. So far with more minion waves flowing, Nozen has been shooting those shurikens, those light wheels non-stop, but this time around, this might go punished as the coming of the feathered airstrike is just gonna be unbearable to deal with. And just like that, folks, it's a 2-0 game. KOG coming out on top with a sweep.
Nothing separates them except KOG's discipline, folks. And as well as the masterful giraffes. KOG, they were able to execute that draft very cleanly. It took longer than expected, I gotta say, but all props to Arena. They were the ones that, delay and looking for more opportunities, but unfortunately in that second game, that opportunity did not come for them. It's 2-0, folks, so first, second, and third series ends on the same score line. But man, oh man, KOG, I believe with this win, they are safe. And they are officially, right, the team that will go to playoffs here with a 5-0 record. But let's see for the official announcement first. As for E-Arena Rockhart, this is not a good result for their team. And this was the finishing touch. Unfortunately, the finesse that you were looking for, Rockhart, it was more still from the side of KOG, not from the side of E-Arena.
Yeah, it was absolutely more of the same coming in from them. It feels like they were trying to bank on KOG making mistakes, right? It wasn't really anything too crazy. So again, I'm looking forward to maybe seeing them improve in terms of like being more decisive on the pickoffs they want to happen. Because in that game, it was crucial for them to pick off early. But then again, I did understand why they could not do that because, they had a carry to take care of. It's like having, having to babysit for like 10 minutes.
อันนี้สนุกแล้วใช่ไหมคะสนุกแล้วโอเคค่ะ
ผมก็รู้สึกดีใจครับผมที่เรายังชนะแล้วก็ยังเก็บสถิติไร้พ่ายต่อไปได้ครับผมแล้วก็ดีใจที่ทีมเล่นเกมออกมาได้ค่อนข้างคลีนครับผมเป็นเกมที่แบบพวกเราต้องการคือเกมแบบนี้ครับ
โอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวเผื่อใครเพิ่งเข้ามาดูอุ้ยตอบแค่นี้ก็คือเสียงตบมือมาเลย พิธีกรยืนพูดทั้งวันเงียบกริบ
ผมตบให้
ขอบคุณค่ะขอบคุณค่ะโอเคเผื่อใครเพิ่งเข้ามาดูเดี๋ยวแนะนำเป็นชื่อเล่นแล้วก็ตำแหน่งก็ได้ค่ะด้านนี้ก่อน
ได้เริ่มจากผมก็ได้ครับผมชื่อฮิวโก้นะครับผมตอนวีคแรกเป็นเพลเยอร์ครับผมตอนนี้ก็มาทำงานโค้ชคู่กับโค้ชจัสตินครับผม
ผันตัวเก่งแล้ว
เปล่าครับผมไม่ไหวแล้วแก่แล้วครับให้น้องๆเล่นดีกว่าเห็นอยู่น้องๆเขาเล่นยังไงอย่าเอาผมไปเล่นเลยครับ
ผม33ครับซันครับตำแหน่ง EXP Lane ครับผม
และอยากถามความรู้สึกว่าตอนนี้ค่ะอากาศข้างบนเป็นไงบ้างคะเพราะตอนนี้เราอยู่แบบที่1เลยเป็นไงอากาศดีไหมคะ
จริงๆเมื่อเช้าก็เดินออกแดดมาผมยังไม่รู้สึกร้อนเลยครับผมแล้วนี่มาเจอแอร์เนี่ยหนาวหนักเลย
อันนี้โดนแน่ค่ะตัดลง TikTok แน่
อยากครับขำๆ
เนี่ยอยากถามว่าจริงๆตอนนี้คือแฟนๆเนี่ยตั้งฉายาให้เรานะก็คือแบบอินซีดำไร้พ่ายเรารู้สึกยังไงกับฉายานี้
ครับผมก็รู้สึกดีใจครับผมที่ทุกคนมอบฉายานี้ให้เราครับผมแล้วก็จะพยายามเก็บฉายานี้ไว้ให้ได้จนจบซีซั่นเพื่อทุกๆคนเพื่อแฟนๆ KOG ทุกคนครับผม
สำหรับผมก็ไม่มีอะไรครับก็จะพยายามไม่ให้ไล่พ่ายแล้วก็ไม่ไล่แชมป์ด้วยครับผม
ก็คือแฟนๆเนี่ยคาดหวังแล้วตอนนี้คือแฟนๆคาดหวังว่า KOG เนี่ยจะชนะม้วนเดียวจบทุกแมตช์เลยจะเป็นแชมป์ได้แน่นอนเราคิดว่าเราสามารถทำได้ไหมคะ
ทำได้ครับ
ก็คือจะไม่ให้แฟนๆผิดหวัง
ครับผมทำได้แล้วเดี๋ยวทำให้ดูด้วยครับ
โอ้โหก่อนที่จะให้ไปพักนะคะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตบอกอะไรกับแฟนๆทั้งทางบ้านแล้วก็ทางที่มาดูที่สนามหน่อยได้ไหมคะ
ครับผมก็เริ่มจากผมก่อนแล้วกันเนาะก็ฝากแฟนๆทุกคนนะครับผมก็พวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ทุกแมตช์แน่นอนครับผมทุกแมตช์ของเราไม่มีคำว่าประมาทเราเล่นกันเต็มที่เราทำงานกันเต็มที่เราซ้อมกันเต็มที่ เพื่อที่จะทำให้ทุกๆคนที่เชียร์ KOG ครับผมได้ไปโม้กับเพื่อนๆว่าทีมที่เราเชียร์คือทีมที่เป็นแชมป์นะ
อีกท่านหนึ่งค่ะ
ก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆ แล้วก็เพื่อนๆ พี่ๆ น้องๆ ที่มาเชียร์ทั้งหน้างาน แล้วก็ออนไลน์ด้วยนะครับผม แล้วก็ขอบคุณครอบครัวด้วยนะครับที่คอยให้กำลังใจ แล้วก็เพื่อนๆ ทุกคนเลยนะครับ ก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่ครับ แล้วก็จะไม่มีคำว่าประมาทในเกมแข่งขันแน่นอนครับ
โอ้
ขอบคุณครับ
โห สุดยอดเลยนะคะทีมนี้นั่นแหละค่ะ เพราะฉะนั้นนะคะพรุ่งนี้ KOG นะคะมีแข่งอีก เพราะฉะนั้นนะคะทุกคนต้องมาเชียร์มาให้กำลังใจกันนะคะที่หน้างาน Lido Connect ได้เลยนะคะสำหรับใครไม่ว่างก็ช่องทางออนไลน์ได้เหมือนเดิมนะคะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตนะคะให้นักแข่งทั้ง2คนเนี่ยไปพักก่อนนะคะ เดี๋ยวส่งให้พี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
There you go. KOG again, just complete dominance all across the map. Very appreciate what they were doing in that last one. Really showcasing high level MLBB.
It was a tremendous display again from the side of KOG. Again, it just separates. That is what separates the two, and that is also why KOG is sitting at the top of the table. Still the one team to beat, right? You know, ACT, they got it up, they got 4 wins. VLTH, they didn't, they wasn't able to get the win. They weren't able to get the win. As for KOG, their momentum is still on, which is gonna shake up the standings. But MVP, let's talk about Payan here on this Harith. 303. My guy, it's called simple yet effective, right? I think his Harith was it was just nothing too crazy, you know, but it got the job done here. Rock hard, and he even confidently bring out the flicker, you know, knowing that the composition, hey, you know what, the crowd control ain't that bad from the side of ain't too threatening. Hence, take a look at that flicker. Holy Crystal already in hand. That's just a sign that this Harith is gonna be active, looking for fights. And there you go. You can see it from the highlights. Paired with the Farsa Rock Heart, the burst damage magic-wise from the side of KOG, you cannot hold it.
That's right. And with a 6-7 kill participation, he was very happy to just be in the fights as much as possible. With that Farsa, I feel like we all, as a collective, kind of forgot how good a Farsa actually is once all those strikes hit. And when you have a lineup that can kind of just enable that to happen over and over and over again, you got what a mage, you get everything that you want from a mage. It even plays around with the Leomord just like that. It's beautiful to watch.
And yeah, I think after what that exchange right there, rock hard, the Farsa gets even more nasty, right, for the side of the arena. Let's take a look at it. Wings by wings, skill, and then feather airstrike, right, to follow it up. So it's a lot of magic damage that the arena needs to withstand. And with the full throttle items from Harith and the Farsa, sooner or later it will definitely break. So that was the moment right there. And KOG again just showing confidence. 15 minutes was the game time here for the side of KOG to destroy the main base of E Arena, but kill wise is not actually that far, right? 9-4. Not a bad, I guess, attempt from the side of E Arena, but again, it wasn't enough. You know, the draft, the Kimi draft first pick technically on red side. doesn't fly on my radar and feels like it doesn't fly on KOG's radar because they were quick to respond with a Farsa pick that arguably also deals a lot of damage here on this game alongside the Harith.
I just gotta say, I wish I saw more Purifies from this lineup. I guess they were trying to match what KOG was doing, full flicker lineup. But in this one, I think you are punished hard if you do not have the Purify. The moment you get hit with the Boxer Shield Unity, the moment you get hit with a Fist Crack or a Dark Wave, that's it. All right, that's just game over. And we saw that over and over again in this game. Richman, of course, is going to be Payan, and of course, Sandbag is going to be Kaizen. Did everything that you want a Boxer could do. I mean, Zed also did pretty much all the damage, or a majority of that damage from those strikes. And again, I love that Farsa. Just love those salvos hitting. And even the minor outplays with the flicker, right? Flicker around the Farsa, can reposition around your ulti, and all is good.
Man, Rockhart, I think this is also gotta note that this is gonna be the first time all categories were taken by a team at least today, right? Again, just well done by KOG. A very, very, very good MLBB shown again. I hope they are able to stay consistent as a unit, as a team. But that was the third series done and dusted. Are we done yet, folks? No, we're not. We got one more series to play, and that's Full Sends and Solix. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
มาถึงคู่สุดท้ายของการแข่งขันของเราในวันนี้แล้วนะคะ เพื่อนๆคนไหนเนี่ยที่ยังไม่ได้อยู่หน้าจอนะคะไปเข้าห้องน้ำไปซื้อขนมรีบกลับมาเฝ้าหน้าจอได้เลยนะคะเพราะว่าบอกเลยว่าคู่สุดท้ายของเราเนี่ยมันแน่นอนค่ะเพราะว่าเป็นการเจอกันนะคะของ2ทีมค่ะที่ต้องการแต้มมากๆเลยทีมแรกนั่นก็คือไฟส้มฟูเซนนั่นเอง ได้ข่าวมาว่าตอนนี้นะคะมีการปรับทีมใหม่ปรับไลน์อัพกันใหม่นะคะไม่แน่ใจว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยจะเล่นได้เข้าขารู้ใจกันอยู่หรือเปล่าเดี๋ยวต้องมาดูในแมตช์นี้นะคะและวันนี้เนี่ยพวกเขานะคะจะต้องมาเจอกับทีมรวม Legend นะคะอย่าง Solic Esport ค่ะมาดูกันว่าวันนี้นะคะพี่เชอรี่ของเราเนี่ยจะสามารถใช้ความเก่าเอาคะแนนมาให้ Solic ได้หรือเปล่าหรือว่าฟูลเซนเนี่ยจะมีแผนอะไรนะคะมารับมือกับความเก่าเกมของโซลิกนะคะเพราะว่าวันนี้นะคะจะมีทีมเดียวเท่านั้นที่ได้แต้มวันนี้ไปค่ะและเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียเวลานะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Yes. Rock hard, you're muted.
Wow. All right. That was a lot of stuff I said. All right. So you're saying,
I was
welcome back,
hoping you were
MSL
looking at the
Thailand.
message.
I'm sorry, I was not looking. I was looking at the teams. Anyway, we are back at it again. Full Sense versus Solix this time around. Still Rockhart and Goni. And yeah, last match of the day, bro.
It will be the last match of the day. It feels like, especially for week 4, day 1, the train for a 2-0 stomp or 2-0 score, I think that's the narrative today. We'll see though. Full Sense and Solix, they're a little bit closer on the standings, and both the teams are desperately looking for a win, right? Solix, they need a win here to solidify themselves. Full Sense, they're not safe. So again, right, a win is a must for both. That's why I feel like we might get to see a full 3 games here on our last series.
Yeah, this is the one series where probably not even us, right? Maybe the other casters as well are probably expecting a bit of a long series just because of how close these two teams are. Not just in not in standings, right? But more on like their skill level or their power level or their perceived power level right now. It feels like I think both of them are on 1 win, right? 1 win. And for me, again, Full Sense, I feel like just needs more time still to kind of just boil up into what they can really be full. So in my humble opinion, they're not really quite full yet, despite their name. Maybe they're about half. So, but yes, it feels like they can only go up higher from here on in.
Yeah, as we take a look at the full overview here, Rockhard, and that we are going to see action from the positions, the 7th position and the 8th position here, both sitting at a 1 win. One is slightly worse with a 5-loss record. And let's see, right, who will be the victor today, as it will be the battle of the veterans here. Solix Esports, they got Cherry and Moss. Dominic and Flash SR is on Full Sense though.
That's right. Lots of veteran experience coming in here. SEA Games experience. Dominic obviously has had a lot of MPL experience in multiple countries as well. Most notably, of course, being part of Blacklist as well, and all of the other teams, national team even for Philippines. So lots of experience here, obviously being showcased in this specific matchup. That's one of the reasons why, when casters look at this, no one's actually quite ahead. You've got so much that you can actually bank on. You've got so much experience you can rely on for both teams that it's not quite as clear. And despite being obviously the trend being 2-0s, not just here in the region, but in multiple regions as well, it's just not clear cut.
Definitely not, right? It is definitely not clear cut. As again, both teams are looking to find their form here. Let's see who will jump the gun first, who will have the advantage first, because at least again, we've been talking about this. The team that has won the first game, it's for today, has been able to find their momentum, bring it to the second game. So maybe that can also be evident on our last series here. Again, I know my prediction. I know your prediction, but it's quite different. I think it is very different.
It's gonna be a
And
little bit.
after a long, yeah, I mean 3 matches where we were in a total agreement. Let's see here. It's gonna be full sends with Dominic Hasaki, Double PZ, Neja, Flesh SR.
Yeah, for me, Full Sense again just has not really quite had that much success because I feel like they just need more time to kind of just gel together and be a more dominant force, right? So for me, if I am personally just waiting for the day where Full Sense actually goes into play, so this might be it.
And as for Solix Esports, their opponent, it's going to be the veterans that will be deployed here with Sherry and Moss. We got Xiao Xiao as well, and we got me Mark there. And let's see, right? The 2 teams going at it. Solix Esports and Full Sense, their standings, both of the teams aren't really looking too hot here. So, of course, the win would be very, very value here entering week number 4 as we get to say hello to the coaches here, and let's prepare for our final series of the day.
That's right. So for Full Sense, again, still looking for some of that pizzazz. And for Solix, they're definitely closer, right? Both of these teams
ที
are
มที่เริ่มต้นฤ
like
ดู
one
กาลได้ไม่สวยงามนัก เส้นทาง
See what
ที่ผ่าน
happens.
มาไม่เคยง่าย ต้องเจอกับโซลิกอีกหนึ่งทีมสกิลเพลเยอร์ระดับตำนาน ที่ต้องฝ่าฟันมาไม่ต่างกัน ทั้ง 2 ทีมต่างผ่านช่วงเวลาที่ไม่ราบรื่นและยังคงต้องพิสูจน์ตัวเองในทุกเกม แต่บนเส้นทางนี้มีเพียง 6 ทีมเท่านั้นที่จะไปสู่ในรอบเพลย์ออฟ พวกเขายังคงต้องไล่ล่าชัยชนะในเกมนี้ ไม่ใช่แค่แต้มแต่มันคือโอกาสในการไปต่อ และสุดท้ายทีมไหนจะได้ไปต่อ
And here we are with Full Sense Esports and of course Solix Esports. It's gonna be a head-to-head. It's Neja versus Xiao 2. KD looking definitely a lot better for Xiao. Not as many kills I expect because he's trying to be as conservative or trying to stay alive as much as possible. GPM though, definitely a big boost here. Same with the team fight participation. Like that 71%, definitely a lot more cohesive. So Solix Esports definitely feels like a big threat here for Full Sense.
Definitely a lot more leaning towards the side of Solix here. Neja lacking in that GPM, lacking in that team fight participation as well. Let's see though, will we get to see Flying Cloud? Because that was the only map, not just yet here, folks, for our opening game of this series. No Flying Clouds for a week 4 day 1 seems like, and that trend will continue. Let's see. It's gonna be the draft here. Again, Full Sense and Solix Esports. It's gonna be Full Sense here, banning the Marcel away on blue side. That's interesting.
Yeah, Marcel definitely not gonna be seeing the light of day today because you need a lot of light. It's already evening, so maybe he can't get his camera in maximum use. So
Good
that's
one.
why he's not gonna get shown up here. I'm sorry, that's all my brain can muster. But yeah, I feel like the way that you actually deal with this is you kind of just make sure again, we've seen this over and over again, trying to force out that third slot Freya ban if you're on blue side. And making them suffer if they fail to answer, and they do it actually pretty early on.
Yeah, it seems like they will ban the Freya out. And I feel like it's just meta heroes here. Oh, interesting. Full Sense. Realizing the trend, right? Fulvius getting first pick. Seems like that's not going to be the approach for side of Full Sense here. Instead, they will deny it. They will allow what type of heroes here are open? I guess the Leo, the Glue, the
yeah.
Harleys are it's banned. So I mean, do you go Harith? Oh, I mean, do you go Claude here? Is that too? That's that too like a reach?
Yeah. I
Whoa!
think Claude would be great, but wow, that is... I don't see that a lot. Cho priority over every single hero you mentioned. That's insane, honestly. Not a lot of people would go for that. Again, your goal lane is usually very highly prioritized. The only reason why you'd pick this up or show up is if you don't want to reveal too much too early. But you might just want to go ahead and lock in your gold and your jungle here right after. Leomord feels like such a good one. Suyo feels like a good one. Whoa! Loving this.
A lot of Guinevere's here today, especially in the jungler position, right? I think they understand that, the Guinevere allows you to be such a threat, and Solix, they will try to replicate that sort of approach here with a Uranus in their lineup as well. Now they got to pick up the Claude here, right, or the carry, just to have someone that is enough to shred the Uranus down. They locked in the Lilia, and they should lock in a gold lane here. It's either or the carry and the Claude.
Yeah, come on, lock in that gold, man. You know you want to. And yeah, it's gonna be the carry. Kind of predicted. You know what I'm noticing though? That win rate is just going down. Like, I think we've seen a few carries fall today. So I'm kind of worried about that.
Interesting.
As strong as the carry is, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, KO earlier wasn't able to get the win, and also in the previous series we didn't get to see the carry shine as well. So yeah, you're right.
Yep, and of course, to answer that, try to get as much range, try to get as much reachability as possible. It's like that's what's gonna happen here. Again, we saw Farsa earlier, right? And Farsa is usually very good, except right now there is a Lilia in front that might be problematic. You might just feather airstrike it and then just goes Black Shoe. So he decides, you know what? Let's just get some vision.
Yeah, I think that's again just a sensible approach here from the side of Solix, as we are about to enter the second phase, folks. They're gonna ban the Baksha here. I think that's a good ban. Oh, that's a good response from Zadavosense, banning out the Granger, knowing that, you know what, it's gonna be very tough dealing with range, and they already have us at 10, right? So it's gonna be extra hard if they have a Granger in their composition.
That's true. I think I've seen also like compositions with Granger Farsa just completely demolish, this one. But again, it is Zetian, so just trying to not die in the lane is actually already very good. Moskov getting banned as well, literally removing everything except for the Claude.
Yeah, they don't mind going up against a Claude here. They have 2 heroes, maybe potentially 3, that can, deal with the Claude. But I feel like they're gonna prioritize the jungler, or rather, the roamer first here. They're gonna hide their gold laner. And what's a good roam here? I think Hylos does well. Sure, it will. Okay, never mind. Going up against a Kyrie and Lilia, yeah, it's tough. It's a good roamer.
Time to take the field.
Wow.
Wow, gold right away. Huh, 100% win rate on the Bruno. Really?
Opening things up.
Is that before today?
I think, yeah, before today. Maybe.
Yeah, before today. All right.
Wow.
What do you know?
That's
Let's
plot.
go.
Okay. Not expect that one.
That's good. I like the Fanny pivot here. The Yuzhong might have a bit of a hard time against Uranus just because they're both gonna cut. But I've seen Uranus's become very, very punishing today, and in a few other casts I've done as well. So I feel like Uranus will actually be pretty decent.
Let's see, right? Will the Uranus come through and deliver again, as they are still going for a last pick hero. What do they need? They have crowd control. Ooh, the Badong. Okay, I like it. I like it. Another hero that can deal with the Fanny, right? And also can isolate members here. So great last pick right there.
That's right. This will not, this will not completely lock in the Fanny, but at least make a wall, so make it hard for him to maneuver around. So that's actually excellent. There is gonna be the threat, obviously, of a Cho. Again, you know what? I suddenly realized why they picked up a Cho first, just to make sure that the Fanny doesn't get kicked out of the way, right? So I guess when you think about it that way, pretty good, I would say.
Wow, they were already planning it from the get-go, right? You're right. Maybe that's why they were, you know what? Let's play a Fanny game and let's go for a Cho first pick. And there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter the Lana Dawn for our final series right here, right now.
All troops deployed.
That's right, loading up into game number 1. Solix versus Full Sense. This is going to be our last match of the day. Again, no one's really expecting this to become a 2-0 sweep. Feels very unlikely. And even in the draft, we did see a lot of answers back and forth. Some pretty high-level mind games as well being played by Full Sense. So Solix, definitely, they got the firepower. We'll just have to wait and see whether they can use it, and if they can get this Bruno into a very healthy item, item choice. I don't know what they say.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hasaki here on this Fanny teases the jungle of Solix there, maybe looking for a possible steal, but great deny. And also I would like to put out here Full Sense, they changed a lot of their rosters here, I feel like, right? Well, their roster, their OG roster, they got Angelina, right? A mid laner that likes to play Kadita. They got Porzan Naruk as well, I believe, as their roamer. Now, their mid, the pair, is different. Double PZ, and as well as Flash SR. But, the Tiecasters are in. I mean, there's a mix of, predictions as well from the Tiecasters, our fellow brethrens.
That's right. That's why I guess from all of that, you can kind of just tell, right? It's a little hard to tell which team actually has an edge. And even our audience prediction, again, more Solix, but kind of also there, almost 50-50. So let's go ahead and look for what can possibly happen here. 100% turtle priority here for Solix. They're gonna go ahead and take it. Or at least try.
Yeah, the Fanny. Asaki will prioritize the purple buff first. Flash SR is looking for a delay though, till level 3. That's a stun, multiple one. Now Fury of the Phoenix, they're caught Flash SR as well. It's gonna be first blood for side of Solix. That's gonna be a trade. Full Sense taking the kill as well. Dominic now holding on towards the front lines against 4 members. That's Xiao Xiao joining the fight here. Looking for a kill with those soccer balls, but not able to. Carry is rotating towards the bottom side of the map first.
That's the biggest surprise for me. Like, Xiao Xiao joining in so quickly. I mean, wow. What items do you have? Like, your balls are literally a little bit more deflated right now. So I'm surprised where, I'm surprised he joined it. But that did help Solix get a little bit of an advantage. But the turtle, you know what? It's still safe. No one actually took it yet.
Yeah, it's a delayed take on the turtle take. Until minute number 3 here, almost 4. It's still the first show, folks. And yeah, both teams are still teasing here. They should have Prio though. Wow, Danny Carter is taking his time here in the commitment of a turtle take.
Yeah, they're really taking their time. I mean, Full Sense basically just refusing to fight without the purple buff on Hasaki. And of course, it is Solix who are trying to do their very best to just, you know, get an advantage as soon as possible. With the kill, they're happening right now.
Yeah, that's a kill. Added towards full sense. Black Dragon form used up. Cherry hovering around. Moss does not have the kick. I mean, does have the ult, but Flesh SR does not have the kick. And that's going to be a turtle. The first one, folks, in minute number 4. 4 full sense. Moss, oh, he is isolated there. Forced to use the flicker, but here comes Flesh SR. No kick in hand. Moss is safe.
Yep, that's gonna be him safe for now. But with everything that we've seen, obviously Full Sense still feels like they've got like the bigger piece of the pie here, forcing so many things. Once more, the Fanny trying to make something happen. And as I was saying, I feel like they're forcing more pressure on the map right now, despite the team that has Fanny.
And you talked about pressure, that's a pressure. Requiem on towards 1. That's going to be Dominic still surviving. And wow, the calculation in the bottom side of the map, Xiao Xiao is not looking very healthy. Here comes Sasaki with the cables. Xiao Xiao, deep waters, and he will fall. 2 kills added here in less than a minute by Full Sense.
Yeah, that is not a very good position. Not to mention your Bruno going down, right? This Fanny, I feel like, is really so disruptive in this game. Like, everything that Solix has planned out is basically getting single-handedly disrupted by the Fanny. Despite, of course, the Badang being in play, right? So that's quite a statement if you think about it. Usually, Badang should be able to stop this.
That's a cancellation, though, on the kick. Mark now very low, forcing the flicker. Xiao Xiao comes in! Saki still finds an angle with the cables here to take Marks down. So, Saki, man, he wants all the smoke.
He's absolutely got massive control, right? So Asaki definitely able to just exert, you know, pressure, force movements rather, coming in from Solix, which they're trying to go for now.
Yep, that's gonna be Lilia. Pops the Black Shoes and the Purify. Repositions very well. Here comes Neja on the other side of the angle. Solix now still able to have more say in the mid lane as Full Sense will disengage. Take a look at the turtle already initiated by the side of Solix. And Full Sense, they might play a mirror counterplay as they will leave the turtle up.
Yeah. So for some reason now, they're trying to stray away from just forcing a turtle fight and just moving towards making Xiao Xiao's life a lot harder on the bottom side of the map.
Giving pressure, you know. He's level 8, Ninja is level 9. That's gonna be an engage from Moss. Force of Purify. Ninja's in trouble and will be taken down. Has Saki now with the cable still able to reposition. Solix, great recovery there, and what an opening by Moss.
Yeah, that was a great opening. Despite, again, most of the pressure of Full Sense on the bottom, Dominic with a solo kill on top side as well. That must hurt.
That's an expensive kill, Rockhard. That is one expensive kill. As that was the jungler. He is currently sitting at an 0-3-1 record here. Saki will take away the purple buff with the retribution. Here comes the stun. Saki will not be able to escape from that. So Solix finds an answer. You know, you took down my jungler. We will take your jungler down. And by the way, that was a shutdown.
Answer per answer here. So again, no one-sided game here today, folks. You are experiencing definitely a two boxers punching at each other, basically. And resources being transferred left, right, and center. Top side of the map is going to be pretty vulnerable here. You want to go for it.
Yeah, and we're 8 minutes in here. It's still close. Purple buff take. Still able to be taken away from Fanny, by Fanny with that retribution. But that's info, you know, with the Lord coming up. Is Solix gonna blitz the Lord?
Feels like they should have enough firepower to do so, but they're not really in a position to go for it yet. Maybe clearing the minions. Wait first!
Ultra's Flash SR. Still has a flicker, still has the way of the dragon here, holding on to it. Solix looking to cover more ground, as I think Full Sense's priority right now is to clear their far lane and the bottom lane first, and then they might look for a fight or tease around the Lord's area. And I think that's what they're doing. Sending Fanny up top. Oh, that's an engage on towards the bottom side here. Dominic, Black Dragon form defensively. Will this work? As that was the kick on towards one. As Danny Carter, the jungler, will fall in the mid lane. Cherry, the veteran, is trying to cause problems, but this Uranus will not be able to take down that turret just yet. And the Lord here should be free for Full Sense.
Yeah, because of that kill, obviously they'll have no retribution. So then Carter losing out means that Lord will go over the Full Sense, but they might actually be paying a tax for it. Hasaki is gonna fall here, and Solix could trade it for that mid turret. So, to be fair, they're getting a lot on the map, and denying this purple will be huge if Dominic can't push them back. It's like that's gonna be the case here. No purple for the Fanny when he spawns.
It's unfortunate, right? He didn't even get the Lord. Even he popped the Retribution. It was Nasia who locked in the Lord. Luckily for them. And they lose out on the mid and as well as the purple buff. I think that really is the bummer. But uh-oh, Moss all alone. That's gonna be Nasia now, being the target. And Cherry comes from the flanks. With the help of Mimars there, is able to take Nasia down now under the turret. The Uranus is taking a lot of damage, but still able to find an escape route. Take a look at Dominic against 4 members here of Solix. Trying to buy time to rewind to find damage, but he falls. It's gonna be Cherry for Dominic. Both XP laners going down. Let's take a look at Hasaki here. Split pushing. Still able to be covered by Xiao Xiao though.
Yeah, that was a very funny trade right there. It feels like it's so crazy where they're both being zoned by the respective team's XP laners, and now they're playing around it. Another kick by Flash, who just can't seem to catch a break in these last ones. They're really pushing Xiao Xiao's Purifies here. And with all that said and done, yeah, which is good, obviously, right? That's exactly what they need to be doing. And of course, he's going to have his flicker up soon. Again, this just feels like it's 2 teams trading blow for blow, XP for XP, and this time it could be kind of removed on the equalization if a pickoff can happen. If Flash can make another one with Conceal.
Let's see. They want to close the distance. Uh-oh. That's a 2-man stun. Flash SR now isolated. Take a look at the front. Oh my goodness, he will be taken down. Hasaki finds Moss, but Xiao Xiao finds Hasaki. And take a look at Xiao Xiao. Out of position there, punished by double PZ. And that's going to be a 3-4-2 in favor of Full Sense here, Rockhard.
Yeah, that's crazy. And again, the other guy that you traded is your gold laner as well. So when we're on a dive situation, right, where we're in a situation where it's so unpredictable and explosive, everyone's grouped up together, your Bruno is not gonna survive, right? It's gonna be so hard to make this Bruno survive, just because one, behind on items, you have different items. You're trying to stay alive with lifesteal, and then later on, once Neja gets actually onto the Wind of Nature, you're gonna do less on these team fights. So the pressure goes over the Moss and Danny Carter to make sure they take out Neja soon before it gets to that point where they need to duel it out. Because as you can tell, this Bruno is just not doing much yet.
Not just yet here. Still waiting on, you know, the influence of Xiao Xiao being evident. Perhaps in a minute or two. Take a look at the Fanny here, still around top. Maybe wants to tease and push the top lane first. Let's see, Solix, they gotta pull the trigger right here. That's the pull, trigger pulled. Dominic all alone, isolated, no time to pop that Black Dragon form. Now to 5v4 as Fanny is still pushing, so it's a 5v3 here in the Lord's Pit. That's going to be Zitian going back. Flash SR repositions. Xiao Xiao now is in good position, finds the Lord. Here comes Asaki from the flanks, but no kills added on the board for Full Sense. Solix Esports, they stabilize.
Yeah, that was 100% weird. Hasaki not joining that Lord as soon as possible, and the rest of the team not communicating, hey, this Lord is dying, bro, where are you? That will be like the 100% call. They did trade up with a Winion Wave control on top side. Looks like they're going to suffer with this siege right here.
Yeah, it seems like the turret, well, I mean, the Lord will not touch the base turret from side of Full Sense. But take a look at the bottom side of the map here. Hasaki, very low, still able to get out, but that's going to be a structure top lane forward side of Full Sense going down. Oh, the cancellation with that Fury of the Phoenix to cancel the recall of that Fanny. And I'm sure with this distance, Fanny will be able to go home safely. But take a look at the purple buff again. It will be invaded, so no more purple buff for Hasaki.
That's right. They're going to be relegated to just hold on using your normal energy. You've been splitting so much, you kind of actually are neglecting your base. That's what I would say for Hasaki here. And he just needs to pick up the pace, man. He's getting hunted down. Moss is so ready to pull that trigger. He knows Hasaki has very, he doesn't have the purple buff. He sees double PZ actually holding that purple buff, so he should be roaring to go, waiting for the signal. Has that flicker and is so itching to use it, but we do still have some waves to clear here. There's gonna be a play on bottom.
Yeah, they know the whereabouts of Xiao Xiao. The airborne, the purify pops, the stun! Take a look at the cover from Solix Esports. That's a two-man knockup by Dominic, but no clear follow-up damage, just the damage. The Xiao Xiao, the Bruno just yet here, as Xiao Xiao is able to reposition as Moss finds a kill on Dominic. Take a look at the damage from the side of Solix. The coordination is very, very on point, and thus Solix again finds a winnable trade.
It just so happens that there's so many times where I wish there was like a member of Full Sense joining them. Like, Neja was super late to the party on that one. And if he was just like 1 second earlier, that would have been the biggest difference. But right now we are seeing a little bit of a better synergy, better shot calling, it would seem, for Solix, who are now invading that purple. Just does not want to let it go.
No. It's just, again, Asaki here for the past, I guess, 6-7 minutes, right? I don't think he has secured a purple buff here, so now Solix, the ball's is kind of on their court here. What do you want to do? Do you want to go and commit on towards the Lord, or you want to fight first here? As Full Sense, looking at their composition, I think Hasaki now learned from the past Lord take. He is in the vicinity. Solix now looking to find an opening. Flash shots R finds an opening. That's a stun. Take a look at Cherry here distracting Black Dragon for pops. That's a retribution. Flash shots R actually got the Lord. That's going to be Solix forcing a fight. And take a look at the bodies dropping on the floor as Xiao Xiao is able to collect the double. Looking for a triple. That's a petrified from Dominic, but Ninja will not see a light of day. And ladies and gentlemen, it will be a wipeout. Solix Esports, they lose out on the Lord, but they got 5 members of Full Sense as they walk on towards their base, neglecting the Lord push, and game 1 falls for the hands of Solix.
And that very decisive game number 1, I'll be surprised. I'm actually surprised it was 18 minutes. It felt so quick. It felt like, they were suffocating that Fanny so much in that fight that, it felt very difficult to gauge. And Solix, definitely top tier comms. I could really tell when someone was making a play, everyone was on the same page. And you could see, right? You could see how much dominance they were displaying. And very early on, Xiao Xiao even so willing to join these fights, making sure that his teammates were not left to hanging to dry here. And I really appreciate that. They really look more cohesive. Full Sense here feels like they were just trying to answer wherever they could. And most of the time, they were not even complete. So I gotta really give it to Solix here for just giving us such a beautiful game to watch. And another win on the column of the Bruno. So 2 wins, 100% win rate, bro.
It seems like it was a quite early game for that Bruno. You know, it wasn't flashy, but that late game, or at least towards the end, the Bruno, finally his influence was felt. The damage was there. You know, his positioning he was free hitting with the balls. You know, and the members of Full Sense, they definitely feel those balls, man. Rock hard, unfortunately, and well-deserved win for Xiao Xiao and friends. 1-0. They're not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, not quite yet, but I can tell, right? Like Full Sense, they tried their very best to hang on. I mean, they were trying their very best to be very as aggressive as possible, but it was just like Solix hanging on, and making the more, I would say, mature calls, the more conservative calls, which actually made me worried about Solix for a minute there. Like, really, aside from your Bruno, everyone else is a little bit conservative, especially the Badang. But I guess it works, right? They're getting lulled into a false sense of security that Moss just has a fun time. Like, okay, when you least expect it, I'm gonna come in, and then I'm not gonna get the kill, but one of my teammates are, because he has 100% kill participation on this Badang. A rare time that, again, an MVP is a roamer, and he 100% deserves it.
I mean, Moss displayed a very, very complete Badang roam play here. He initiates like so, and he also provides cover, rock hard, which is very important, especially towards the end, where Xiao Xiao was the main target for the side of Full Sense. But take a look at Moss here, right? He's just always being Mr. Johnny on the spot, and always provide the peel and the crowd control that his team needs.
Yeah, there was just so much peel, and of course that wall from when the fist break, obviously, where Fanny can't go through, might have actually just disrupted this game so much to the point where it's almost unbeatable. Even without that wall, right? Moss just knows where to throw that fist crack rather, and he just knows how to make it work for their team. And this beautiful one, again, you force the flicker, you force a purify, it's all good, man. Overall, it was just them forcing it in weird situations where, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of times they were low HP. But small advantage after small advantage really just, it got just bottled down into a very strong Lord take, or Lord fight rather. They said, you know what, go ahead, take that Lord, we'll take your base.
Again, just a clinical display. They were more decisive, definitely. And folks, it didn't feel like it was 18 minutes, to be quite honest here. Rock hard.
Right. Yeah.
It felt sooner. And boy, it was quite back and forth if you really think about it, right? It was a Full Sense, but then Solix, and then Full Sense Solix, and then Solix again. But wow, let's give a shout out towards Mark as well. Displayed a very, very intelligent Zitian play.
Oh yeah, Mark is like one of those players where, yeah, we're not gonna highlight you, buddy, but you know what? You're doing your job every time. Nothing too crazy, but he is on point. Each and every single Fury of the Phoenix was mostly just chef's kiss, right? Something's gonna happen when he pulls that trigger. And I think we also saw that with he communicated so well alongside Moss. I mean, even the times where Danny Carter was actually just, taken out so early, there were times where both of them, that mid trio, was just able to carry and maintain the momentum and the balance in that game.
Yeah. And again, towards the end, it was rather shaky. I think Solix's form, but towards the end, they recovered, and that was game one. Rock hard. Wow, are we going to see a clean sweep, or is Full Send's gonna strike back in the second game? I am intrigued to see the drafts because I understand with that Cho pick, but I think they forgot about the Badong last pick, and what a way to end the drafts for the side of Solix, right? They delayed the Rome take, they instead take the Bruno in that for red, and then the last pick they really capitalized on that Badong, because without the Badong, who got MVP by the way, I don't think that game was salvageable.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they were trying to hold on for dear life, right? I mean, it's not like the one-sided game we kind of expect, very fast, 10K goal lead, nothing like that. Nothing at all. It just feels like it was like one very bad play or one forced Lord call where they used up all their bullets on the Lord, and then it was just so easy to clean up. I think it's just one of those things, right? Which we have seen before, but not to the point where the whole team gets wiped out. Like, the fact that they all got wiped out was like the factor that actually ended this. Because if maybe 3 of them survived, they could have maybe gone for like a clear that might have gone on to 20-something minutes. So I completely agree. Not completely black and white now who's gonna win. I guess depending on how well Full Sense is gonna be able to reset their mental after that one.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, Rockhard, and it all comes down to the draft again, right? I feel like they were trying to be smart here on Full Sense with their drafts. Are they going to draft things more simply? Because they can definitely take a simpler route. More straight up, honest draft. Because with the Cho pick, and then you went with the pivot towards Fanny. Sure, that was intelligent, that's smart, but is it overcomplicating things? Is what I'm trying to say. And maybe that might not be the approach for the second game. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. I mean, as fun as it was very fun, but you're right. It feels like it's an overcomplication. You missed out on so many stronger picks. I'm gonna be honest, right? They missed out on so many game-breaking potential picks. Like, maybe if they just played it calm like a Suyo, maybe they would have been able to kind of just, steamroll that game at maybe 10 minutes or so. And they didn't need to get that Cho in. Maybe got like a Gatot, something more stable like a high loss. Again, what ifs, right? And that's what I'm looking forward to here and seeing in draft number 2 for game 2. I'm looking forward to just not being overthinking things.
Yeah, I think just go for a simpler route, especially when there's a strong hero up in the option lists. So let's see here. We will not see a Flying Cloud game potentially here. Rockhart, it's going to be dangerous grass here on our potentially final game of the day. MSL Thailand, week 4, day 1. Will they change sides is my question. For Sens is gonna still be on blue. So yeah, they will not switch side.
Yep. So maybe don't do what we saw earlier. Maybe not saying anything about Flash SR. Flash SR, I think, played a pretty phenomenal Cho game. Not gonna lie. It just so happens that they were punished pretty hard, and to be honest, not every single play that Flash SR went for was confident. Maybe go for a jungler that doesn't get shut down so easily. Like, I know Fanny's usually a very polarizing hero, right? You either win so hard with it or you lose so hard with it. Maybe let's look for something a bit more in between. More on what you can be more calm and collected about. And not so crazy where I like the Fanny earlier, but maybe if it was like earlier to some Lord takes, their timings were completely off. So maybe their sync need some work. So here's what I'm thinking. Maybe do that later once your teamwork synergy is better. But for now, I feel like they just stick with what they're very good at individually.
I think that should be the approach here. That should be the method here. Entering the second game. Let's get a Harith band out. Wow, that's a quick Baksha pickup here. So Full Sense already changing fully their approach here. Entering the second game. Wow,
Which is
that's
kind
an
of
early carry.
Going for anyway. Woo! Let's go.
Look at the carry pick.
Early on.
That changes
I love
the
it.
tone here.
Yeah, with this carry pick and of course the Uranus, I like that they're getting picked together. Because you 100% deny a carry that will shred against a Uranus. So again, very few heroes can actually do that against a Uranus. And you know what? From my experience, Granger is just not it. I don't think the Granger is very good against Uranus, to be honest. Maybe you can win lane against carry early on, but around 12 minutes, 14 minutes, the carry is gonna equalize and you're probably gonna lose. So let's see.
Mandala blossoms from the withered.
Let's see, indeed. Wow, that's gonna be the Granger here. So, and the Lunox. Okay, someone that can deal burst towards the Uranus here, especially if Full Sense gets the early game. Wow. To close it out, it's gonna be the Flare pick Rockhart. It's good against the Baksha, but is it worth against the Lunox and Granger?
Yeah, usually Valiers just doesn't have like built-in mobility. That's why it's so vulnerable to bullets from a Granger. So good luck. You're gonna need your flicker to get out of harm's way. But yeah, other than that, it's not necessarily a good pick in this one. I would have preferred a mage with better range at this point.
Let them play the hero.
That makes sense. Yeah, I like range.
This world desperately needs.
Wow, quick bans here. Rockhart. Second phase. Both the Yudzong and the glue here taken away respectively. So yeah, on a Baksha, I think it makes sense. You don't want to face and go up against a glue, a hero that can't mount you. And let's see, will they commit to another EXP laner ban?
I'm actually thinking yes, possibly here. Or another shredder, like remove someone who can shred, who can maybe crit. Maybe the Bruno can be removed here. Or wait, did they already pick a gold laner? I think. Oh, yeah, they did. Sorry, they already picked the carry anyway. So yeah, more XP laners. Maybe one more, just for good measure. Lapu maybe. Or
Lapu.
Arlot. Yeah, I would want an Arlot here.
That is an interesting approach if they were to get it. So if not the Arlet, what can be the option here? I mean, just ban the Badang, no? There you go.
Yeah, very good. All right, that Badang was game changing, 100%. They're gonna have to go for, if they want like a playmaker, they're gonna have to go for someone else. It is gonna be the Cho, and that's Chip Lapu. There you go. Very well-rounded composition here for Full Sense. Just don't mess up the just don't mess up the shortcut and you should be happy, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. What else can be? My guess is that, what do they need? I mean, they have burst. Okay, jungler. I think another tanky unit. I don't mind it. Fred can make a play, but then again, going up against Lunox, that's not ideal. Suyo,
yeah. 100% Suyo, right? If not, you can go for Fanny again. They don't have much crowd control. It's a joy, though. Okay. That's not bad. So I like it because, you know what? They're gonna group up anyway with Shortcut, right? And they're gonna get the full load of the electrifying beats if ever they do that. But it is, again, a little easier to disrupt the tempo of the Joy now.
Right, I don't know. It feels like an iffy pick there, Rockhart, not gonna lie. But let's see here, the execution. Potentially the final game of the day here, week 4, day 1. Let's see if Solix can close it 2-0 again. Or perhaps we might see the first game 3 here today. These are the 10 heroes that will be deployed. But the Joy pick, man. Personally, I don't like it. Hopefully they can prove me wrong.
I mean, I gotta agree, right? I mean, I'm thinking best case scenario for them. They can cast it during a big shortcut, but again, you know as well as I do, it's not always gonna be the ideal scenario for your team. And Joy just has a hard time most of the time here. So let's go into game number 2 of match 4 here for MSL Thailand week 4 day 1. Does feel like a different pace for sure for Hasaki, from a high-flying Fanny back to a low-rolling Baksha.
Back to it indeed. Okay, let's see here. 4 flickers from both teams here. So a lot of space will be taken away to disengage and engage. That's going to be Danny Castro stunned up early on here. The Joy will not be able to escape. That's first blood for Full Sends.
Yeah, I think these are the reasons why we're talking about. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why you got kind of triggered with the your spider sense on these picks. Of course, flicker gonna be used here. Shao still did get the kill, but I was saying, it's just so easy to die at level 1 if you're a Joy.
And Full Sense, they capitalized that fact, right? A lot of flickers spent before the turtle take, by the way. Sure, one's a gold laner, but both roamers not having the flicker here before the turtle fight. Let's see here if that will impact hugely. Or perhaps it will just be a clean one-sided take. 15 seconds on the clock for that first neutral to spawn.
That's right.
Oh, that's a stun.
Don't really have quite the ultimates quite yet, but
yeah.
Of course, Full Sense will have a good shot at taking this fight very soon.
Yeah. So far it's all under control for both teams technically, right? Asaki's level 4, Danny Carter's level 4. Solix is on it though. 4 members already committed towards the turtle spit. Cherry now trying to zone Hasaki away, looking for an angle. Danny Carter finds it. That's gonna be shield unity, crashing on towards one. Most repositioning. Danny Carter will be able to get out from that situation. No casualties here, as it will be just the turtle take here for Solix. Low for double PZ though. Flashes here. Looks for an engage. Moss is still around. And that will be it. So no kills on that turtle take. Take a look at the purple buff though. Danny Carter, very intelligent there, is already on it.
All right, so Danny Carter is definitely getting a little bit of a lead here against Hasaki, and they're also able to just control all of his routes. Hasaki being basically left wondering, all right, what do I do next? Where do I roll?
Yeah.
And wow, flashes are Ghost Flicker.
Yeah, Danny Carter now. Loki stuck silly with a dash and sidestep. That's the damage with the rate of abuse. Dominic finds that kill. Take a look at Xiao Xiao here with the shurikens. Able to deal damage towards the Lunox, and Dominic falls as well. They got Danny Carter, but take a look at the 4 members of Full Sense that is down and out.
Oh, that is painful to see, brother. Not to mention Nezha also missing out 2 big gold cards on top side. They lost everything there, giving a pretty big gold lead here to Solix with basically one fell swoop. That was beautiful to watch here. And I'm very impressed by how quickly they were able to burst down that Lord and also take that fight, that turtle, and still be able to take this fight around this area. It feels like they were forced, right? It's 5v4. But you know what? Why are they behind? Like, that really boggles my mind, man.
Really does, it really does. And it's now it gets interesting because Solix, remember what first minute Danny Carter got taken down. The first blood was on Full Sense, and now they're leading 3K. Take a look at the shortcut here. Immobilized at once. Xiao Xiao taken down. So Full Sense, they gotta rely on that sort of surprise attack right now that the chip is on their side. Moss under the turret, not able to clear. Surely that's the damage. Moss looking for a counter play. That's the kick and the flicker. Mimars now trying to deal damage. A Flesh SR here is gonna be traded away. Both roamers out of the board, and they got Xiao Xiao earlier, so that's still a plus here for the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, Full Sense using that shortcut so often as well is just giving them so much momentum. Even though they're technically behind, they're still able to just output so much by overwhelming you with bodies, right? So overall, I would say that Full Sense are still, playing towards their win condition, which is a good thing. Again, despite being behind, Solix usually able to punish right back with at least something. But again, it's something that's very hard for them to pull off as well.
It's very hard. Shortcut again. Dominic pops that. Oh, that's a stun. Xiao Xiao is free hitting. Mimars finds that kill. Take a look at Xiao Xiao. His positioning is in prime position. And Full Sense now looking to, again, just keep their distance as they lost Dominic in the process. So it's, again, Solix firing back here. 30 seconds on the clock for the next neutral objective here.
Yeah, that last fight wasn't completely isolating anybody because everyone joined the fight. Even Solix was going into the portals and making sure that it was an even 5v5, so it wasn't necessarily even a body advantage. But look at that that purple rather. Getting attempted stolen back. Xiao Xiao with free hits. Who can touch this guy?
Not anyone at the moment, not anyone, and he is rotating aggressively towards the bottom side. He knows that Dominic is a juicy target, and Dominic has to step away as here goes the last turtle. And Solix, they are on that turtle like it's nobody's business. Solix finds it. Saki will claim that orange buff. He is level 8 if you compare to Danny Carter, who got taken down early, who was the first blood recipient, is now level 10. So what a bounce back from this Joy.
Big bounce back. They're gonna try to make something happen, and only a flicker for Sherry. You know what? Sometimes I wonder, is it worth it to disrupt your whole farming pattern just to be able to force a flicker? I don't think so.
That's a good tip. That's going to be the way of dragging on towards Dominic. The structure will be taken now. That's a flicker. Take a look at Xiao Xiao here aggressively in the front. Flash SR will be traded, as well as Dominic taken down here. Sherry is able to disrupt the rotation of Asaki, and Asaki can't go anywhere as the stuns, and here comes Xiao Xiao that will deal the shred. And ladies and gentlemen, 4 members of Full Sense is on the floor right now.
That was very painful. I don't know if you've ever been in that position to just not be able to move while trying desperately to escape. That was so painful to watch. I don't know about you. I know you're a roamer as well.
Not in the Lenodon, but yes, in real life. Wait, what?
What? Wait.
What?
All right. That came out of nowhere. Wow. That was painful, man. I saw that. It was like, someone save Hasaki, man. He's dying. They can't do anything about it, and that's the beauty of the Valier, right? You're super slowed to the point where, guys, just kill me already, man.
And it's not gonna stop here. 7,500 gold lead here. Rock hard. It's tougher now for Full Sense to find a turnaround with this sort of, sure they have a chip, but when you're on a chip and you're this far under, how can you shortcut your teammates? How can you teleport your teammates to safety, right? it's hard, you know. They're far behind equipment-wise.
Yeah, it is painful. Like, it's like 1.5 items behind, maybe, with the amount of gold that they have. Each member is probably, like, you know, at a disadvantage. It's not a fair fight, especially with the Uranus up on front. They're gonna try to push up on alongside this lord. They spawned it very quickly, so it's gonna go ahead and walk on mid. Have top lane control though. I'm not sure if they want to go right away. But one thing's for sure, this is not over quite yet.
That is not over just yet here, folks. The Lord will charge the mid lane, will die mostly because of that holy shield. Who sends now? Losing on the bottom side of the passive as well. They hold on here. We're not even 10 minutes in, and Solix already has his advantage, big advantage here, folks. As take a look at the chip, though. Take a look at the chip.
Yeah.
Keep your eye on
He's trying to make
chip.
something happen, brother.
Now with the rotations in the mid lane here, the structure is very vulnerable. The chip moves closer. The structure still stands in the mid lane. Dominic pops the bravest fighter. Not enough distance to close that gap. Here comes the shortcut though. Oh my lord. Xiao Xiao goes down as Full Sends finds the perfect opening that they wanted. Meanwhile, now flickers away. Cherry now trying to buy time for his team as technically it's just Xiao Xiao. But double peasy. In a bit of a trouble. Danny Carter still able to get out. Cherry not able to find the execution there. Has to reposition. But man, oh man, the chip, the patience, it paid off because Xiao Xiao went down.
That's right. Without Xiao Xiao, it's actually just pure magic damage they have to deal with. So everyone who has radiant armor will actually survive, more or less. That includes Dominic, Hazaki, maybe Flash. I'm not sure if Dominic has it, but probably Flash and Hazaki. Anyone that has any magic resistance will be able to just, you know, kind of just walk away. They're gonna be bloodied and bruised, but they're not gonna be fainted. They're not gonna go back to base. So overall, I think we see the game plan, right? Just go for that carry, and it should be fine. But it's also a very rare occurrence that Xiao Xiao was actually like 20-30% HP. If Xiao Xiao was full HP there, that might have been a completely different story.
Yeah, so it's another reset here. Still in favor of Solix though, with the amount of turrets that they got. But with that, again, just chip again, right? The value of chip is that surprise attack. Oh, here comes the shortcut on towards the Uranus. I don't know if this is the right call. They managed to burst the Uranus down, but that's a lot of resource spent! Danny Carter finds an angle to take the Granger down. Here comes Solus and the rest of the members. Xiao Xiao is in prime position to free hit the members of Full Sends, and they manage to overwhelm Full Sends. And here comes Dominic in the mid lane trying to defend. Solix, they want to close this out, and they want to close this out early. They have a way to play around at the mid lane, and take a look at Xiao Xiao just locking the base in. And here we go. Solix, they got the series done in a 2-0 fashion, continuing the narrative, continuing the train of the day, a day of clean sweeps.
Momentum was completely on the side of Solix from minute number 5, and they did not let go at all. You could really tell that Solix was, you know, it was very clear that they were just basically waiting for Xiao Xiao to get at least 2 items, and that was game time. And they were very happy to take most of the fights, even despite the chip being so aggressive towards them. So congratulations to Zolix, definitely deserves it. And like I mentioned earlier, Full Sense feels like right now feels pretty half-baked. They really need to get back to the drawing board for this one and, you know, get their synergy in check. Because this one, I feel like, especially in game number 1, really showcased some of the glaring weaknesses of their lineup.
That was intense. Rockhard, not gonna lie. I thought this was the play that maybe can, equalize, but it wasn't enough. And again, going all in against the Uranus, I didn't think that was a right call. They got overzealous there. they were trigger happy with that shortcut. Maybe the call of, you know what, let's take one before the Lord. But take a look at the damage from the rest of the members. It was crazy. And here comes
โอ
the
เค
interview.
ค่ะ ตอนนี้นะคะมินนะคะก็อยู่กับพี่ๆ Legend ทั้งสองแล้วนะคะ จากทีม Solic Esport ค่ะ 30 บวกดีวะโอ้โห
แค่พูดก็เจ็บ
แซวแซวแซ
แค่พู
ว
ดก็
โอ้โห
เจ็บ
จริงๆ อันนี้เป็นชื่อทีมป่ะคะ30 บวกดีวะ ชื่อทีม
ใครับ
ชื่อทีม
ใช่
จ
คบ
ริงๆ ไม่ใช่ Solic
ไม่ใช่ครับ
ไม่ใช่
ครับ
โซลิกก็เป็นในนาม
ใช่ครับผม
ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะ ที่วันนี้เนี่ยเก็บแต้มมาได้อีก1แต้มแล้ว แสดงว่าเราเนี่ยยังเก่าเกมอยู่นะ ยังอยู่ในเส้นทางเดี๋ยวให้แนะนำตัวกับตำแหน่งก่อนแล้วกันค่ะ
ครับชื่อเล่นชื่อมาร์กนะครับชื่อในเกมมีมาร์กนะครับเล่นมิดเลนเนอร์ของทางทีมโซลิกนะครับผม
สวัสดีครับ ชื่อเล่นมอสครับ ชื่อในเกมมอสเล่นซัพพอร์ตให้โซลิกครับผม
โอเคค่ะ คือจริงๆ เกมเมื่อกี้แบบว่าลุ้นมากเลยเนาะ เพราะว่าจริงๆ performance ของ2ทีมเนี่ยก็ถือว่าพอๆกัน แต่ว่าเหมือนรอบนี้เราแบบฮึดสู้ใช่ไหมเพราะเป็นแต้มที่จะต้องได้แล้ว ก็โอ้โห พิธีกรก็ลุ้นนะคะวันนี้ขออนุญาตถามความรู้สึกหน่อยค่ะ เกมเมื่อกี้เนี่ยมันเป็นยังไงความรู้สึกของเรา
ก็เหมือนเล่นด้วยดาบที่พวกเราคาดกันไว้อยู่แล้วดีกว่าครับคือพวกเราก็ศึกษาคู่แข่งมาค่อนข้างที่จะเยอะ แล้วก็เราก็ต้องเหมือนแบบเตรียมพร้อมให้ดีที่สุดนะครับในทุกๆวัน เพราะว่าตอนนี้เราเรียกว่ายังอยู่ในเส้นทางละกันนะครับแล้วเราก็พยายามอย่างเต็มที่ทุกแมตช์เพื่อที่เราจะเข้ารอบเพลย์ออฟนะครับผม
ก็คือวันนี้เนี่ยเราเตรียมแผนมาเพื่อชนะอยู่แล้ว
ใช่ครับ
ด้านนี้ล่ะคะ
ทำอะไรนะ
ความรู้สึกของเรายังไง
อ่า
ที่เมื่อกี้ชนะน้องๆมาได้
ก็รู้สึกดีใจแล้วก็โล่งใจครับผม แต่ว่าก็ยังมีการบ้านให้ทำอีกเพียบเลย เพราะว่า 5 นัดอันตรายตอนนี้ ต้องเอาแต้มให้หมด
เราจะเก็บรวดใช่ไหม5 แต้ม
ใช่ครับผม
ความหวังคือจะเก็บรวดก็คือแต่ว่าจริงๆ เกมในวันนี้ก็คือเป็นไปตามที่ซักซ้อมมากับทีมกันอยู่แล้วใช่ไหมคะแบบทุกอย่างเป็นไปตามที่ซ้อมมาไหม
ก็ค่อนข้างเรามีเวลาซ้อมค่อนข้างน้อยละกันครับเพราะว่าอย่างที่รู้กันว่า Mid Season Transfer เรามีการเปลี่ยนผู้เล่น1 คน แล้วก็เป็นผู้เล่นจากทางเมียนมาก็เขามาซ้อมกับพวกเราได้แค่ประมาณสักวันหนึ่งหรือ2 วันเองใช่ใช่
นี่ขนาดซ้อมกันวันนิดๆก็คือเริ่มเข้าขากันแล้ว เริ่มรู้ใจกันหรือยังรู้มือกันหรือยัง
ก็เขาเรียกว่าอะไรเขารู้หน้าที่ของเขาดีกว่า และเราก็โอเคเราก็พยายามเล่นที่ทำให้เขาสบายใจด้วยดีกว่านะครับเราก็เหมือนแบบคนละครึ่งทางละกันช่วยกันนะครับมันก็ดึงออกมาเป็นแบบนี้นะครับ
โอเคค่ะด้านนี้ล่ะคะแบบมันเป็นยังไง
ก็
เป็นเหมือนที่ซ้อมมาเลยใช่ไหม
ก็ประมาณสัก 70-80% ครับ คล้ายๆซ้อม อันนี้มันจะมีแบบความกดดันตอนแข่งด้วยนิดนึง
แต่จริงๆเราก็ยังมีแผนอื่นๆ ที่เอาไว้ใช้แมตช์อื่นๆด้วย แต่ยังไม่เปิด
มีครับ
แอบลังเลจริงๆมีความรู้สึกที่เราเนี่ยได้กลับมา reunion เล่นเกมกับเพื่อนๆเนี่ยแบบเป็นยังไงคะความรู้สึกที่เราได้เล่นเกมกับเพื่อน
ก็สนุกดีครับคือเราก็รู้กันอยู่แล้วอย่างผมกับมอสก็แข่งกันมานานมากๆอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็เชด้วยก็เข้ามาจอยกัน ก็เหมือนได้เล่นกับเพื่อนอีกครั้งหนึ่งเรากดแรงอะไรกันก็สนุกเฮฮาดีครับ
เป็นฟิล14 อีกครั้ง
14 อยู่
14 บวก
บวกเลยแล้วกัน
โอเคค่ะก่อนที่เราจะให้พี่ๆทั้ง2 คนไปพักนะคะ ก็เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตคำถามสุดท้ายค่ะ ก็ฝากบอกอะไรกับแฟนๆหน่อยค่ะที่แบบว่ามาเชียร์ที่งาน แล้วก็เชียร์ทางออนไลน์ที่คอยเชียร์ทีมโซลิกมาตลอดเลยคอมเมนต์นี่30 บวกดีวะเต็มไปหมดเลย
ก็
ชื่อทีม
ก็อย่างที่ผมบอกทุกครั้งครับใครที่ยังตามเชียร์พวกผมอยู่แล้วก็เชียร์พวกผมทันตั้งแต่ยุคแรกๆตอนนี้ก็น่าจะทำงานกันหมดแล้วนะครับก็ฝากซัพพอร์ตด้วยละกันนะครับพวกเราก็ยังเป็นมือใหม่อยู่ในวงการโมบายลีเจนด์นะครับแต่ก็พยายามฝึกซ้อมอย่างเต็มที่แล้วก็พยายามทำผลงานให้อย่างเต็มที่เพื่อที่จะไม่ให้ทุกคนผิดหวังนะครับผมแล้วก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยยังมีอีก2 วันเลยพรุ่งนี้ก็แข่งคู่แรกนะครับแล้วก็วันอาทิตย์ก็ยังมีแข่งอยู่ก็สามารถมาเจอกันได้ครับมาเจอกันได้มีเจอด้านนอกอะไรเงี้ยก็สามารถทักทายได้หมดเลยนะครับพวกผมยินดีแบบพูดคุยด้วยหรือว่าตอบคำถามทุกอย่างเลยนะครับผมก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับโซลิกครับผม
ด้านนี้สักนิดหนึ่ง
ยาวไปแล้วก็ขอบคุณที่เชียร์กันมาตลอดครับผมก็ขอกำลังใจด้วยเอาเท่าบ้านเข้าคฤหาสน์เลยประมาณนั้นครับ
ได้ค่ะโอเคค่ะยังไงขอบคุณพี่ๆทั้ง2 คนมากเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Solix definitely showed us, I think, probably one of the biggest improvements that we've seen. Really deserves to be the team now who is at 2-free. One win away from, going up further into that top 6, at least if, things don't move. But yeah,
Yeah.
for now, it just feels like it's the step in the right direction, right, for Solix.
Definitely. And fortunately for them, I think they have time, right? If they're able to gather themselves, if they're able to get the rest of their matches and win it 2-0, I think that's a very important note, that they win their rest of their matches 2-0 style. Avoid 2-1 wins as well. I think they have, and they will increase their odds there to slot in to the playoffs, which is going to be at the end of the month, by the way, Rockhard. So time is ticking for the teams that aren't in the safe zones.
Yeah, very close to the end here. So I hope they're all they're still in in tip shape. Maybe I hope they can keep that momentum going, because I love what I saw. Right, it was very decisive, and even with picks like the Valier right now, who is the win rate plus the use rate is going up, right, for for the league, and I really like that they used it in the perfect opportunity as well.
Yeah,
I think there was no doubt in my mind that this Valier was gonna work. I just had a problem with whether or not it might get overwhelmed, and Mimark did not let that happen.
Again, his positioning, his impact, right? The influence, the push back again with the kit that he has here. Tremendous. Did not die a single time here. Not because he was afraid to deal damage. No, he was definitely in around the most of the fights here on Rockhart.
Yeah, for sure. And especially in these games where I'm so scared because there's what do you call this? There's a chip. Look at him. Look at where he is. He's able to get out of that big jumble of mess and just, slice him and dice him. Now, it's as perfect as you get if you're considering a Valier gameplay, right?
Again, just the timing. Again, his presence was enough. And most of that flicker was, again, just the reaction time very, very well. Take a look at that. Because if he was taken down there, the impact wouldn't be the same. But man, Valier very popular, and for a good reason as well. Mimark showed it why.
Yeah, and you know what? In this scene, in this whole scenario, this is what I was saying, man. Hasaki's like, just let me go, guys. Just let me go. And in these scenarios, it feels like it can be, he was completely like ignored in some of these scenarios. Most of them were just focused on getting the Shao. And in this one, they focused on the Uranus. They threw everything and did not leave anything for the remaining members. I guess they didn't know they were that close by, which again, is just part of game sense, right? That's just game sense overall. They were able to recognize a good win condition, and they went for it without any hesitation. For me, that is a good improvement for Solix Esports.
And hopefully they can continue this improvement to the rest of the matches, because I want to see the veteran Cherry, Xiao move on to the playoffs here. Personally, Rockhart, it's just full sense, unfortunately, dismantled here in the second game. It was far closer in the first.
Yeah, it's like leagues away, right? Like with that Fanny game, I was actually very impressed that, hey, maybe this could be it, right? But they completely like smashed all expectations with how they managed it and how they were able to deal with the show. And in game number 2, how they were able to keep a Valier and a carry alive long enough for them to just completely demolish a lineup that had a chip and had a Baksha and a Lapu Lapu in it. So that in itself is actually a pretty difficult achievement. So good job here for Solix, and it's going to be them across the board taking all of these accolades: Richman, Carry, Sandbag, and Wingman. Just like everyone else is just doing their job, right? So best fifth man is obviously, still going for them. So that's 5 accolades. So good job to the Solix Esports for this one.
Good job, and we will sneak the last time here for today. Sneak peek the last time. It's gonna be Solix moving on their record on towards 2-3 now. So again, more opportunities. As for King of Gamers, I think it is confirmed that they will move on to the playoffs as more teams get to that 4 win sweet spot. As for E-Arena, Full Sends, and Hydra, who lost today, it's just they're again just in the trenches still. Rock hard, not gonna lie.
That's right. And we have more matches coming to you tomorrow. Again, we've got Solix. You're not going to be resting long. You're going to be our first match for tomorrow.
Ooh, you're right.
AOG and Hydra. So it's going to be pretty fun. We got the Buriram as well, who will be playing. And obviously Tenacity. It's a scary team to beat. And the Bacon against E-Arena. That might be the final hurdle. If EA doesn't do that, that just might be it for their journey here. So looking forward to watching more games tomorrow for sure, Gani.
Man, just more action, and this was just the first day. 4 matches today. It's crazy. Rock hard, and yeah, more actions for tomorrow and the next year. I'm glad just to be able to cast with you, Rock hard, today. I enjoyed it.
Truly so. I genuinely enjoyed it, Gani. Hopefully see you soon there. Might visit Indo someday, eventually.
Let us know.
We'll
let us
out.
know.
All right. It's been fun here in MSL Thailand here. See you soon. I'm hoping that we'll get to a point where, we'll do this in person, maybe over there. Maybe. You never know.
Amen.
But for sure, their journeys are still far from over, right? I feel like we still have a few more matches coming. We have our next one as well. We've got lots. We've got lots in store for you guys. So hope you're not quite done yet, because the weekend is, it is just starting. We have more in store for you here. I hope you guys enjoyed that. We really did. And overall, I would like to welcome you guys, or encourage you guys to also watch tomorrow. All right? And are you casting tomorrow, Gani? Or no?
No, I'm
It's
not
gonna be
going to
different.
casting tomorrow. It's a different.
All right, it's going to be different guys casting tomorrow. And that's going to be it for us. By the way, I'm Rockhart, and this is Gani. We hope you enjoyed MSLTH Season 1, Week 4, Day 1. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
นี้เนี่ยเราจะได้มีแรงกันต่อนะคะและที่สำคัญเลยต้องขอบคุณนะคะผู้ชมทุกท่านเลยนะคะทั้ง Lido Connect ที่นี่นะคะแล้วก็ทุกช่องทางออนไลน์ทุกช่องทางเลยค่ะขอบคุณทุกการกดไลค์กดแชร์นะคะสิ่งเหล่านี้เนี่ยมีความหมายกับพวกเรามากๆเลยนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นพี่แคสเตอร์พิธีกรหรือว่าทีมงานเองนะคะและสำหรับวันนี้นะคะมินค่ะและทีมงานทุกคนนะคะขอตัวลาไปก่อนนะคะแล้วพบกันใหม่ในวันพรุ่งนี้ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ